Okay, looks like all three are taking off. Come over here and check YouTube and Twitch, make sure it is actually streaming them. Check. Hello? Hello? Alright, that looks like it's good on Twitch. Let's see how it is on YouTube. Hello? Okay, looks like they're both doing fine. And I think that'll put us in a good spot to go ahead and take off here. Make sure that I have the right thing streaming here on my VOD. Or on my recorder. Okay. Looks like we're good. Alright. What's up, guys? Welcome back. I'm the Blue Titan. We're here for another episode of The Darkest Dungeon. So the last time we were here, we dove into some dungeons and we ended up fighting a few bosses. One of them was planned, one of them was not. Actually, I'd say that neither of them were really planned, right? We went on and fought against this boss that we were kind of forced into because we saw a event trigger that made it so that we were incentivized to fight at that location. That would have been the Sonorous Prophet, right? Well, the Prophet, but Sonorous being his first form. And that is what we ended up doing last time, and it was a little bit of a painful experience, right? I say the last time, I mean this last week when we were playing. That Prophet, if I could go back, wouldn't have been who we fought against because we ended up losing a few guys. I guess I'm kind of burying the lead here, I'll say here. Depending upon the way you look at it, we were either successful or we were not successful. Depends on how you slice it, right? We lost 3 guys. We won, but at what cost, right? That was tough, so. But I guess I should also do something. I should probably back up here and say something that for my main videos that I haven't been doing here, that I've been thinking about a lot, but I haven't really integrated it into my normal thing. So let me take a second here to let me say this real fast. So I should say this. So if you're interested in content that's long form content, and what I want you to do is go over to the Blue Titan space gaming space VODs and subscribe to that channel, and you'll get full unedited content. The full Let's Plays of which I'm playing on Twitch as well as YouTube on live. If you're interested in more tightly edited content that shows only the highlights and the more exciting, heavier edited content for usually like, you know, highly polished channels, head over to the Blue Titan Space Gaming. That's where I'm going to have all of my highly edited videos as well as my my shorts. That channel exists purely for discovery, right? That channel exists purely for discovery so that new people who have never seen my content know where to go. It'll get caught by the algorithm, and hopefully it'll be a funnel that will push them towards the longer content. I've cleanly separated the two because the Blue Titan Space Gaming Space VODs, or I'll just call it the Blue Titan Gaming VODs. That channel is for me just playing the game, right? That's for those people who are super into what I'm doing and they really like the content and they want to watch the entire playthrough from beginning to end. It's for the enfranchised people that are sitting there eating lunch, and while they're throwing their Cheetos in their mouth, they have something to watch. The other channel, the Blue Titan Space Gaming, or the Blue Titan Gaming, that channel exists purely for discoverability, for highly edited content, and also for people who watch the longer videos to go back and do a quick catch up, you know, on the last episode kind of thing, right? But now that I've said that, I'll get back to the actual overall thing we're going to be doing. So for today, we're going to be trying to focus on kind of rebuilding our team, because the last time we did get a lot of really good resources out of it, but we did take some heavy hits, we lost some people, and we're going to be just trying to kind of grind back into things. All right, I'm excited to get back into this. I haven't played this all week, so I'll talk about why in a second.
An eternity of futile struggle, or penance for my unspeakable transgressions.
So, last episode, as you might recall, we went through a final mission at this location because we had this little extra thing triggered that said, if you go do this mission this week, then next week you're going to get extra EXP and you're going to get extra damage at the warrants. And I thought, well, that's a great thing. You always try to do those whenever those missions appear, those town events, because in the overall missions locations, these little events that say, you know, like this one, for example, Sunshine in the Thicket. We could go do this mission right now. If you ever see a mission like this happen at a location, and they could only trigger in one of the 4 core locations. 4 core are Cove, Ruins, Warrens, Weald. if you ever see an event like this that says Sunshine in the Thicket, or in the case of the Ruins, it will say fresh air in the crypts, I think. In the Warheads, it says, you know, fresh air in the tunnels, right? They all have a slightly different, or I guess not fresh air in the crypts, I meant to say silence in the crypts. That's what the Ruins one is. Fresh air in the tunnels is Warrens. In this case, it's Sunshine in the Thicket. I think there's also like high tide or something like that that happens at the gentle tide. It's right there. They both have them. These events, they'll be marked by this coffin symbol, and as you can see here on the map, this one's a green one, this one's a yellow one, or an orange one. These just indicate the level of difficulty, but the icon itself, which is a great way to showcase this, the icon indicates that it's going to trigger a town event down here at the bottom left-hand corner. I can't show you that, but above the money at the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, it says Sunshine in the Thicket. So that town event will, if you go do the mission that says that, the next week you're going to see a new event that's going to govern your next week's event. So it's essentially like an investment in the next week. So if I go do this event right now, the next week when I come back to the Weald, it will be easier to fight at the Weald. And this is very powerful if you're looking for just that extra boost, that extra oomph to get you over the edge against a boss at some location. So now we're in a kind of an interesting situation. We just did a mission in the Warrens that unlocked a fresh air in the, we just saw its name. What was it called? The fresh air in the tunnels. We just did this event, which would make us, incentivize us to go back to the Wardens. We're not going to do that this week, and I can tell you that right now for a number of reasons, but the first one is, we just fought a few bosses, right? The first one we fought was the Sonorous Prophet. We didn't intend on doing that, it just kind of happened. And then in addition to that, it's because of the Silence in the Crypts event, right? That's why we did it. But we lost 3 guys. It wasn't expected. We kind of pushed a little further, and we got a little greedy. I knew it was going to happen, but I didn't expect it to be that on knife's edge, on the razor's edge. The other thing that we knew we were going to do, or we didn't anticipate we were going to do, is fighting against the Shambler, right? That Void Beast that we ended up seeing. You can't do anything about that. If that enemy appears, it just appears, and you have to deal with it when it's available. The thing about it is, it's a opportunity situation. Like, you need to jump on the opportunity to fight the Shambler where possible, and so we did. Now, my plan wasn't to add all this additional stress to the team by going through the Warrens and fighting against that Shambler, but we had to jump on the opportunity when it was there. That derailed the initial plan we had, which was to beat that mission with low stress, use the same team who we had just leveled on that mission to go right back and then fight against the Swine Prince. This guy, right? The Swine Prince. That functional, design, that functional plan has to be abandoned. Why? Well, because the Shambler put 3 of our people who were going to bring against him into a position of being afflicted, right? Masochistic, rapturous, and fearful. We can't really do that now. We can't really justify that, because we will get wiped if we go in there on this level of stress. And these are the guys who are best suited at the Warrens on our team, right? 2 of which, one of them does a lot of bleed damage. One of them can reach the back line, which is pretty solid against most bosses. Although technically speaking, this character does really good against backline, against the Swine Prince. The Swine Prince is, I think, in slots 2 and 3, not in slots 3 and 4 like a lot of bosses are, because he's got this little dude with him named Wilbur, a little baby swine that kind of helps him. But nonetheless, this whole team is kind of compromised now, so we can't bring these guys in there. What we're going to have to do is instead try to find another better opportunity for us. But we're going to come back in here in a bit and kind of see what options are available to us. But what I want to do really quickly is just kind of get a general idea for what new recruits we might have and see what we can do. We are definitely interested in picking up a shield breaker. We have not rolled a good shield breaker. We have one here that has Manslayer. We had 2, I think. I said we haven't rolled one, I mean recently. We had a few, and unfortunately they either got the Crimson Curse, or for whatever reason we had to cut them, as one does. Deadly is fine. I mean, plus 2% crit is fine. It's not exciting, but it does do what it does. I will say one thing about this character. She does have quite a bit of, crit mods. So this character is interested in critting. So, I mean, it's not a terrible thing. Some of her abilities are not focused on critting, like this, Impale, things of that nature, but, a Deadly plus 2% crit does add up on a Pierce, it does make a difference. It's not incredible. It's not exciting. Deadly's fine. It's just not exciting. Known cheat is not allowed to gamble while in town. Totally fine with that. This is a totally serviceable character. We might consider taking her. Resilient, 10% stress heal received. Fragile, minus 10% max HP. Again, I'm not very impressed by plus or minus HP on characters. I am a little bit less. I think I've had a few people reach out to me and say you don't like any HP scaling at all. I might have come off as like a little bit negative in general about extra HP. What I was trying to say is, I think that it's best on characters who have high starting HP anyway, right? The characters who have high starting base HP are going to have higher value out of things like, protection. If I have somebody like a Man-at-Arms, having additional HP on this character and then giving him a bunch of protect makes him so he's just a giant battery. I'm not saying extra HP is not good. I'm just saying it's not that exciting. I'm not super excited about it whenever it rolls on a character. But I am going to say that I do like it as like a downside, like fragile, on a character who's already got low health in the first place, right? This character doesn't even have that much health to start with. So losing 10% of, 20, 1 point, whatever. I guess in this, it would be 2. But what I'm saying is that he must have 20 health and lost 10% of it. Okay. Right? He doesn't have a lot of health to start with. But if I have a character that starts, with 40 health or something, and you're losing 10% of that, you start to kind of feel a little bit more. Of course, it's just percentages. Let's see what we got for the Flagellant here. Clutch Hitter's fine. I love Clutch Hitter. Clutch Hitter's fantastic on the Flagellant. This is kind of one of the core things you would want to see on this class, because this character exists to live on the Razor's Edge. You want this character to exist on literal death's door, or play that mini game of keeping him low as much as possible. That's a great role in this character, so we will see if we have a room to take him onto the team for sure. We might actually have to increase the size of our roster if that's even possible right now. All right, Stagecoach here. We can't increase the size of the roster. We don't have a large enough amount of deeds. That's okay. Can probably drop a few people, or maybe drop a level 0. Right now I'm at the stage where I don't want to be dropping people as much as I had been, because I was dropping people earlier due to the fact that most of our people were low level, but we've got quite a few level 1s now. So dropping a person that's level 1 actually hurts a little bit now, because our overall average level on the squad has started to go up. Bagnard is fine. Eldritch Haters is always good. Entering extra damage or range skills is literally useless on this character. Photomania we said was good. We want to keep that guy around. Let's sort really quickly and see what classes we actually have represented on our team. I went out here because I usually remove everybody from my roster to make sure I can sort correctly, but they're already removed. Sort by class. So we've got 2 lepers. We only have 1 shield breaker. So if we take a shield breaker, we're going to probably not be dropping 1. We've got Hot Trot's pretty solid. Ansie's terrible, but she's not going to be doing nothing this week like she'd normally be doing, because she's going to be getting treatment, so that's okay. We talked about Reynold. Reynold's obviously been on the team for a while. We've kind of just let him sit and just chill. He's got some decent abilities, between quick reflexes and Warrior of Light, or of the Light, or Warrior of Light. There's no the. I guess I just hallucinated that. Photomania is obviously good here. We like that. Beast Hater's solid on an Abomination. We only have 1 of this class too, so we're probably not dropping that. Okay, so we've got 2 Flagellants. This is an easy switch, right? This character has slow reflexes, not good. Fragile, which is bad on a tank. And Natural Eye, which makes him deal extra accuracy on ranged abilities. Extra accuracy on ranged abilities, but this character doesn't actually have ranged abilities. So this is an easy drop. We're going to drop this character now. He has no good quirks, and we have a strictly better version of him waiting in the wings to get recruited.
Those without the stomach for this place must move on.
Oops, I accidentally clicked the...
The campaign can wait. For now, carnage calls.
Accidentally clicked the Butcher Circus. So here we're gonna go ahead and put Guideville back on our team. Guideville is an interesting name. So maybe almost makes me want to say Guideville. But I'm going to take him because I think his ability, just in general, the clutch hitter by itself already makes this character better than the other characters. And then Lazy Eye's even more incredible because he has, again, no ranged abilities. Yeah, this is just a strict upgrade. A great pickup. All right, now we look at our 2. Warrior of the Light here. Bloodthirsty's bad. Mercurial's mediocre. We don't really care about Mercurial, but we don't like Bloodthirsty. Fair Weather Fighter is bad. Photomania is good. Calm is bad in this class. He's a damage dealer. We don't want him to be dealing less damage, especially early. Because the thing is, the minus 15% damage on the first round might not sound like a lot, but the cost is a lot higher than you think. The first round happens more than any other round in the game. Right? Because every single time you run into a group of enemies, the first round re-triggers. So he will always have his damage. This is a very high cost ability. We do not like that. Photomania is great, but if we were going to keep him around, we would certainly get rid of Calm. I could see keeping him just because Photomania is so solid. Early Riser's good. Ruins Explorer's good. Is okay. Necromania we don't like. Scientific we don't like. Early Riser is really solid, so we'd have to actually have something. I don't really care about this. We've already got an Occultist, and he's already level 1. We can safely ignore Kulai. Now, the last one is Montaigu. Deadly. The crit is okay. I think this character's fine. Do we need one? Do we need a shield breaker, or is the shield breaker we have already okay? That's the question. Is the shield breaker better? Is Manslayer better than extra crit, extra damage, or less damage in the first round? No. Not a big fan of this. We're going to drop this character now. This makes it really easy, too, because we're trading class for class.
Slumped shoulders, wild eyes, and a stumbling gait. This one is no more good to us.
All right, well, so we'll sign a new one. We've already got our guys, I think, sort by activity. We've already got 3 people getting the treatment they need. Everybody else is pretty well ready to go. Karnet could use some stress relief. Is this... He has the... Does he have the Crimson Curse? Crimson Curse Craving. So we can't risk putting Karnet in here, because Karnet might get the Crimson Curse as well from just being in the same building. And we've only got 1 person on our team with Crimson Curse. We don't want to add any more right now. So that's why we didn't have Karnet in there. Because unfortunately our one guy who is in the Abbey, Sinless, he won't go anywhere because he's a flagellant. They won't do anything other than self-flagellation. So he's basically got the entire building on lock unless you're another person with the Crimson Curse. That's one of the things that people don't realize. The Crimson Curse really does put a lot of pressure on you, because you essentially have to, like, stress relieve your team in waves, and that's like a wild ask in general. Thoughts on what's going on in Iran and in Israel, you troll. I would say we're back to our normal thing, apparently. I don't have a lot of comments on it. I lived through the 2000s with like the Iran-Iraq thing, and generally speaking, though this might sound like a cop-out answer, I don't talk about topics that I don't really know a lot about, and I'm not really entirely certain on what's going on in Iran, especially since it's only been in the last few days. All right. Let's see if there's any reason to upgrade, or anybody that we want to upgrade here. I do think we're probably going to upgrade some people, but right now I think we probably need to see what mission we're going to do first. So the last thing we're going to do is we're going to look and see what weapons are available to us, new additional, I say weapons, I mean trinkets, new toys. All right, these are not exciting here. Critical Stone is okay, plus 3% crit. I mean, it's functional. It does something on every character you put it on, but I'm not impressed by it by any real stretch. There are a lot of other better items. It might be worth picking up just because it gives us an extra thing to do on characters that don't actually have, like a damage dealer, right? That doesn't have another option. There's no other good items. But this item has diminishing returns like most combat items do. The longer you're playing the game, the less these items are any good, because you get class-specific items that replace their value. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and leave all these and not worry about these either. And then we're going to lock a guy, maybe train somebody on some new abilities, make sure we lock in any good abilities we can. Sure, anybody we could throw in here. Well, we already know Karnet's not coming with us, so we could probably lock something on him if he has anything good. Well, nothing I like here. We're okay with Torn Rotator. We were okay with that locking on him because he's mostly a range dealer. His dog deals most of the fighting for him, not himself. I think he has one ability called Blackjack that does melee. The rest of his abilities are not melee. They're all ranged. So having him have Torn Rotator's okay. It's kind of like Lazy Eye. Lazy Eye is really good on a character who doesn't have that either. So I guess the question is, like, what kind of a mission level are we going to be going to? This might be a good time to throw in somebody who, you know, we have a double class on, and to start locking traits on a character who we're gonna want later on for sure. Photomania could be an easy one, and then get rid of Calm. I could be sold on that. Throw in Vivers here. Lock in Photomania, get rid of Calm because I hate Calm, it is bad. Yeah, that's fine. And then we'll get in there, we'll go do a mission. Now, we have a few choices in what we do here. Remember, we are highly incentivized right now to go to the Warrens if possible, because as you can see here, they actually added an indicator. I never noticed that. That's what this means. This little fire thing here, it shows us our buff this week. because last week we had the town event. We just saw it here again, fresh air in the tunnels. Because we went and did a mission that had this little coffin indicator icon at the Warrens, it gave us extra power and a high incentive to go back there and just double whoop up on them. Now, we can do that, but there are a few things to consider. One, while we are incentivized because this buff is there, and if we don't use it this week, it's consumed, we don't necessarily want to go back here to fight a boss because there's a few reasons. One, the team that I was going to bring is not really ready to do that now. They're all stressed out because we fought the Shambler, an unexpected boss, but a valuable one to fight. But this location, if we go fight these bosses, or fight this boss, the Swine Prince, most of our guys are level 1 or 0. We've got some level 2s, but they're all kind of stressed out. So you have to remember, if we go to this location, while we do get this extra buff, we're not going to have the strongest people we could to go beat them. And we also might run into the thing from the stars here, which is a roaming boss that is here this week, right? This character, this enemy, roams between these 4 locations, and he happens to be here. So, under-level guys, they deal more damage. That's the upside, right? They deal more damage because of last week's event. They're under-level a little bit. There's a second boss at this location that kind of makes things a little scary. And then we've also got the other thing that's going on, which is there are other events that could help us snowball these other bosses, so we might consider that. Although we could go and do a non-boss event here and just go pick up a random item. Although I'm not really excited about the Lock of Penance, or Lock of Patience, I mean to say. Extra Virtue Chance in general just doesn't excite me. I could be wrong, someone would have to let me know. Oh man, I would really love to go and do this, to kill the Weisentag. The Martyr Seal is a strong item. Plus 60% additional damage while you're at Death's Door is insane. And you put that on a Flagellant, or even a class like a Hellion, and they can do absurd amounts of damage. 14% crit at Death's Door, 8 plus 12% Death's Blow resist. If you could do this, plus 15% max HP, yeah, this item's insane. This item is insane. It's literally all upside. And you'd be like, yeah, but you have to be at Death's Door. On a class who has the highest Death's Door resistance in the game. In the base game, I have to look this up, but I'm almost entirely certain that every class in the game has a 2 out of 3 chance to not be killed on Death's Door. And I mean that literally. 67% chance to not die. So if you get hit while you're on Death's Door, you have a 67% chance to just not die. Which honestly makes it even more terrifying when you realize how bad the rolls were against the Prophet in the last episode, because we just got killed every single time this Death's Door thing hit. Well, from the ceiling. We did dodge a few of his other random abilities like Fumigate, but that's a whole other conversation. But we got some bad rolls on those ceiling drops. But the other thing to consider here is that the flatulent. Wow, I'm surprised I've never made that mistake before. I never thought about it, but it's so damn close to the same word. The Flagellant has 73% Death's Door resistance, right? So he's more likely to not die. And the Flagellant wants to be on Death's Door, because when he hits Death's Door, everybody on the team has a removal of stress. They all heal. All kinds of weird things happen. I actually wasn't sure how Death's Door worked with the Flagellant because I've never lost one before. But I looked it up just to kind of be sure. I was like, man, that really seems scary because you're really putting yourself on that edge. There's something I didn't realize it happens. I guess if you lose a Flagellant on Death's Door, I think it stuns all the enemies with like a 250% chance or some absurd amount. And I was like, oh wow, even more reason to kind of push them to the edge. But anyway, what I was going to say is this increases the Death's Door resistance even further, right? So if you have a Flagellant that's on 73% resist, then you add on this extra 14% chance, you're talking about an 87% resistance to... That's insane, right? That's a 1 in 10 chance that he'll die when he gets hit. Now, you'd be like, yeah, but it's going to happen. It will, I mean, occasionally, but you could push absurd amounts of damage with this item, and it can help you do some crazy things. And it might be enough by him. He can, by himself, probably win an entire fight. He's dealing 60% extra damage on Death's Door. That's not even considering the fact that if I have a character that can, the Flagellant can, give himself a heal over time, I believe, with... I still gotta look that up. I'm almost certain. For some odd reason, I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure Reclaim targets himself, right? Self. He might not be able to target himself, if I'm being honest with this. But either way, though, if you have a teammate that in any capacity that can heal him for even 2, like, if I just bring a Plague Doctor alongside the character, have the Flagellant go faster, because you can give him quick reflexes, things like that. If he gets to go first, and then right after that you heal him... Hey guys. I don't know what Sinal means, dude. I am not Gen Alpha. Maybe Gen Z even. Might even be your thing. I just had to... I learned what, like, stick it in your butt, fam, or something. That made me laugh. That made me laugh. Or like, you got to stick in your butt twin or something like that. I was like, what? W geometry. Hey, Zach. That's funny. But yeah, so, you know, in talking about like what my goal here is, I think what we want to do is we want to try in order to kind of like gather more additional. Wait, hold on. You're so fromage. I know what fromage is. I think that's cheese. Isn't that French for cheese? Am I wrong? I might be wrong on that. But there's a few items out here that are worth like looking into and taking home with us. We are incentivized to go to the Warrens, but I'm not going to go to the Warrens if it doesn't line up, if the team comp's not set up, is kind of what I'm getting at here. But there are some other good things. We are kind of set up really good now. We can either go to the ruins, do a random mission, absolutely obliterate it, which is on the table, but not really a good incentive, right? This mission, we get a lock of patience. I'm not really impressed by it. We could go fight the Swine Prince, and maybe we win. Maybe it's good. This is an opportune time to go do it if we wanted to, because we already have that buff. But there are two other events right here that would also give us the buff for next week at their location, which are our bosses here we want to beat. So what's this item that we would get if we fought the Swine Prince? The Wrathful Bandana for the Arbalist. So the Musketeer, same class. Very rare. Extra 25% damage if you're in position 4. Okay. Extra debuff skill chance. Okay. And then minus healing skills. That's actually fine because the healing skill on that character is not its main focus. This character is mostly... Yeah, this is actually a pretty solid item. I think the Wrathful Bandana is worth considering. Martyr Seal, like we said, is a good one, but we're not talking about... we're not really that interested in picking that up, because we would have to go do a mission against a boss who we aren't really, like, set up for. Again, I need to make sure, my guys, this is kind of the governing thought process right now. We want to make sure that we have a core group of at least 4 people that are, like, level 2 in order to go fight a boss. So it's kind of off the table to go do these bosses right now, as much as I'd love to. I'd love to do this boss, too, because Mercurial Salve, I see this thing rated online on people's tier lists on items. I was looking up some tier lists. People are saying that they think the Mercurial Salve is a bad item. I think you're out of your mind. Yeah, it's super niche. It's only good against bloodsuckers, but it's really, really good against them. An extra 25% against a specific type of enemy. If you go to the courtyard, this is a instant lock against on any character who deals damage. I don't know what you're talking about. I would roll this item on the Grave Robber, on the Highwayman, on the Leper, any character you can name. If I was trying to deal damage, this item just rocks against anybody at the courtyard. So you're out of your mind. I think that is a hill I will die on. You're out of your mind if you think the Mercurial Salve is anything other than A tier. It might even be S tier for its niche purpose. Arbalist Bandana, extra accuracy, extra crit, minus 4 dodge. That's a solid item. Heck, this might be what we do. The reason I'm thinking about doing this is mainly because, as I've been talking, I really do want to go and defeat the Siren. But we're not really in a position to go do a mission against a boss right now because all of our guys are lower level. But we're right on the edge of getting a core group of guys that are all level 2, so we'll be able to start going into doing that. How about this item? The Bloodthirst Ring. Minus food consumption. Okay. Extra health and minus... Your guys don't eat food, basically. They have higher base health. The one guy you give this to, and they get healed less. I don't like this item at all. I think it's mediocre. Not interested. There is the argument to be made that we might want to consider going over and doing some more events over here at the Crimson Courtyard because we have a high amount of infestation. But again, the infestation being high is a lagging indicator for whether or not you should go to this location. What I mean by that is, as long as your guys on your team aren't infested by the Crimson Curse, they aren't eating through your blood stores. Like, we have a lot of blood. That's not how you see it. I'd have to pick a person. I say we have a lot. It's relative. Let me show you. We have three things of blood. It takes, I think we just did the math on it. I think it takes 3 or 4 weeks for a person that's back at home to drink any blood or need blood. You know, the people who are like starving for blood because they're infected with the curse. We've only got one guy that has it. I'm not going to go and do an event at this location and invite more people to get infected in order to fight off a curse that's barely affecting us right now. So I'd much rather use this time to grind other resources, and I am on board probably for picking up the Arbalist's item here. I do want to pick up the Martyr Seal. Part of me is almost considering just going and doing an event against the Wizened Hag, because I like the Martyr Seal item. I like this Martyr Seal item like a lot. I think it's insane. If we do that, we have to bring a healer though. I don't think we have one anymore. Did we lose our Vestal? Oh yeah, we had to give her away earlier because she had the Crimson Curse. So we need to pick up a Vestal. We really do. Yeah, let's just go do regular events until we find ourselves in a position where we have a solid crew of 4 people. I'm gonna make that choice now. And then that's our best item here in terms of value for time. While I would love to just go and, you know, do this event right now, although there is an argument to be made that if I go do this event, I knock it out and I get a lot of extra XP from it, extra damage that warrant. Maybe we still should go do this. And then if we run into the boss, then we do even more damage to him because we've got extra damage at this location. Yeah, we can do that. Just throw Theon in here and just start rocking a team that does as much damage as possible so we can take out the thing from the stars. We got to make sure with whoever we bring, though, has the ability to do armor piercing, because the thing from the stars in the second form gets extra damage, or it gets extra resistance. Ligma. Dork. Alright. Is there anybody else here? Yeah, I think I'll bring Peace Vini here, because Peace Vini deals extra damage against Eldritch. But if I do that, I probably want to bring somebody that can actually deal with the mobs here. Maybe Karnet, despite being higher on stress, would be a good one to bring, because he can rip apart like the waves of random dudes, and he's also a higher level, so he can kind of make up for the fact that we already got 3 level 1s. Yeah, I'm okay with this, and just go there and just get this done really quickly. It's going to be a relatively easy mission because, you know, we have way more damage against these guys than we normally do. Yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with this. It's not exciting, but it's like a guaranteed win that we're going to do well. I say that. I don't want to... I need to not say that. I'm going to end up, like, you know, cursing myself here. Let's return these items real quick. Sort them and see what items we have now. We've been picking up quite a few items, and we haven't really talked about this in a little while, and it might be worth doing that, but we're not going to do it right now. So we don't have... I want to play. It's been a week since I've played the game, so... What do I want to lock in on these characters? So let's look here. This is the big deal item, the rarest item that we have right now. Plus 25% extra max HP, plus 50% food consume, and it takes more stress. This does make this character super tanky, but we don't really need a tank right now. Although we do. These 2 items, this Ancestor's Bottle and this Barristan's Head together, I don't think I really talked much about this, but the 2 of these items together basically guaranteed that we have a core set of 2 items now for the Man-at-Arms for the rest of our playthrough. Extra protection and extra health on top of that protection. And the Man-at-Arms is just going to be a giant tank for us that's just going to protect all the little guys for the rest of our... We're going to have the strongest support guy. But Dismas's Head is also solid, so we're going to bring Dismas's Head for this. Extra damage across the board. Have him just rake everybody. Our Abomination will just be hulking out on people, just slamming them. Then we'll have our Shield Breaker take the Focus Ring to deal extra damage, accuracy, and all that. Just extra damage across the board. You could make the argument that maybe we put Eldritch Slayer's Ring on her in case we get up against the thing from the SARS. Feels a little bit meta-y, like we're trying really hard to set up for an enemy that we're probably pretty well poised against already, but you can Hulk out and slam me. Thoughts on the Wisconsin fire? You guys are idiots. Alright. Sniper ring. Alright, I think we're pretty well set for what we want to do here. The thing about this class is he does a lot of damage to, like, every enemy, and he has, like, really low damage on those abilities, but it bleeds them. So if you look at Hound's Harry, so the Houndmaster will send his dog out to attack all the enemies simultaneously, but it has a modifier of minus 75% damage of his base attack. So if his normal attack deals 5, it's only going to deal 75% of that, so you're only going to look at 1.25, which is going to, I think, probably round down to 1. So giving him extra damage, raw damage, doesn't make a lot of sense when his abilities actually have they roll down. They already do way less damage. What you want with this character is more like stress relief and dodge and stuff, and guaranteed ability to hit with his bleed. So giving him something like the Sun Ring that increases his raw damages, it's not that great. I am interested in giving him less stress, though, because look at his stress right now. He's sitting on 20% stress, or I'm sorry, he's sitting at 64 out of 200, so you're looking at, usually I calculate that out of 100, right? So 64 out of 100, because there's 2 layers to, like, the stress wall. When you hit the first layer, then you become afflicted. So we want to avoid that where possible. So I might just throw a few anti-stress items on him, and just have him focus on de-stressing the team, and then have the... Yeah, I think that's pretty okay. And everybody else can just focus on just killing. think we're in a pretty good spot here. Although one major issue I'm seeing on this team already is that the Abomination has no ability to deal with the fact that if he gets moved, he has to kind of get back to the front really quickly. That does suck. Giving him the surgical gloves makes him crit and deal a lot more damage when he does attack, but it also decreases his move resist. So if we get surprised by an enemy, we're getting flipped around, that's going to suck, because he's going to have to spend multiple rounds getting back to the front. I don't know. Make an argument either way with this one. Let's just stick with what we have here. Debuff skill chance. Yeah, it already has a really high debuff skill chance, right? Yeah, 110% of your base. Yeah, he's fine. He's going to hit. None of these enemies have that high of a level of resistance yet. You know what else sucks? Yeah. Alright, I'm going to get in there real quickly, and we're going to try to knock out some dudes. We've already locked our other stuff. I think we're good to go. I think we're good. Everybody's ready. Got our dog breeds here. Make the dog stronger for the first round. We'll use these as soon as possible. Why can't I move these? What's going on there? Okay, now it did. It's like it lagged. That was weird. Alright, go and take food. We normally... Okay, this is a short mission, so we normally take 8 food on short missions. So we'll do that. We'll take, let's say, like, I don't know, 2 shovels. I don't need to bring a bunch. One way of actually, you know, making extra money is to spend less on the provision side of things, right? You know, spend less, you'll keep more. So we'll do that. I'll bring, like I normally do, 1 holy water mission. Few keys. I don't usually bring more than 2 keys or 2, you know, shovels on a short mission. Maybe a bandage or 2 might be worth it. Actually, I'll probably bring 2 bandages because we've got a person that... Our healer bleeds people. Anti-venom, I'm not really super excited about. We don't need much more than maybe 1 of those. And then after that, we're certainly going to bring our 8 torches. And then I'll bring a few medicinal herbs, and then I'll be it. I think that's all we need, and then we can go on in. And we're good. Vacuums. Yeah, this is true. I remember when I was a kid, my mom used to get really irritated whenever I would say the word sucks, and I was like, what?
To prosecute our war against the swine, we must first scout their squalid homes.
She also hated the word bro, which I thought was ridiculous. I'm like, why? Alright. So, this is one of those weird missions where, like, all the rooms clustered together, so we can go pretty much any way we want. I'm gonna go down arbitrarily, it doesn't really matter. But this mission is explore 90% of rooms, so we need to hit all but probably one of these rooms. We should be good. Okay, use a shovel right.
Such blockages are unsurprising. These tunnels predate even the earliest settlers.
Use the shovel right away. Okay. Oh, they're all surprised. That's good for us. That's good. That's good. All right. Well, people are pretty low on stress outside of our Houndmaster right now. I'm just gonna go ahead and not worry about stress this early. We can afford to spend a little bit of our stress early. You know, stress our guys out by having this guy Hulk out, because we've got the Houndmaster who's going to remove most of people's stress over the course of the fight. I'm gonna actually do Hound's Harry here because I want to take out this first guy. But then for the rest of, well, for quite some time after this, he's going to be focused on de-stressing people.
Their formation is broken.
Let the dog do his job.
The offensive.
Here we don't have any real reason to heal anybody. Everybody's full, so he'll just, while we can use him to deal damage, we'll remove some armor from this guy. Oh, I fat fingered to click the body. That was a complete waste. That sucks. Ain't that big a deal though. We'll be all right. That's annoying. Extra stress. Yeah, he should be dead. Butcher cut. Oh well, okay. Never punished. Doesn't even matter. But he shouldn't have been able to even attack us there. That was my fault. All right, here we'll rake again. Just hit the whole front wall. Nice. And then we'll use our dog to de-stress everybody. Will howl. I'm actually gonna just hit this guy with something that like deals damage to him but doesn't kill him outright. Will this kill him? This might kill him. Yeah.
Obliterated.
I really wanted to take a second to de-stress. Well, I de-stressed on accident there, right? Because I crit. But what I mean is I wanted the dog to de-stress the people.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
All right, use a torch here. We got extra. Found one. You don't usually find torches like just in a body or on a box. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. So we got really lucky and we rolled a scout chance and it told us where everything in the entire mission was. Okay. So looking in the hallways, we can see here that we've got 3 hallway battles right here, which tells me that that's probably where the thing from the stars is. Because remember, the thing from the start spawns in a hallway, not a room. If it's anywhere, it's in one of these rooms. So we could go back if we wanted to and go try to fight him immediately. I'm probably not going to do that. I'm just going to walk, make my rounds. But this is nice to know where all the enemies are immediately. Okay, so now I can actually take apart this. See, this is something I learned and I did not realize. Okay, so in the last episode, I was talking about what traps, like how I don't like how some traps you can see, some traps you can't. I was wrong. I played this game for multiple hours and I did not realize something. You can only see traps if you scout them. Which for some of you that are watching this are like, well, yeah, how do you not know that? You didn't pick that up? Nope. I just honestly, I thought it was set up so there were traps you could see, there were traps you couldn't. I just thought that's how it was. I never picked up on the fact that the traps I was seeing in-game, like this one right here on the ground, were because I scouted it. One more reason why scouting is good, I never realized it. But this trap, we have a 90% chance to disarm it. We're going to do that with this guy. Remove some stress from him. It's good. But I had no idea. That blows my mind. Like, I played this game for multiple hours, and I somehow never knew that scouting, you know, scouting a hallway will tell you where the traps are.
Gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
When I realized it, I was like, dude, are you serious? Like, how did I not pick that up? A very uneventful mission this will be, just because it's a short mission and we already know where all the enemies are. Nothing surprising is really going to happen. Well, for them it will, apparently. Alright. Let's just kill one of these guys quick. I guess, who has any... None of them have armor. Just try to take out the guy that stresses people out. What, I put him to 1? Yeah. Alright, we'll just end them real quick.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
I guess that was an inefficient move. He could have used the otherworldly, like, squid arms that come out of the sky and, like, hit 2 people instead of just hitting the 1. I was more focused on just killing him, but yeah. Alright, here we will Beast's Bile and just puke on these 2 middle guys, even though they have high resistance to bile. Actually, now we'll just stun one of them. Yes, that guy has literally 100% resistance to blight. Alright, now we'll... Actually... Do we just take this guy out? I think I will. And then I'll... Oh, he didn't bleed. That's unfortunate. I really only attacked him because I was thinking, I'll kill him and then we won't have to think about him applying stress. So that was what I was thinking. I was like, okay, with my Houndmaster, do I howl and remove stress from people? Or do I... So that's what I was trying to avoid, was this right here. People getting adding stress to them. Oh, never mind, that ability doesn't add stress, I forgot. Okay, so we'll go ahead and howl and remove stress from people. It's random, but... Sure. We're getting really lucky with those dodges, my god. Well, there you go. Alright, we'll have you heal him up. Heal them right back for exactly 8. And he didn't even bleed him. We got really lucky there. Alright, we'll throw an impale at them all.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
Now, I'm going to actually take some time to use Absolution now because he's got stress and there's no reason to rake. I'm just going to use this time to de-stress people. Everybody else will attack these guys while these guys focus on... Actually, yeah. I don't want him to transform right now. I'm trying to keep people stressed down. He's like a, what do you call it? An uh-oh button. Like, you know, when I really need extra help. One down.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Sure, munch. Nice dodge. We'll have you... weaken him. I'll have you de-stress everybody, I think. Well, I can't. I need this guy to die this round.
Decimated.
The reason I do is because otherwise enemies will spawn. We just said that. One of our guys said we need to stop playing around with this one because that's the last round warning before new enemies spawn because you're taking too long to beat your opponent. Alright, so what we get. Pack has already been looted. It's fine. We could break this open. See, we don't want to break these open normally. These eggs are a remnant of the... Well, I guess they're a consequence of us releasing the Crimson Curse from the courtyard. I do a collab with GC. I don't even know who that is. I know I'm getting set up. Get out of here. So, but we know we don't want to break open those eggs unless we are really in dire need of extra blood. Because that's what comes out of those, a bunch of mosquitoes. And if we kill the mosquitoes, we get blood, but we don't really need blood. We're trying to kind of avoid that part of the game right now while we can. All right, this round we don't really have anybody that's stressed out outside of our Houndmaster, so we'll probably just try to rip everybody apart with, you know, using the Hound and use up one of our dog treats. Most people are pretty high in health. We don't care about that either. So I guess we'll just hit somebody. Anybody have resistance or armor? No. Sure, just hit somebody. Eat a dog treat. Have our dog deal a lot of damage to everybody real quick. Here, run him out there. 3 to everybody, and bled 3 of them. That's real good. It's crazy how much extra damage the dog treat adds to the dog. Look at this, plus 50% damage for the next 2 rounds. That's disgusting. Javelin thrower here. Kind of an awkward situation. This character doesn't have anything that he can do that doesn't stress everybody else out, and I'm trying to remove people's stress right now, so I'm just going to have him heal himself for 3. Very inefficient play, but we're in a pretty commanding position right now in terms of where our guys are weak power level wise, so I'm not really too worried about it. I'm just trying to essentially decrease people's stress on a mission where stress is not really a big concern anyway. So, like, for example, I'll just do this to remove people's stress. I could have the dog run out there and rip people apart. It's probably a good idea to do that, but they're already low anyway. The second I want to kill them, they're dead, so. It's actually annoying because our Houndmaster actually needs stress relief right now. And he's the one that provides it, but he's also the one that can just wipe them all off the board. So I really just need 1 additional attack on him this round, instead of having this guy get to do nothing. I could have him transform, become the Abomination, and just start raking people, but if he does that, he's going to add stress to everybody in the team, which is what I was trying to avoid. Well,
unbalanced.
Okay, we'll heal him. Healing for 2 is awful. At least he didn't poison, though. Alright, kill one of these guys off. Sure.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Drums of Doom. Heal me. Sure. De-stress people here. I'm being very, very greedy with, like, my howls right now. He's low on health, and we could end the fight right now, but I'm not worried about it. Watch. I'm just trying to get the max value I can out of, like, heals and things like that if I can do it.
A momentary
Heals all right. No bleed's good. All right. We're out of this fight. We're already doing well. We're in a pretty good spot here. All right, yet. And now we're going to have this guy heal because he's low. Although I probably should have used the, I didn't even realize we still had an anti-venom while you bring it. Nice crit. Removing stress is what I really care about there. All right. Take all this.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
All right, let's unlock this. See what we get. Oh, cool. All right, take a blood. This is a low-level mission, right? So there's not as many resources and treasures we'll find. So you want to grab those up when you get a chance. We're gonna go left here. We could go straight up. Actually, actually up is a better choice because we'd run into 2 curios here. I might go out and just see what it is first. A bag. Let's see what's in it. Sack's contents are mine. Sure, 100 gold, I guess.
Waiting to be spent.
What I was saying was this passage only had 3 curios to interact with, and the other one has 4. Oh, bone altars are great. He interacted with it. Nothing inside. That sucks. What does he have? Necromania. We would have loved to have interacted with that because we know what interacts well with that. That's the holy water. Hopefully we'll get another one. Oh, that's a trap. We saw it too. I was just talking about it.
Carelessness will find no clemency in
We deserve that.
place.
That was my fault. Bad choice on my end there. Not paying. I was talking instead of focusing. All right. All right. There's a trap right there. No, hit it this time, right? That would have been a lot of stress relief instead of added to us. That sucks. Okay. We got punished real hard here. The sack that we found had nothing in it. We got hit by a trap.
The path is clear.
I played that wrong.
We require only the strength to follow it.
All right, for sure here I'm going to go ahead and use the dog's treats, and we're just going to hit him for as much damage as we can because that's just so much. That's a juicy amount of damage. All right, this guy's got a lot of protect, right? Let's just try to do a lot. Actually, I could probably impale him, hit them all. They're all bleeding, so I might just kill them on accident. Heal this guy. 14 heal is incredible. I bled him, that sucks. Alright, we'll go ahead and switch forms now, just try to rake him out. It adds stress, but like we're afforded that now. because we've been de-stressing people. Killing off, that's good. Alright. Hitting the frontliner's fine with me. Hitting for crits obnoxious, but sure. Alright. And lettuce. Ugh. Vomit. No disease, no disease. Cool. Nice dodge. It's always nice when characters that you don't expect to dodge.
Exposed to a killing blow.
Okay. That guy just got double crit. Like 2 rounds in a row got crit. And then he got stressed like 4 times just now.
A singular strike.
Alright. We will just kill one of these guys off. I can't hit him. We'll heal him. Heal me for 2. Okay. Drums. Nice. Oh, man. Everybody dodged. That was nuts. Okay, well, now they're getting their chance to dodge, too. Let's remove some stress here. We're going to get out of here just fine. I'm not really worried about that. It's a good roll. 30 people got the stress relief. Yep. He gets to attack, even though I should have killed him. Okay. That's 3 crits this one round on like enemies not having extra crit. That's wild luck. And now we heal for 0. And we bleed him.
But never hidden.
Okay, dude. Just get out of here. That's just we are getting some bad rolls, man. Yes, you were bleeding. I know. Alright. We're just gonna switch forms. Use Absolution and heal him back up. The crit's funny. Remove some stress from him, that's good. Alright. He's just gonna bleed out. I'm not even gonna waste time on him. Because this might give us an opportunity to use the Hound's attack. If the Hound gets to go right away, great. If he doesn't, that's fine too.
Slow death. Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
Yeah, we got some bad rolls on the enemies there. That was unfortunate. Like they crit 3 times in that fight. Like, and they have no reason they should be critting at that level because we have Radiant Light. I mean, that was just lucky rolls on their end. What I'm trying to say, it's totally possible that they could crit at that rate. It's just really unlikely. What do you got here? You've got 1 damage per round. You're only going to take 1 more. I'm considering just topping off here because it's a short mission. I mean, even if we get hunger checked, we're not going to get hunger checked twice. We've only got a few health. I'm just going to take out 1. Well, I'm going to miss. I'm going to miss here. Kill one of them, please. Nice.
Back to the pit.
At least kill one of them. Sure. This will give us an opportunity. Nice dodge, that's good. I was hoping it wasn't. We've seen some really bad situations where like, there's 1 guy left and he'll crit for like 11. Actually, I distinctly remember this exact guy critting on us once when he was the only guy left, critting on us for 11. I was like, okay. I'm just gonna hit him. If he dies, he dies.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
Okay. There is another Shambler's portal. I'm interested in that, but I want to see if there's... Ugh. This is crazy. Let's go see if the thing from the stars is here first. Oh, we still have 1 more room to go to, actually. Let's go see if the thing from the stars is here. Okay, that's fine. Okay. We're out of dog treats, which sucks. These guys are particularly susceptible to bleed, though, which is an upside. That's really good for us. All of them got bled instantly, which is awesome. These guys don't take almost any damage at all from blight here, so... I mean, there's a chance I could hit them, but probably low. 1 got blighted, which is hilarious. I'm actually surprised. Okay, we're getting lucky not getting the Crimson Curse. Okay. No Crimson Curse is nice. That's the guy we want to kill. We want to kill the Enraging Sight guy, because that's the guy who's he's gonna run after this fight, this round. But if we kill him, we get the Baron's invitation. All right, we'll remove this guy's armor. So we just kill him next round. Oh, he dodged all of it. Yuck. Good for him. Come on, no thirst. He already almost at full health. At least he didn't give us the Crimson Curse, though, so that's good. Alright, just kill one of these guys off. Armor penetration, strong, man. Here, there's a few choices. We could remove stress, because we're probably going to get stressed a lot here soon in the next fight. It's probably a good idea to start de-stressing where possible. That's a nice roll. Alright, here we will... Is this guy going to bleed out on his own? He's going to take 4 in 2 rounds. Let's just heal and remove stress, I think. Or can I actually hit this guy? Oh, I can stun this guy. Even better. That'll give our hound one more extra round of healing or de-stressing people. This guy might just die if I hit him with this. Ah. Man. I needed to hit for 2 instead of 1. Unfortunate. Oh, well, didn't get punished anyway, though. Alright, they're going to die on their own here, so I'm going to leave them alone. And... Oh, never mind. But he was stunned. I guess that's what my brain was thinking. I'm going to take a turn off here and heal and de-stress with these two in the middle.
In the fevered pitch of battle.
Actually, I might do that with 3 of them. I might heal with that guy as well here and have her take out... Yeah, and the other guy will take himself out. Yeah, this is great. It's going to work out great. Healing for 1 is brutal.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
There's the Baron's invitation we were talking about. We'll try to take everything. We don't have the space for everything, but we'll take what we can. There's no need for a shovel because there's only 1 obstacle in our mission, and we're not going that route at all. So we can drop the shovel. The keys, there are no more key rooms. So we can drop the key to take the Baron's invitation. We will go ahead and use the anti-venom here. Look and see if there's...
A lurching composition of otherworldly death.
Alright, the thing from the stars. So, the murderous... Okay, the thing is murderous and unforgiving, but it carries treasures that can't be found anywhere else. Additionally, those who survive the terrible onslaught may be able to learn specific, unique quirks. Remember, retreat is always a valid option. So, this thing is annoying for a totally different set of reasons that a lot of other enemies are. He has 2 stages. In his first stage, he's pretty weak. I mean, he does some annoying stress effects, but the fact is, the real problem is, he locks in and gets a lot of armor resistance after. So, what's usually a good idea to do is to start stacking, like, raw damage modifiers on your characters and deal armor penetration, because this guy does not care at all about your like blight resist debuffs and all that other stuff, because he like sheds his skin every round and just keeps on healing. Well, we can curse him. It doesn't really matter because he's got full health right now. I guess I might need to switch his location. Can he? Yeah, I'm gonna switch his spots right now so he can deal more damage because with his dirt, because he'll deal extra damage against these guys here moving forward after this. All right, we're in a pretty good spot here. I'm gonna go ahead and start stacking damage on him.
Devastating blow.
That's nice. Didn't expect that as a freebie. All right, here, just hit him as much as we can. Now, that doesn't look like a lot of damage. It's not that impressive, but she's going to be the person we core rely on for the rest of this fight. Yeah, it's going to hurt. It's a lot of stress. Yep. So he gets to go twice. Return to the Stars is annoying. It removes all of his debuffs and all that other stuff. But the nice part is, I think if we kill this thing, we get health from it. So we will kill that anytime we get the chance and heal.
Another abomination cleansed from our lands.
And then have him just rake him. Just keep hitting him. Now he should get a buff. Plus 80% protection if he's below 45% health. Right? This is our last major hit against him, so I'm going to try to hit him hard with Hound's Rush. That wasn't that great, but he should have resistance now. He should have 80%. Look at that, 80% protection. Ugh. But we do extra damage to him because he's Eldritch, which is okay. 1 damage. So we'll probably have to remove this. So that was more to showcase than anything. Although I probably shouldn't have done that.
Terrible assault.
That's a lot of damage.
Left unanswered.
I probably should have used the weakening curse on him. I was kind of more showing you what it does. Paranoid's annoying.
The walls close in. The shadows whisper of conspiracy.
See how fast he gets to go? I think he just went 3 rounds in a row. We're okay right now. It's looking scary, but we're okay.
Executed with impunity.
Because we can deal armor penetration damage to him and remove his armor. We just have to combine it together and do it right. It's a lot of damage. Puts him on death's door, I think.
Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice.
Okay. Fearful's not good. Alright, here you probably have to spend some time just trying to stack things on him. Okay. Yeah, we're actually a lot worse off than we would have been a second ago.
Teetering on the brink, facing
It's
the abyss.
getting scary now. Don't hit your own teammates here. That's not what we need to be seeing here.
Impressive.
All right, let's remove your armor real quick. All right, debuffed him a little bit. Is it gonna hurt me? That first ability doesn't actually hit anybody. So I did remove him. Protect me. Yeah, sure. You got it. All right, we got some other people that are about to go crazy. Oh, vigorous. All right. We got somebody that rolled good for our
Adversity
team.
can foster hope and resilience.
All right, here we will attack him again. He's not going to bleed probably because he's got a huge resistance. Okay, you didn't hit the character I care about, so that's fine. Now everybody's on low health, which is terrifying, but we're probably okay. Okay, so he healed himself, which is cool. We'll just hit him.
Another one falls.
He's about dead. He's got 14 health left. Uh-oh. She survived. She don't care. She survived. All right, hit him. 10 health left. He's out. We could dirk him or we could weaken him. I'm gonna weaken him again because he's only at 54% now. So he won't hurt us with this ability. It doesn't hurt, so we're okay. We just need to hit him twice and he's dead. Sure. Everybody's being stressed out. Sure. Hit him. Just rake him.
Be gone, fiend.
Never didn't have it. What we get here?
This expedition at least promises success.
So we got 25 comet shards, which are a form of currency you can use to buy things back on the, what's her name? There's like a traveling trader that can give you stuff. So we can use that. And then there's also this Berserk Charm, which is plus 3 speed, plus 15% damage, plus 50% stress, minus 5 accuracy, minus 10 virtue chance. This is okay. It's okay. That minus 5 accuracy is ugh. But we will take them both for sure. We're leaving. We're not going to go any further. I mean, as much as I want to go and fight the Shambler, I've talked about this before. You fight the Shambler when your team looks like it's in a good position. We have 2 dudes that are on death's door and they're both stressed out. I'm good. We're not going to go do that. That's asking for trouble. See here. Yeah, we don't have any room for it. That's fine. We'll take these. And then we will take this and I guess remove this item here. And hopefully we don't get hit by a hunger check. But either way, it doesn't matter. We're not going to die from it because we're not fighting any more battles. Sure. Let's go knock that last room out that we got to go find. I'll probably just walk around. It's the equivalent thing. I'm not going to go. We're not going to go fight the Shambler, so we don't need to go that route. We just need to get down to this last room that we somehow weren't thinking about. Earlier when I went up and left instead of left and then up, actually had more of an effect than I thought about when I first said it because it ended up causing us to not explore the 9th room, or I guess the 90% of rooms. I should have thought about that. That's okay. But we did fine. It would have been nice to fight the Shambler, but as I said, there was a non-zero chance we had to fight against the thing from the stars, and I'm glad that we did what we did. I'll have her do. I don't do this. It might give her a heart attack. I'm gonna have somebody else. I haven't really talked about that yet. Right? This character's at 194 stress, and she could have a heart attack. If she gets a heart attack, it's not good. I mean, there are downstream effects of that. It could like affect her. It could like kill her, I think. But it could also, like, you know, put her on 0, put her on death's door, and give her, like, a really bad debuff or something that I'm not even too sure how all that works. Disarm, sure. And we're done. Get in this room and we're out of here. Looked bad, but we got to fight a boss, which was good. We got out of there with everything. We didn't lose anybody, right? There's no long-term consequences of that outside of the fact that we got some extra shards, which we haven't really talked about what those are really for yet, but they're a form of
The
currency.
swine folk's labyrinth may yet prove to be navigable.
All right. So here we got, you know, 7,000 gold, not a crazy amount, but we did walk out with those shards, which are pretty cool. And we walked out with some extra experience, a huge amount of experience on our guys. 3 guys hit level 2, 1 guy hit level 1. That's great. We rolled, okay, nervous. They don't like nervous. Wow, well, holy crap. I've never seen this before. I rolled 3 things. Minus 10% heal, stress heal received. Not the greatest. Same way as nervous. Extra stress, less stress heal received. Evasive, extra dodge. Fine. Not exciting, but fine. Plus 25% debuff resist. Oh, one hero per roster. So this was earned from killing the thing from the stars. So if you kill the thing from the stars, you can roll a rare thing like prismatic isolation. Is that good? I mean, it's a unique buff, which is cool, but is that good? I don't know. Tone deaf. Minus 20% stress heal received from Inspiring Tune. This is actually great on this character. This character already has a stress relief ability. It's very rare that you're going to be bringing both the Houndmaster as well as the clown, the jester with you at the same time. You're not going to be bringing both of them because they both fit the same role. They both deal massive single target damage, right? With Hound's Rush, and then the other one is the Finale. They both deal a lot of bleed damage, and they both remove stress. They're the same class in some ways. Now, there's a slight difference, right? This character actually can heal himself, which is kind of selfish, and then the Jester can give everybody the Inspiring Tune buff that just buffs everything, which is an insane ability, but they are slightly different. This character is more focused on damage, whereas the other guy is more focused on team fight tactic stuff. Cove Scrounger, not any good. Although, ironically, this is not that terrible on this class because, again, this character is really good in the Cove because he does the extra damage against Eldritch. Not that bad. And as we talked earlier, I actually really undervalued how good Scouting Chance was when I didn't realize how it worked with traps. I didn't realize that it's the only thing that reveals traps. I just thought that traps were just revealed occasionally on accident, in addition to the random ones you'd find from scouting chances. And I was always irritated whenever we would run over a trap, thinking that running over a trap was sometimes random, sometimes you could avoid it. I didn't realize that's how it worked. So when I commented in one of my earlier episodes about how I don't like how traps are sometimes just random and you can't do anything to stop them, I didn't realize that that's actually, there's a binary. I thought there were 3 situations: traps that you saw on accident, traps that you saw through scouting, and traps that were hidden. And there's just 2. There's traps that you find because of scouting chances, and then traps that you don't see because you never had a scouting chance trigger. So that was a revelation to me. Changed the way I saw that mechanic in general.
Curiosity, interest, and obsession. Mile markers on my road to damnation.
Okay, so now we're incentivized to go to the farmstead because of this event, right? The lights. A tumultuous current in the ether, bluster. Oh wait, the tumultuous currents in the ether bluster with extra vigor tonight. The comet particularly vibrates with extreme intensity, or extra intensity. It's funny, I'm like reading the words, but I'm getting close and not the exact words. But we are incentivized to go do that right now. I'm not sure if I want to, but going and getting comet shards, we haven't even talked about that. It's like a whole different part of the game. The comet shards are a form of currency that you spend here in the wagon, but instead of buying them through this, you click this little thing down here and trade in the bottom left-hand corner. You trade with a different trader, a comet, like a shards trader, and the cost of these are down below. So we've now got 37 shards, so we could buy an item if we wanted to right now. Now, they have varying degrees of power, of course, like any item set is set up to be that way, but I don't really know if I'm educated enough about these items to make a real claim. I can certainly tell you, just from my experience in the past, that the item I like the most in this stack, there might be better items that are yet to have been, recognized yet by me, but I do really like the Spectral Spear Tip. It's a shield breaker only item. It deals 15% extra damage, so all of her abilities deal extra 15%. And on attack, random target, it says 5%. I think what that means is when she attacks, she deals 15%. I think it's saying on attack, either it's saying, actually I need to read what this does. Either it's saying a random target will take 5% extra, or 5% damage in addition to whoever she's hitting, or it randomly forces her to attack a target she can hit. So if she has an ability that can hit 2 people, and she attacks one of them, she will randomly select between one of those to hit instead. Maybe that's what that does. But it increases her blight skill chance, which is actually not a joke, right? Because she does have blight skills, and it also gives her HP. There's nothing this ability is literally all upside. This item is all upside. Now it's expensive to get, 65 of these shards, but it's good. As far as other items on this list to go, I don't know a lot. Crystal. Oh, this is an item you use to get more of these items. Okay, plus 15% extra shards given and extra stress. So you'd wear this item when you were going and farming crystals from the farmstead. But I don't really know a lot of these items. I have to look and read them. What can we buy so far? Let's look at the ones we can actually buy. It's not hovering. Something's bugged here. Let me try that again. Okay, petrified skull, occultist only. Plus 40% protection when attacked by a husk. Okay, so the occultist just doesn't take any damage from husks, which are husks are enemies you only see at the farmstead. Minus 20% healing received, not the greatest because he heals himself, but it only affects him, not his teammates. So okay. Plus 30% protection when attacked by eldritch. Wow. Okay. Plus 50% max HP. This is interesting, but it creates a weird situation where you're essentially trying not to die against the enemy he's against. When he's a healer. I'd much rather have an item that helps him deal more damage against Eldritch or like makes him, I don't know, extra protection against husks or even Eldritch is not the greatest on a character who's already squishy. I don't know. I'm not really too sure if I like that item. Lens of the Comet. Ignore stealth. Sure. Minus 20% virtue skill chance. All right. Plus 5% crit if shard dust is in your inventory. Oh! I think I remember this. I think... Oh, right. Yeah, there was one other one I remember that if you keep, like, anti-venom with you, there might be a lot of those. Yeah, plus 35%... Or extra 35%. An extra 35 dodge. Actually, it is the same thing, isn't it? Because they're additive. And yeah, I think that's actually the same thing. Yeah, plus 35 dodge if shard dust is in your inventory. So yeah, these items uniquely play with the design space that's never been touched in the game up to this DLC, where if you have an item in your inventory, this equipment while on the character is stronger. So it kind of makes you think about the items in your inventory. Make sure you min-max the value of the items in your inventory. Extra accuracy, extra stun skill. This is insane. This is insane. This basically takes an abomination and changes them from a damage dealer to just a stun bot. 35% skill chance? That's better than the two items we were using together on the Crusader to make him a stun bot. Like, that's better than those two items together. Look at this. Plus 20% stun skill chance. And then we used it with the elephant thing. Plus 10%. This item by itself does those two items together. What? And it doesn't remove dodge. Well, that's a crazy item. That might be worth buying. Extra accuracy too. I mean, the extra stress is, like I said, I don't really care about that. This, and it opens up a whole new slot for, I actually think the broken key is great because it gives the abomination one more item that the Crusader would not have if the Crusader's running with those other two items. Although, to be fair, it's like comparing apples to oranges because we're talking about a green item, which is like an uncommon item, versus a common item versus a crystalline item, which is, I don't know what the rarity is by comparison to the main games. I guess it's its own rarity style. But I think this is a pretty solid item, honestly. Lens of the Comet, we already talked about. I'm not too impressed by that. Petrified. Yeah, if I was going to pick one out of the stack that I could buy, it might just be worth picking up the smoking... Not the smoking skull. There's a bit of a lag in this shop. And it's only happening in this location. I'm going to buy the broken key, though. I think that item's the real deal. Because it essentially takes a character... What's the rarity of this? Oh, it's considered higher rarity than... Oh, it's the same... It's a promo rarity. So it's put up here alongside the very rare... You see how weird that is, though? Very rare, and then these items are considered Crimson Court rarity, and this one's a crystalline rarity. I don't know what that means. Ancestral is obviously the strongest you can get. Alright, we'll go ahead and remove our guys from our team real quick and give them some rest here. It doesn't really matter who we're bringing with us. I'm certainly not bringing a character who's stressed over the level like this. So, de-stress here. Send Theon will only go to the transept, sure. He's level 2, I want to keep him around. We're at a point where I don't just want to throw people away like I was doing before. We'll take the occultist and throw him in here as well. It's nice. Doesn't cost us a lot to de-stress all these people. I like that. Now, I'd love to throw Carnet somewhere, but I think Carnet's probably going to go down in here. And then outside of all of those folks, I think we have this character was Ansi. Yeah. So Restalt, we might consider taking Restalt with us or removing Ansi this week if we're gonna work on this character. And I think I will actually. It might be a good idea to go ahead and throw her in here. Lock in Hotstrot, remove Ansi, because Ansi's the one that's making her get stressed out by just hanging out in town. She doesn't like sitting around doing nothing, so doing this will get rid of that, but also lock in Hotstrot, which is an insanely strong ability on a character who does a lot of damage and has crit. Like this character, Hotstrot plus accuracy first round, extra damage in the first round, a higher percentage chance of crit. You throw out an Iron Swan, extra crit modifier plus 6%, you know, extra crit percent already is 6%. You added 6 plus an extra 6 plus Hotstrot, and you're looking at 17% chance to crit first round. Not to mention any other thing she rolls later. She can start the fight off and immediately crit an opponent for 30, like in a boss fight. That can be insane. So I'm on board with that. So we'll lock those real quick, and then from here we will look and see who we rolled new item wise or new character wise. Oh, Vestal. Armor Tinker is mediocre. It's not terrible, but it, you know, it can let us help her like get caught up a little bit, but it's minor. I don't particularly like Mercurial in general. I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's good. It's whatever. But in this class in particular, it's really disappointing because this class is actually the class I think has the highest. I keep saying that, but I'm like 99% sure. I'm pretty sure the Vessels has as a class is the only class in the game that has a higher than base chance to go virtuous. Curious is bad. I'm not a huge fan of this. I might not even take her. I don't like those abilities at all. Wild Adventure, Necromania, those are terrible. Clodder's good. Clodder's real good. I'm on board with that. We already got these guys though. Tough, Dud Hitter. I like Begnard. Dud is media. I think Tough and Dud Hitter work well together. Tough is fine. Tough is like a tier high B, mid A, you know, quirk. But I think Clodder is like a solid A. There's so many things in this game that make you bleed, and weirdly enough, I think bleed is more common than blight. But the buff. There's a buff that gives you plus 10%, like a quirk, plus 10% resistance to blight, and then there's Clodder, which gives you plus 15% resistance to bleed. So this ability is not only is it more commonly relevant than the blight one, if I'm right about that, but it also has a higher base. Feels like this should be flipped, but I think Clodder's really good, especially on a character who's super tanky. Compulsive is not good. We'll take Burn, and I'll get rid of my other guy instead. Get rid of Bagdard. They're both level 0, so it doesn't really. It's a trade for trade. Although you might make the argument that this class is not really trying to deal damage to people. He's more like a tank. So maybe Tough is actually better than Eldritch Hater, which is wild because he's a tankier character. Although an airing is terrible. I don't know. Dud Hitter is mediocre. All I know is if I had a choice, I'm going to have this guy over the other guys I have right now because Clodder's good. Alright, we'll drop Bagnard, whatever. These names, man, some of them are just wild and hard for me to pronounce.
The task ahead is terrible, and weakness cannot be tolerated.
I really do want to take this Vestal, but I just don't like her abilities. I think Armor Tinker is mediocre, and Mercurial is not good, and Curious is not good. It's like, what the heck, man? I certainly don't like Curious. We already have a full crew of dudes. Let's sort now by level. All right, see how we're starting to get a collective, like a critical mass of level 2s. This starts to matter a lot because then when we see a boss fight come up, we're just ready. Now, all of this week won't count. Right, this week all of our dudes they're healing up after hitting level 2. So now we really want to see if we can't, do another mission to get really ready, and then we'll be ready to get plus. I just cut myself off mid-sentence there. We are letting our guys de-stress, so that way next week when we come back, we'll have a critical mass of at least 5, maybe 6 different guys to choose between to go fight these bosses, if we so choose. Plus 20% stress heal received while camping. Plus 10% scouting chance. Scouting chance is not a bad thing. And again, I'm going to have to reopen my brain to an item and reread it now, because scouting chance is a lot better than I gave it credit for originally. Is scouting something that's tracked on characters? It's got to be like a hidden. I wish this was something that was written down in like their stats, like under their base stats. I don't understand why scouting is not listed. Because when you go into a mission, I know if you go to a mission and you click, let's say this guy, and you look at the top right, it says scouting chance 25%. Base. Now I'm not sure that's different based on each class. We could, I guess, find out. 25% chance scouting base. Throw them both in there. 25% still. Okay. I'm wondering if there are certain characters that have a higher chance. Like, if I were to guess, I'm guessing maybe the Grave Robber has a higher chance of base scouting. Is that a thing? No, still 25%. So maybe it's 25% across the board unless you have some ability that increases it. But it really does matter because every big room you walk into, there's a 1 in 4 chance now that you might just map the next set of hallways. And if you get that up to like 50% or even higher, then you just are always knowing where you're going. Traps become irrelevant. They become, that's a lot better than you might think, I think. I'm not going to go kill the Siren this week. We don't need the Sacred Skull. We've already got one. Plus, we lost our Vestal, so we don't have that. The Rot Gut Sensor. Extra accuracy? Minus... Okay, it's fine. Serviceable, not exciting. The Moon Cloak is a weird one. Extra protection when the torch is low, and extra dodge when the torch is low. I really don't like this item, and there's a number of reasons why I don't like it. First off, I try not to keep the torch low if I can avoid it, unless I'm doing something weird, like a Hellion, and using like Hell's... Like, there's like a Hell's Hairpin, which is like an insane item. But it's like one of the only good items I've seen in the game that is good like whenever it's night. But this is a weird item because it's trying to get you to like get the torch low, which is already weird. But then in addition to that, it gives you protection and dodge. Those are two very different. Those are two stats that are governing the same minigame. It'd be like giving my character extra magic damage and extra physical damage on a character. It's like, why? Like in another game, not this game. My character is like going to be doing one style of damage most of the time. That seems strange. Oh, okay. I do like Eternity's Caller. Very rare. Plus 10% Death's Blow resistance. Extra dodge while at Death's Door. And plus 20% if your stress is above 85. I think Eternity's Caller, first off, insanely cool name. But I think this item plus that Martyr Seal I mentioned earlier, which ironically was at the same location last time too, they're both solid items. On the Flagellant, I think they're crazy. The Holy Orders. Plus 15% Virtue Chance. That's its main stat line. Virtue Chance is bad in this game, man. Minus 20% stress. Okay. That's fine, I guess. Extra Death Blow resist. On a character who's super tanky. No, this is awful. You couldn't pay me money to use this item. Wow. I don't know if I'd use this item if it was free. You're telling me that you're going to make my tank take extra bleed, or be less resistance to the things that normally destroyed them, like Blight and Bleed. And you're going to make a higher percentage chance of virtue, so the entire time I'm having this item on me, it's making me slowly drain my health out faster, and on the off chance I might have a higher chance of an extra 3 out of every 20 times I'm going to trigger my virtue chance. The only stat line on this entire thing that's even remotely relevant in this class, I think, is the lowered stress. You might think, well, the extra 12% death blow resistance is nice on a character who's super tanky. This is not the Abomination, the Flagellant. This character is not supposed to exist. This is a terrible item. Yuck. What's this? Rampart Shield, plus 40% move skill chance. Move skill chance. Oh, so this makes it so that the man at arms can like move people easier. Does he have a move ability? I guess I forgot. What does he do that moves people? Is it the shield bash? Oh, the shield bash. The shield bash. So this ability, Rampart, he like hits them with the back of a shield, has a chance to stun them, but he also knocks them back one. Okay. That's fine. I don't really care that much though. How often does it matter? Minus 15% damage. Ew. Extra stun kill. So, oh, so the Rampart shield is literally that you wear this item specifically to make him constantly a stun bot. Okay. if you're turning him into a stun bot and that's his whole thing, that's not as bad as I initially said. Ew, it's not as bad as I thought. You're basically, because it increases the chance that you knock him back, but it also increases the chance that same skill stuns. So if you use this item on him, you're essentially saying, I'm going to do nothing with this character the entire time but just rampart shield bash people. That's all you're doing. And maybe some other random effects, but you're never going to use Crush, which, I mean, you don't really use on this class that much. It's actually a lot better than I gave it credit for when I first said that. Stun Amulet's a lot better than I think people give it credit for, too. Extra stun skill chance, extra stun resist is solid. Pretty okay. We could see doing this. Don't really care about this. Extra bleed skill chance. But I am... Oh, Heaven's Hairpin. I just talked about Hell's Hairpin. Hellion only. Minus 25% stress if the torch is above 75. That's solid. Plus 10 accuracy if the torch is above. This is essentially like a boring ability. It's like a boring thing that in the background is always making your character slightly better, but like it's not exciting in any real way. Great, my Hellion doesn't miss, and my Hellion is less stressed out. I mean, it's good, but it's... God, this is like somebody saying what's your favorite flavor of ice cream, and you're like vanilla, but with like less vanilla in it. I don't know. I'm not going after the Holy Orders. I do like Eternity's Color. I am not excited about the idea of going to do this mission, though, whenever there's a boss roaming that location. How many guys do we have that are level 2? Okay, Renee is off doing stuff again. Why is Renee always off doing stuff? This is the second time that guy's just been gone from town. That's annoying. He's our level 2 guy. Stop doing that. We don't have any guy. We have literally one guy that's level 2 that we could take with us. All right, we're gonna ignore the bosses for one more week, and this week we're gonna just go and knock out another mission, gather some more resources, get our guys to level 3 or level 2. We will, and also I'm actually okay with that because 2 of the boss items that rolled were Holy Orders and ancient Sacred Scroll. Is that what it's called? Sacred Scroll. Sacred Scroll we already have, and Holy Orders is terrible. What a terrible item. I would literally rather have this item just say your main ability, like your smite or whatever, one of it's smite ability. It just a smite deals 25% more damage, something like that. I'd much rather it just say that nothing than what that says. I'm not a big fan. This is a bunch of nothing item effects. And the last thing, the minus 20% bleed resist and bite resist. I'm just not a fan of that. All right, yeah, we're gonna just go and do. I think we'll probably just go do the rot get sensor. Throw a few guys on our team that can actually deal with blight. Try to burn through a mission. Who do I want to bring here? Maybe I should bring one of these guys, start building them up. Eldritch Hater makes a lot of sense, right? This is an Eldritch location. We'll bring Brond, why not? And we'll throw in a few guys here that... Oh, actually, hold on. We got a person on our team that has a bug. What's she got? Rabies? Oh, yeah. On this character's an accuracy-focused character. We need her to not miss. Not a fan. Yeah, we don't want her missing. Although, ironically, it actually isn't that terrible. Giving her decreased accuracy and extra damage, if we gave her an accuracy increasing items, we could literally use Rabies to our advantage. An extra 15% damage against a boss, this might be worth keeping on her. Sickly, minus 10% disease. And she's locked that? Why did she lock that? She's like, yo, dude, I really don't want to go fight against... See, I kept her around because she was going to be good against the Swine Prince, and she is straight up locking an ability that makes her terrible at that location. Come on, girl. I don't know. I might keep Rabies on her for a week, which might sound crazy, but it'll help her deal an enormous amount of damage in case we need her against a boss. That seems so strange, but it's funny. It might actually be the right play. Yeah, let's go ahead and pick our team, and then we're going to make sure that their armor's lined up, their health, or armor and weaponry is leveled up. We got a level 0, we got a level 1. We'll throw in a few level 1s here, make sure we're ready to go here. Maybe we'll throw her in there, I don't know. And then armor would be fine. Hot to trot, yeah. Oh yeah, Eldritch Hater here. Evil, bring Evil. Yeah, this is a great include. Heck, we might be able to just go beat the boss with this team, but I'm not doing that. And the reason I'm not doing it is because I don't want the leper with us when we're fighting against the Siren. I've talked about what the Siren's whole thing is. The Siren will take one of your teammates and throw it back. The leper is like the literal objective worst person to bring with you against the siren, because the siren will pick the leper, and then your highest damage dealer will suddenly be on against you. And whenever she does return the leper to you, it always goes in the back slot, and the leper has no mobility abilities. So the leper literally does nothing for the whole round or two that you get him back, and he takes multiple rounds to get the back to the front, and then he's stolen again. No, don't ever do that. Never bring the leper against the siren if you can avoid it. All right, so go do the rock sensor, I guess. I mean, I could also just go do the wield. And the only reason I'd be doing this is to have a higher chance of going to fight that thing from the stars again. But again, it's level... We don't have a lot of higher level guys. We don't have any level 2s. No. Let's just go here and get our guys to level 2. Then we'll have more control over who we fight against. We want our guys to be maxed out on the... the only analogy I can think of... Oh, hold on. Oh, my Josh. Sup, bro? What kind of playthrough is this? Oh, I didn't realize you had spoken here. And there's no timestamps in the chat, so... I'm actually just playing the game through from beginning to end. I've played the game a bit, but when I first created the series... the whole reason I made it was because I wanted to have like a series of me playing the game to kind of show my buddies. I've got friends that I've told to play this game in the past that never gave it a shot, and I wanted them to see what the game was about, because they kept saying, well, yeah, it sounds interesting, but maybe I'll get some time to play it at some point. And I was like, you got to check this game out. So now they're watching, they'll watch it at lunch or whatever, but I also used to be a teacher, and I have students that like to watch whatever too. So, but I'm really just trying to go from beginning to end and play through on Darkest, right? So I started a whole new playthrough, and I'm just cataloging it all. I'm playing here on Twitch, I have YouTube VODs of me playing from the beginning to end so people can watch as well. So it's really like I've got some experience, but I'm not like, I've never beat the game. I've beat like a lot of the base bosses, but it's been like 10 years. I played the game in 2017 or something when it first came out, 2016. So kind of like not a new player, but like a player who played way back in the day, coming back and saying, hey, I've been here before, let me show you around, to some of the people who watch. So I don't even know if you're still in the chat. I need to be better about looking at the stream chat, but I'm getting used to this too. So anyway, I think this is where I'm going to go, though, just because our guys are lower level anyway. I don't want to fight against any bosses right now, and these two bosses have pretty mediocre items. I think the Sacred Scroll's plausibly okay. I think the Holy Orders is an item that I would literally rather not run an item than run Holy Orders, which is wild to say this, but I think this item is that bad. It just blows my mind that made it 10 years without getting a buff or something. Wow. Alright, yeah, we're going to go do the Rock Gut Sensor, which is not exciting by any stretch. But I can't go to the farmstead because this is level 3, even though I'd love to go do that, because this week's event was the lights. You get extra stuff from participating in this event, but we can't do that. We don't have any guys that are level 3. All of our guys are level 2 or lower, and all of our level 2 guys are basically getting help with some mental illness. Yeah, let's go do the Cove. Alright, I'm not going to think about that much more. Only thing I'm thinking about right now is whether or not I want to go have her go get help for having rabies. But I really do think rabies, weirdly enough, might be a cool thing to have on her intentionally against the Swine Prince, because I want to bring her against the Swine Prince. It's kind of weird. Alright, let's go. Take the same amount of food as a short mission. Relatively simple, understanding what we're bringing here. I'll bring our few shovels here, bring a few keys, bring a single holy water, bring maybe a medicinal herb, not two. I'll bring a bandage, I'll bring a anti-venom. We get one of each already from the people we bring with us, that's funny. And then of course we're gonna bring our torches. Really think there's anything else I care to bring here. All of the debuff removal stuff we'll put over here. We got our core stuff here on the side. Yeah, seems good. Make sure we have items on our guys though, because none of them have items right now. We'll lock that real fast. As I said before, Barrison's head's pretty crazy on this guy. Extra protection. Yeah, I guess I should make sure he's actually running with abilities that let him protect his teammates. Yeah. Yeah, he can riposte, he can guard teammates. Yep, that seems fine. She had the heal, she does. Yep, she's good. This is a pretty simple character. The Plague Doctor actually uniquely has one of the best, like, guaranteed always best choice in slot items. What kind of play? Okay, nice shit, nice man. Yeah, it definitely doesn't sound like it's your first play. They're running all the DLC here on Blood Moon. No, I'm not playing Blood Moon. Again, like I said, it's been some time since I played. I know enough to know about some of the systems, right? It's like one of those situations where you played the game one time. And you know some systems because you figured it out your first playthrough, but then you'll be surprisingly naive about others. So I know a decent amount about some things, but not about others. Like I know, for example, I did the Blasphemous Vial is just probably best in slot on the on this class. I think that the Plague Doctor really likes this item, but I don't know like all the other items. Like I was reading online and somebody was telling me I was wrong about the Vestal's Sacred Scroll, because I really like the Sacred Scroll. I think it's pretty strong. People were saying no, it removes the character's ability to stun. It lowers your damage percentage by 33%. It's not that good. And I was like, well, I think it's pretty solid. And they're like, well, it's not as good as this other random item, some like head item, which is like Dismas's head, but there's like another head. I was like, okay. So like that item's better as a healer item. I'm like, okay, I don't even know what that item is. So, all right, I'll bring the Eldritch Slayer's Ring because this character is going to deal extra damage. Or this character's going to deal a lot of damage anyway. And then from there, I probably should pick something that increases the character's accuracy, because the Leper is just bad at accuracy. He's got like really bad base ability stats on accuracy. I think I got a lucky bracer. I think I had that. Where's that at? I might have left it on everybody. Did I forget to unequip all the trinkets? Oh, I didn't. Okay, well, I have to figure out where I put it. Put these back real quick. I'll sort by rarity here real fast. Sort by rarity. Ha. Oh, well, I could probably do this. Yeah, Focus Ring. Yeah, that seems pretty good. Focus Ring, make him hit. That's fine. Extra accuracy, extra crit. Yep. But I might even go higher than that. Plus, so that's going to make his abilities hit 85 accuracy. Maybe I can get one. Oh, yeah, that's the item I was talking about, the Fortunate Amulet. So this will make him almost guarantee that he hits. I mean, it's not a guarantee, but that's like the big downside I've learned from the Leper. The Leper has really bad accuracy. But if you give him 2 items that increases accuracy, it kind of gets rid of that. Although the surgical gloves are also pretty cool in this character, too. The one thing I'll say is, oh, actually, I say that. This is probably the worst character for the move resist thing on there. Because the Leper can't move. I mean, he can move, but what I mean is he has to waste an entire action to move one spot. So having decreased move resist sucks in this class. So it's probably a bad pick. The Man-at-Arms here, I've already given him Veteran's Head here. For the content you haven't done yet, do you like to do it organically or read up on it beforehand? I like to do it organically. In fact, I actually, I'm anything I remember, I remember. I've just allowed myself to go that route. But I'm not, while I'm playing through, like I don't remember what items interact with what curios. So while I was playing through, I'm like, I don't know what item works on this curio. Throw items at it till I figure it out, right? So I'm not a noob exactly, but anything I don't remember, I'm not looking it up. There has been, I think, one thing I looked up because I had fought against a crocodilian and forgot to look at its resistances, ran from it, and then was like, well, I should actually technically know that because I have seen it on screen. I just was an idiot, forgot to look. So I looked up the resistances. So when we went back, I wasn't caught off guard. But I try to keep away from it if I can because I think it's more fun to just kind of be surprised. Although that did cause us, like I had a previous episode where we went up against the Sonorous Prophet, and I had misremembered. Ironically, I had misremembered that the Sonorous Prophet and the Necromancer weren't the same character. And I went against the Necromancer. I'm like, where are all the pews, and why isn't he dropping things from the ceiling? And I was like, maybe I misremember what this guy is. And then I go against the Sonorous Prophet, thinking it was gonna. I was like, whatever, different enemy. And that's the guy that drops things from the ceiling. And I lost 3 guys. Because they just died. I didn't have any healers on the team. They just died on death's door. I was like, oh, man. So it's a bit of both, I guess. A little bit of a random chaos agent there. I do think the Ancestral's bottle is better than what I first anticipated when I looked at it. Because, as I said, I devalued extra max HP when I first was reading them because I thought it was bad on most classes because it's a percentage, right? The higher your max health is, the more this would boost it. So the people who are already high in health are getting more off of it. It felt like a win more strat. But I guess that might be okay, especially if you have, a character like the Man-at-Arms who's probably intentionally trying to get people to attack on him. But I feel like I'd make sure do I have, oh yeah, this is a good combo. Having the Man-at-Arms take all the damage and give him like the Ancestral's bottle. Oh, wrong character. Wrong character. Giving him the Ancestor's bottle I think is actually pretty funny because he's got extra protection, extra HP. Can eat more food, but whatever. But then the funny thing is, if he ever does get bled, I've got this, Plague Doctor in the back to remove it right away, which is funny. I think the poison herb when I first saw this item, I was like, dude, that's really awesome. This would guarantee that the Plague Doctor can't really miss on blighting people. And then I started to think about it more, and I was like, wait, if I'm slotting an item that decreases the blight resistance of an enemy, they're probably already lower on one of the resistance early game. They're probably weak to one of the two. So I am literally wasting 2 slots to make the character baseline as weak to the resistance, or weak in resistance to this particular ailment or damage over time effect as they would be at base to bleed. So it's like, why would I ever use this item in the early game when I could just pick a class who actually is good at dealing raw damage to that enemy or that enemy type? So I overestimated how powerful this was when I first saw it, because I was thinking, oh yeah, removing resistance is a solid. Yeah, on some things, like maybe if you could remove their ability to their debuff chance or debuff resist chance, maybe that'd be good. But all right, looking at this though, maybe the only other item that I think is worth anything here might be like the Witch's Vial. I think this is actually solid, because this was the other one I was talking about. I don't think debuff. I'm sorry. I don't think blight and bleed debuff resistance is that great. Or I guess I meant to say debuff chance is that great early, because most enemies already have under 100 anyway, and there's a chance you can hit them. But I think as the game goes on, we'll find that items like the poison herb might be a little bit better. I don't know. I might be wrong. But their base resistances are so high or so low already at the beginning, it doesn't even really matter for what I've seen. They're just going to get hit by most things. There are some exceptions, right? Like if you go up against the, I don't know what they're called, but they're those super armored, tanky, like Crimson Court guys that kind of look like head crabs. They usually come alongside. They're usually friends with the mosquitoes. They're the ones that use like the pre-digestion ability. They have like enormously high resistance to blight. Well, most of the people from the Crimson Court do in general, but I think they're just really high. And then they have like no chance of being stunned. So this character, the Plague Doctor, is like awful against them. But with something like the Blasphemous Vial, kind of makes it a little bit more likely that you'll hit with blight. But the one, I think that the shining thing that makes this ability really strong, besides the blight resistance, the stun is awesome. I don't think these are created equal. I think increasing stun chance is way more powerful than increasing blight skill chance. And this character is a stun character, even though I didn't initially evaluate this character as that. The ability to throw out blinding gas and just blind the 2 characters in the back. I don't think there's any characters in the game that blind characters in the back like that, besides this class. I mean, there might be like the flashbang. I think the highwayman can not the highwayman, the bounty hunter can I think do that. Alright, so we're going to take these items on these characters. I think we're pretty good. The only thing we need to pick is this character real fast. I might give her an accuracy-based item since I let her keep rabies, because I'm thinking about how rabies might be powerful for like pushing extra damage against a boss. Just a thought. Can I change their order here? You can't change their order on the skin. Or you can't change their order on that screen. That's interesting. I mean, it doesn't matter, but it's an interesting thing I never noticed. We're not fighting a boss. What are you trying to do to me? I saw that. Yeah, I respect that. It's better that way. I've been trying to avoid sticking my nose in the wiki, but on some of the late game, it's hard bosses, I totally cave. Yeah, see, that's another thing entirely, too. Like, I just want to make sure I say this. This is going to sound like one of those hyper-sanitized, safe YouTuber kind of things to say, but dude, I'm not going to shame you for playing the game the way you want. And there is no shame in, like, you've played the game for a while, right? Like, when you first start playing the game, I think half of the fun of a game is discovery. But once you've played the game a while, and you start to iterate and run into the same bosses more than one time, you know what they're good at, what they do, and all that. The only thing that changes the further down the road you go, besides maybe, like, I guess there's the darkest dungeon location, which I've never been to, so I can't make any comments about that. But the only thing that really changes the further down the road you go is the level of resistance that your enemies have. And once you get to a higher level, you, technically speaking, have acquired a lot of that information, or at least experienced it. So having like a grimoire, a wiki, that lets you kind of look up like a dossier of all the stuff you've kind of run into, the enemies you fought against, I don't think it's even that like off this game's flavor, right? There's all these journals, all these other things. It's like, oh yeah, I fought that enemy. Let me share with you my collective knowledge. Because if you're using the wiki in the late stages of the game, it's almost like you're like reading the annals of like lore and like a storytelling and everything that all the other shared people in your hamlet have handed down after generations of dying to these guys. So I think it's actually kind of on flavor, and maybe that's me coping. But again, I don't think, in the early game, I don't want that, because I want to explore it, and I want to see it and remind myself and kind of re-experience. Having not played this game in 10 years, there are moments where, like, I'm like, oh, I think I know this thing. And sometimes it's like clutch. I'm like, yeah, I remembered that. And other times it just slaps you. Like I went in and there were some books. I'm like, books burn. I'm gonna burn these books because it's gonna help us. And it gave us like 40 stress. So I'm like, put somebody over the edge. Had the same thing happen at the cove, and there was like this big round circle thing, and I was like, okay, you can probably hit this with like a hammer, like a shovel, break it. Hit it, didn't think anything of it. Gave one of our guys like 75 stress, put him over the edge, immediately cascaded into 2 people getting killed on death's door. And it should have been an easy run. Just completely screwed myself. So I think it's fun to kind of re-experience the early parts of the game and stuff. But as you start to push, and you're pushing higher tier enemies and stuff like that, I don't. Not only do I not think there's any shame in doing it, I think it makes sense to go and look at the wikis. It's kind of like a graduated thing. Early game, don't look at it. Mid game, try to remember off of your own experiences. It's like the second tier bosses. Try to remember off of what you've experienced, and then third tier bosses, it's like, all right, I know, and I should know, and you would have probably thought to share that information across all the different people in the town, and you have this collective like understanding. I know how to beat a crocodilian. We've seen them multiple times now. Let's study up before we go into that fight. I actually think it kind of makes sense. Oh, let's take some food here. It's a short mission. We've already kind of talked about this. I think I already had this before I went back because I wanted to. Right, I switched her spot. Well, he's level 1. He's level 1. We can upgrade him. We should do that before we go. There's no reason not to. We have the money. Our leper is who I'm referring to here, Evel. Alright, we'll give him increase his chop. And then after that, I don't really care about the rest. Maybe the solemnity. I don't really like healing. Actually, that was probably a bad choice. He has infirm, doesn't he? No, it's not this one has infirm. It's the other guy that had infirm and had lowered his own. That's right. True. He said, thinking back, most of the wiki dives have been on repeat bosses. Yeah, right? Like, I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's not like you're looking up, like, the most efficient way, the most efficient team in order to beat, like, to grind one specific. It's not like you're trying to metagame the game. You're just like, dude, I can't remember, like, is this boss Eldritch or is it a beast? Right? And you would have already known that. It's just that your human brain doesn't remember whether the Swine Prince is Eldritch or beast. You're not going to remember that. It's like, it could be feasibly either one. And if you're going off your eyes, when you think about what it looks like, dude, that thing looks like both. So I'd forgive you if you thought it was either one and it would make total sense. But there's no reason why you couldn't imagine your own headcanon. Yeah, my guys wrote that down. Once we learned what the enemy was, we wrote that information down. Looking at the wikis, basically looking at that. That's all you're doing. He said, done a bit of the final dungeon, but haven't looked at anything for the next level until they're ready to get a team. It's actually so funny. This game is like a... I mentioned this in my first episode. I was like, it's like a mix between like a Darkest Dungeon is almost like a mix between like a FromSoft kind of style game. It's almost like a Dark Souls. If you're super into the Dark Souls franchise, I would say it's more of a Bloodborne. That's a deep cut. Like, nowadays it seems like most people don't even know those series. The only thing they know is I forgot its name. Elden Ring. That's the one everybody knows. I mean, they've heard of not Darkest Dungeon, but they've heard of Dark Souls. But anyway, if you're super into that franchise, this game has a Victorian kind of like, the whole macabre feel thing. So I definitely think Bloodborne is more like it's the flavor, the aesthetic of the game. But then on the flip side of that, I think the difficulty is more like what you'd call the classic Nintendo hard. This game definitely has that kind of get out there, figure it out, go. Whatever happens, happens, dude. And that's one of the things I've told a lot of the people who've like watched this. Some of my students have talked to me about it. They're like, dude, I watched you play, and I know you said that you should treat your characters early game like they're resources, but I got attached to a guy and then he died and it felt so bad. I'm like, well, that's one of the other things about this game I like is that, your characters aren't sacred, especially early. You kind of have to see them as like expendable. All right, I came back here for a reason. We wanted to level up Evel, or Evil, whatever. Character's original name was Evelyn, but it felt very strange and I kept saying it wrong, so. Oh, we already leveled it up. I'm jabbering. Forgot what I was doing. Did I pick a person to... Yep, we're Stalt. That's right. All right, let's get out there and play. I want to play. I got to talking, got distracted. And that's not your fault. That's me. Don't have 2 gears. My brain's got 1 processor, not quad core. All right, let's get on in here into this mission. Yeah, it's a short mission. Okay. And I've got everything filled, right? Yeah, we switched her spots because we wanted to give her 4th spot items. I had another item that increased damage for 4th slot, I thought. Was it class specific? I hallucinate that? Oh no, there was a item earlier we saw that was a boss item that I was thinking about that increased the damage of the musketeer dealt. Well, not technically. It's like the musketeer hat, the whatever, but it was a similar thing. It was like a scarf for the arbalist. They're the same item, but just with a different skin because the class is actually the same class. I think from here though, it's probably best to pick something because she's going to do a lot of damage. She's going to be a damage dealer in this fight since I left her with rabies. What I care to give her is extra accuracy. She's already going to have high damage already. We want to give her extra accuracy because she's going to have minus 10 off that. This is going to undo that. And then maybe give her another item that gives extra accuracy on range skills. Yeah, this will make up for it. All right. Provision. Leave her with her accuracy. Leave her with her rabies. Grab this food that I've now slotted 3 times and keep getting distracted. And let's hyper focus for a second here so I can not do that again. Guys, I almost went to the orange just now. I'm glad I'm not driving right now. If it was a animal on the road, I would have hit it already. The only reason I even caught that I was in the wrong mission is because I saw the firewood and I was like, there shouldn't be a firewood in this mission. Oh my god. Alright. Let's move this all over. Grab one of these. And I'm just kind of doing this without talking because I've got distracted multiple times and I'm not doing a good job of just locking in here. Alright, I'm going to go here. Nice that your students tuned in. Cool teacher vibes. I used to be a teacher. I was for 7 years. I'm no longer, but you know, since then I still have students who I taught and you know have wanted to keep up with me. It's one of the reasons I kind of started my channel again because I had made it a while back, but I hadn't spent any time with it. But I appreciate it. That's cool of you. Yeah, I think we're good. Let's go. Although I might want to put my leper up front. That's actually one of the coolest things in my experience that I've seen about this.
The smell of rotting fish is almost unbearable.
One of the things I really do like about the Man-at-Arms, even though right now he's got a crush, so it's not technically true, this class works in every role, in every slot. You can put him in slot 4, you can put him in slot 1, it doesn't matter. He can literally be anywhere, and he still does his whole thing. Obviously, crush doesn't work unless he's up front, but most of the time, I think crush is like it's one of those abilities that you might use early, but it's not something I want to use long term. 85 base damage, crit modifier plus 5%. It's a very generic, you know, the only upside to this ability is it hits slot 3, which is pretty unique. Melee abilities hitting slot 3 is not that common. Alright. Okay. Oh, we got a trap here. Oh yeah, we had an early scout. That's nice. Alright, does she have higher removal of traps? 60%. Do we risk it? Over 50%, we risk it, right? It's early in the match anyway, so we can probably get away with it. Although we don't have any stress relievers on our team, so that might have been a little greedy. This map sucks. We have to go all the way up and back. Blow through all of our torches super quick. Alright. Alright, we know this one. Oh no, dude! I know this one's good because you can interact with it and remove a negative trait. That's that Curious. He's got multiple bad abilities. He's got Curious, he's got Demonomania, he's got Fear of Beasts. I mean, the second I see like a better version of the Plague Doctor, we're getting it. Because this character literally has one decent ability, and that's extra damage on Unholy. But he already doesn't, or she really already doesn't need that anyway. The extra accuracy is solid. It doesn't do extra damage, it does extra accuracy. Curious is bad. Demonomania is really bad. Fear of Beasts is terrible. The character ruled all the bad stuff. We just don't have another Plague Doctor right now that's worth bringing with us. It really does suck. And it just costs us a free curio. So, alright, I'll go ahead and just start off by stunning these guys and just pour damage in the front line. Everybody else gets to hit and do a bunch. This guy actually, the Brigand Fusilier, I always pronounce that incorrectly here. It might be worth actually using Riposte because that character does AoE attacks, and AoE attacks will trigger, if it's damage, if it's not a debuff, it will trigger the Riposte. Just try to kill this guy.
A powerful blow.
Okay. That was a lot better than I anticipated. We'll take it though.
Monstrous
my
size
God.
has no intrinsic merit, unless
51 damage across 2 bodies instantly. That's crazy.
A virtue.
I'll take it. I don't think we deserve it. Crit for 24, crit for 17. That was nuts. That's what I was just talking about. See, he swung back. Did it again. Although he missed with this first one. That worked out pretty nice for us. Here. And I don't have chop, do I? I don't. Just kill the front guy. Just kill the front guy.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
We'll go ahead and heal. This guy's gonna die anyway next round. We're gonna have multiple opportunities to heal this guy on next round. Just heal while we can. You just gotta roll your eyes, that Plague Doctor. Yeah, no, seriously, like...
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
I love how this game... I mean, I love this game's narrator, but sometimes I feel like he waits until I'm about to talk to start talking. No, I was gonna say, yeah, you just gotta roll your eyes to that Plague Doctor. It's exactly how I felt. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, I hadn't realized he'd gone down that far of a path. Like, I knew this character had Demonomania, but I did not remember Curious, and I certainly didn't remember Fear of Beast. This guy has literally rolled... This girl, I guess I always forget the Plague Doctor's a girl, I guess, in the lore. This character has... I think these would all be considered, like A-tier bad... Like, anything that interacts with Curios in general is pretty bad. I mean, some of them are worse than others. And then any kind of a thing that's like a fear of or like whatever, they're terrible if they're beasts or if they're eldritch. Because like everything in the game is beast or eldritch. If it's like fear of humans, it's annoying because you run into humans at every location intermittently. And it's also kind of annoying if they're if they got fear of unholy. But fear of unholy is a lot easier to get skirt around because, you know, there's not as many unholy enemies in the game, and they're mostly focused in
Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies.
They're often in the ruins. Health stone plus 10% extra health. Okay, not terrible, not incredible. All right, sure. Extra torch is nice, especially considering what I was talking about earlier. Running out of torches fast. I'm not going to use torches until I get back through this hallway. I'm just going to run the torch out and down this hallway. I don't want to burn my torches and keep the light all the way down this hallway, because if you look at the map, if we can get all the way down this hallway without burning a torch, maybe just burn one, then we can walk all the way back and let our torch get all the way to the end and not burn through our 8 torches before we get to the last stretch in the map. I don't want to deal with that. Oh, oops. All right. Doesn't really matter who you attack. You got really high accuracy now because of that. Let's just kill the bat guy.
Destroyed.
Having those two guys, or those 2 items on her that increase your accuracy matter a lot. That's what I'm talking about, rabies. Like, I think rabies is actually sneakily a buff. Like, yeah, 10 accuracy loss is enormous, but like when I just roll with items that actually, you know, undo it, doesn't really matter. These characters don't get stunned and they don't get blighted, basically. Oh, actually, they have a lower or more of a weakness to blight than I gave them credit for. Never mind, 50%, and this is going to hit pretty much almost guaranteed already. Where's this at? Noxious Blast. Okay, never mind. This will probably hit. Probably will hit. Nope. That's what I was afraid of. That's okay. That character didn't really have a good move this round anyways. I could have spent 1 round and just healing everybody, or healing a person for 2, I guess. Technically might have been better, but margins here. Retribution. These characters have high... Oh, look at that luck. We'll take it. I guess he does mark himself. Nice dodge. Okay, so we'll just take 1 out.
Their formation is broken.
And the leper's raw damage
offensive.
always blows my mind. We'll remove the blight. Yeah, the leper's a crazy class. I don't know if there's like a tier list of all that other stuff, and I've never really cared to look at all of it, but I would bet you the leper's pretty high up there. I know he's got an obvious weakness in his
disadvantage.
accuracy.
Give them no quarter.
But I'm literally showcasing why that doesn't matter, because you can just roll with give an item to the character. Look, see, this is why Crush is not that bad. Hitting the 3rd person with a melee ability is like unheard of, so this is pretty okay. It is actually pretty solid.
Fiend falls. A faint hope blossoms.
Yeah, I'll take an extra Sun Ring. This is a generically decent item. Sure. It's like a Warrior of the Light as an item. I think Warrior of the Light is an A tier or so, not quite S tier, because as the mission goes on, like you don't. Oh, I didn't need to use that. I was talking earlier about why I wasn't going to do that. That's actually okay though. I was thinking about using 1 more if there's a fight in this last room, and then just letting it burn out the right way back. We don't even need to go that way. I'm gonna go into the hallway and see what this curio is. Yeah, take the light. I said earlier, I was like, I want to save torches. What will we find down here?
Trinkets and baubles.
Oh.
Paid for in blood.
What's my favorite hero? So that's a hard question for me to answer, because if you go back and if you look at my channel, I've only made 1 video where I showcased a character, and that was the Antiquarian. because I was trying to like talk about how characters all have their own utility and how the antiquarian is so like it's like it's the antithesis of how you normally play the game, right? Don't get hit, run away from everything, and just steal all the money and leave. But if I was going to pick a class, just a class that I just think is the coolest, I'm probably caught between the Highwayman and the Flagellant. I do like those characters a lot. I like the Flagellant because the Flagellant like turns the entire like paradigm. It takes the entire script of how the game is supposed to be played and flips it on its head. I like that a lot. Oh, a random enemy spawn. The Highwayman I like because the Highwayman is, you know, it just sometimes will just surprise you. He just outputs so much damage. Sometimes you're like, wow, this enemy's gonna be a pain in the butt. Nope, he's just gonna crit for 35, and you're like, raw damage is still pretty good, it turns out. But I don't know. All the classes, like after you play for a while, all the classes grow on you in some capacity. It's just that they all have their own thing they're good at, and like the leopard just hitting like a truck. I mean, that's like, you know, really cool, but it's not interesting to me in the same way as some of the other characters' intricate abilities are. Like I appreciate the leopard. I don't like him. You know what I mean? Like he's really strong and he does his job very well, but I'm not like excited when I see him. Is there any other characters here that? The Abomination is an interesting class, but it's a good example of what I mean, where like I say a character's interesting but doesn't necessarily mean I like them. I think the Abomination is a cool class, but he's not my favorite.
Another one falls.
I would definitely say it's either the Flagellant, yeah,
at least promises success.
I really like the Shieldbreaker a lot too. Like the movement and the extra shields that she generates, like the one-time, one-off protective abilities, and I love the armor piercing on her, like her first ability, like her shield, or I'm sorry, no, not throbbing cocoons. We're not interacting with that. I love how she like pierces things. It's awesome. She can just take out most shielded enemies instantly. That's pretty sweet. Yeah, Shieldbreaker's probably on the top of my list. She's probably pretty high up there. But after thinking about that, basically what I just described, just three kind of more like sneaky, dodgy style characters, and then also I like the Flagellant, which is weird, but Flagellant also kind of has like a weird dodge mini game too, right? I talked about this earlier in the episode. I don't think you were in the chat. Oh yeah, you like the Highwayman as well. One of my favorites. Hard not to like those MVP performances. Yeah, like as a character, like I just had an episode a few episodes ago, right? In my recent YouTube video that I made, where I kind of edited down like 6 full playthroughs of me playing the game for multiple hours down into a 20-minute, you know, super cut of like the crazy things that happened. We had a mission where I went out there with no healers against the Prophet, and shouldn't have done it. And I even said it before the episode. I was like, we should not be fighting against the Prophet without the ability to deal damage or the ability to heal off of Death's Door, but we're going to try it. I ran in there with him, and I had the Highwayman with us, and ran across 2 different altars that increased your damage until camped by 30% twice. Did not sleep before the boss because the character went in with an extra 60% attack damage steroid. Walked in as soon as the mission started, shot him with the attack damage buff thing, where it's like he lets him see stealth, and it zooms in on his eyes for a second and gives him an attack damage steroid for the rest of the fight. Used that, got it up to an extra 80% or something like that. First shot 20, second shot 30. Guy starts out with 107 health or something like that. He almost soloed him right there, and then he died. Like hit for 20, hit for 30, dies. I was like, that's the most manly thing I've ever seen. Just what a Chad. Yeah, that's a wild damage buff. I was like, I can't do anything about it. Like, I was sitting there, I was like, do I heal my guys marginally, risk the chance of a nighttime ambush because I didn't pick those abilities? No way. It was a known, you know, it was like the devil you know is better than the devil that you don't know kind of situations. It's like, yeah, my guys aren't in the greatest amount of health, but if I walk in there, 2 of my dudes are gonna die no matter what, but that dude's dead. He's gonna die. I know he's gonna die. We had damage for days. My dudes were all under level 2. They're all level 0s and 1s. I shouldn't have been in there, but I had just done a Silence of the Crypts mission, the mission before that, and happened to get just enough level on that mission or that location to unlock the boss at the next level. I was like, the boss had a good item. I was like, I'll go. What we got? 50 gold. Man, this mission is not giving us much in the way of resources. That's better. All right. Do we drop any of these is the question. We're close to the end of the mission. I'll drop the camouflage. Or camouflage? Bandage. I don't know what the hell that was. Camouflage? I guess if you put enough of it on your face, you can't see your enemies, they can't see you. Alright. This little mosquito's going fast is so annoying. And you're stressed out, the one guy who I don't want to get stressed out. Leave him alone! No. No curse. Nice job. Alright, this character doesn't get stunned very well, so that's a little annoying. Maybe I just try to take one of these guys out immediately. These guys have some resistance to blight, but not a lot. Whoa, game just I don't know if you could see that on the stream, but my game just stuttered real hard.
Obliterated.
I'm telling you, rabies is not a rabies is a buff. Don't underestimate giving your guys rabies intentionally. I'm just joking about that, but we can definitely use it. All right, kill this guy. Nope.
Eradicated.
Accuracy OP. Alright, stop puking on her. She already got blight for 8 years on her. Alright. Sure. Basically dead. Let's remove the blight. So funny, I actually forgot this character could do that this round. I was sitting here thinking it's gonna take 4. Nope. Sometimes you forget. Nice. This mission has been remarkably safe.
Ghoulish horrors. Brought low and driven into the mud.
We're gonna get rid of these. I probably didn't even need to bring the anti-venom considering the fact that we had the Plague Doctor with us. Although you always have to because Plague Doctor brings one with you. I meant extra. But I'd rather have this 75 gold or just go with what we got here. It's still letting me take the stuff from this? That must be because I walked through the door and I haven't walked yet. It won't let you walk, but it lets you interact with doorways. That's weird. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about 75 gold. I was surprised. We got really lucky. Really lucky. Alright, just try to take out the stress dealer. Most annoying guy in the group. These guys can really surprise you by stunning you and just doing annoying things to the jellyfish, but they're usually...
Back to the pit.
They're usually the kind of enemies alongside the snail that you want to see, if I'm being honest. So that character's just dead. Oh, that's annoying. I probably attacked the wrong target. She can't hit the front line. Well, she can by chance if I use sidearm. Oh, she hit the target and died. That's pretty rare. Alright. Stun. Stun resist. Let's do it.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
Nice. Salty gouge. What does that do? All kinds of debuff. I was like, it's not a shock. Let's just heal. Be greedy here. Heal for 1. That's okay. That kind of makes it not look good.
Executed with impunity.
Character's damage is absurd. Alright.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
You know, we can be a little bit more liberal with our use of our torches here. Alright, we got one more room to go through here. Pretty uneventful mission, to be honest. But that's kind of expected, right? It's a low-tier mission. We were just doing it because we didn't have any other things that I thought was worth it. This guy, that's 2 times he's used Curious. See why that's annoying? Those Curio interacting quirks do cost you a lot over the course of a mission. And if you keep bringing that person with you mission after mission, it just keeps eating your stuff. It's annoying. Wow, what a short mission this was. Nothing of interest happening here. Wow. All right, let's just jump right back into one. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking.
Aspect. This twisted, cavernous maze seems almost traversable.
Got two level 2s out of it, which is good. Clutch hitters, okay. Extra crit on this character when below a certain amount of health. This can actually be something that's pretty serviceable in this class because this character has Withstand, I think. And Withstand makes it so the enemy deals less damage, he deals less damage, he becomes more tanky and all this other stuff. But you can also, like, there's an ability called Revenge, I think. And I don't mean the Revenge one, something similar to Revenge. Not the one that the bloated guy in the cove that we just saw a bit ago does. But another form of, he has his own ability, I think, called Revenge. And he, like, deals more damage and takes more damage. And so having this would be pretty solid, especially if you have the ability to, after you activate it, increase his armor or something afterwards or resistances. You can do some, or give him extra, dodge. Known cheat is whatever. We don't care about that at all. Slugger, extra damage to melee skills. It's actually good. I mean, it's not great, it's good. All of his abilities that deals damage on our melee. I wonder if this governs riposte as well. Like, whenever he gets hit, does his riposte deal extra damage back? Be it worth talking about. Because riposte is not a melee... Well, no, it is a melee
share
ability.
with you the terrible wonders I have come to know.
The ability itself would deal more damage, but I don't think the riposte is, because the riposte is a reaction to the hit. It itself is not an ability. I doubt that triggers. So this is what I'm talking about. Our dude's running off right when we need him. Carna Man, I could have used you. We might be fighting against a boss here. I don't know what's going on. Let's check and see what we got in the store. Nothing to talk about here. Don't care about that. We've already bought this. Don't need any of that. Might put somebody in here and lock them in a second here and see what we want to do there. Let's get everybody out of our inventory real quick. Or everybody out of our inventory, out of our party real quick. See if anybody in this group needs some stress relief. Guernon is the character who I'm not really happy with. Just locked Fear of Beast. This character is gone. Get out of my face. Lock in Fear of Beast after I just talked about how the character already looks bad. My character is gone the moment I get a chance to get a better Plague Doctor. Alright, Manslayer is pretty hilarious. Extra move resist. I think Misses the Spot's fine on this character as a lock. Faithless will not prey or flagellate. It was so... That's pretty sad and very flavorful to have a... Basically, what's the equivalent of a nun lose her faith. Man, can I get a good ability in these characters, though? Man, my god. I would lock Faithless. Misses the Spot. I don't really care too much about. I don't want Manslayer on her. That doesn't really make a heck of a lot of sense. And Balance is just a junk roll. Alright, I had a message. Okay, hold on, wait. Held a message for Automod. Held a message for a reason. Smart Decision Beta. Allow. We'll post it in the chat. Not your stream, but oh, this is an auto moderator that's basically like blocking junk, spam bots from trying to sell me on, like, you know, hey, look, buy viewers. I don't want to buy viewers. I don't care if people view my stuff or not. If they want to view my stuff, they can. I enjoy it. I'm doing it for me. All right, Stagecoach. Yeah, I do want this. That name's cool. Estony. That's a pretty name. I don't know. I do want to pick up a Vestal, but I'm tired of my Vestals rolling with, like, not even a single good quirk. Not one. It's annoying. I do want to pick up this Vestal, though. Do I have any deeds? I do, but not enough to buy. I need to get more deeds. I'm not rolling deeds. Let's see what we got out here first. See what we got to work with. Like, what missions we got. Look at them trying so hard to shove this Sacred Scroll down our throat at the Siren. I already told you earlier. The Siren just had it last round, too. We already have a Blasphemous Vial, so we're not doing this. Oh! We're doing that. The Tome of Healing. Okay, so I'm sure some people will probably see this. Why are you so excited about this? Because this is the 1-2 punch. You have a Tome of Healing alongside the Sacred Scroll, then your healer is a dedicated healer. As I said before, when I play a Vestal on my team, usually I have a Vestal with like a bunch of guys that deal enormous amounts of stun and raw damage. And then she's basically just playing the younger sister or bigger sister healer, while everybody else on the team is basically just rolling damage. I actually like that item a lot. I think that the Tome of Holy Healing is pretty solid. Although the Restraining Padlock is really good too. That's a good item. Minus 40% stress when you inflict it upon the party. Yep. That's pretty solid. This makes it so that you can just transform perpetually without thinking about it. That's truly an annoying part of the abomination. It's part of the cost. We don't like the Moon Cloak at all. Sturdy Boots, I already talked about this item. It's mediocre. Oh, Eldritch Slayer Ring is good. We can't really do this, though. We don't have anybody we don't have enough guys that are level 3. Because this is a veteran mission. We basically just need to ignore the farmstead for a while, because when we look at it, it makes us upset that we can't go do the missions. Oh, Beast Slayer's Ring is good. This might be worth going after. Extra damage against beasts. This might be good to go after in order to get ready to go against the Swine Prince. Yeah, we might go do this. I can see that. It's either that or the Tome of Holy Healing. I think in terms of total utility, I think this item has better long-term utility because it helps us push bosses. I do like that Tome of Holy Healing, though. We'll probably just see it at some point and just be able to buy it. Alright. Oh, man. Oma Josh, are you still here, man? Is it Oma Josh? Like O-H-M-A Josh? Oma Josh? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you're... I don't even know how to check that. Wait. There's like a little person icon by the stream. Maybe that actually tells you if a person's watching or not. I don't even know. Dude, I am such a noob. All right. Oh yeah, he's, hey, okay. I don't even know how to tell if a person's watching or not. Like, I really don't know. Like, I see this little picture of a person beside the stream timer that shows 2 people. And I think it shows 2 because one is the viewer and that'd be you, and the other one is me because I'm watching my own stream on that so I can actually see the chat. That's probably what that is. Yep, that's where I'm at right now, still learning. All right, Beast Hater. I'm going to keep that, which I could see doing. I'm going to start locking. I need to start actually locking some quirks I want to keep here. Like, we're going to keep this guy around, we can. Beast Hater's worth keeping a guy around and locking. That's a good quirk, but I'm gonna get rid of something like Nervous or something because I don't like that if I'm going to keep him around at all. Hot to Trot's also really strong. I said this earlier. Although Hot to Trot on this character makes a lot less sense because a lot of times when you're playing the Jester, you're usually using it for the buffs, like the Inspiring Tune and stuff like that. Although, you know, it is still a strong ability because you can start round 1, just immediately just run somebody down with your sickle, hit them for a bunch of damage, and then transform into the this might still be worth it because Hot to Trot followed by nothing but round after round after round of spamming Battle Ballad or, you know, Inspiring Tunes is actually still pretty solid. It makes it so he can deal maximum damage 1 round. Yeah, that's still pretty solid. And Torn Rotator we talked about, that's bad because most of his abilities are melee. I need to get rid of that. Yeah, I can see locking that. Need to be careful with spending all this money though. I was trying to build up portraits. Yeah, we probably won't lock any more abilities until we get the bank. That way we can start building up a little bit of reserve of money. I might just wait on that. I do want to pick up the Vestal just because I want to have a Vestal. I don't have one anymore, and it's really annoying that we don't have one. Because we don't really have any dedicated healer on our team. The Cultist is not a healer, folks. He's a dude that heals on the side. It's his side gig. The gig economy. Alright, is there anybody I just don't like? Oh, I talked about this. I don't like Goron. Let's just get rid of Goron. I don't like any of these abilities. Let's just get rid of this, and then we'll pick up the healer. Get out of here.
Another soul battered and broken, cast aside like a spent torch.
Yep, and I would do it again. I'm okay with all these abilities, so we can probably start leveling her. Let's just go Embark. I don't know if I'm going to do that yet. I haven't decided yet, because I said I wanted to pick up something. Yeah, I think I said either the Beast Slayer's Ring. I could just go to the Warrens, ignore the Beast Slayer's Ring, and go get this other item for the Vestal, and have her go with us to go get it. That'd be funny. Take some more people with us to get some people leveled up. I'm trying to get a bunch of people to level 2. That way I have a critical mass of people I can just roll over a bunch of bosses with. So I'll do that. I'll bring... What does she have? Photomania I love. Blotter I said is good. We'll bring these. What does Guy Bill have? Clutch Hitter? Yeah, we'll go like this. We'll go like this, and we'll bring a heal. We'll bring her. We'll bring our new Vestal. That seems fine. All level 1s and... Oh, no, they're all level 0s. That's still fine. They're all level 0s. That's okay. Load them up with some items to kind of make up for that here. What is this item again? Plus 33% healing skills and minus 15% bleed skill chance. We don't want that because we've already got a girl on our team that's going to be healing us like mad here. Still don't know where I got this item. The Youth Chalice. I don't know where I got it. But we'll try it out because she's going to be spamming heals this whole time anyway, and she's not going to be dealing any damage the whole time she's with us. Oh, I need to buy Divine Comfort. That's wild to me to think that she'd even start without that. I think this class always begins with Divine Grace, but not always with Divine Comfort. But I will absolutely unlock Divine Comfort because that ability is exactly what I'm trying to roll with her. Elsewise, I don't really care too much here. Guideville here. We'll just give her extra damage. What is this item again? Extra stun resist. Extra HP. I mean, whatever. We'll use it just to use it. I don't really haven't used that item too much in general. She doesn't have a bleed ability unlocked, right? No, she does. She has if it bleeds. That actually might be worth doing then. No, the location we're going to is also highly susceptible to bleed anyway. We don't need extra bleed resistance removal. She's going to hit anyway. So I guess we'll do... Oh yeah, we're certainly going to give the surgical gloves. I think surgical gloves and the flagellant are like a match made in heaven, right? Because you've got plus 8% crit because he's melee, extra accuracy, he's melee, minus 20% move resist. Who cares? The flagellant gets put in the back slot. He just runs to the first slot in one move. That third thing that's like a downside isn't even a downside. The only thing that's bad is the debuff resistance. I'd pay minus 10% debuff for the other two stats. You kidding me? I think it's really good on him. Is there anything else I'd want to put on him? I could go with Dismas's head. I think Dismas's head is actually secretly like all upside on the flagellant, because the flagellant is weirdly like the only character in the entire game that is okay with hitting 100 stress, because then he becomes, you know, rapturous and just starts waylaying people, and he also heals his teammates, de-stresses them, does all these other things because he wants all the stress on him. I actually think Dismas's head is pretty slick on him. Plus, even though I don't know if this character, this one that I've rolled has it, he has Lash's Solus. He doesn't care. Haven't played around with the flagellant much. Has some odd abilities. Dude, I'm telling you, this character I think is secretly one of the best characters in the game. I mean, I'm serious. I mean, no bamboozle, no hot take here. I actually do believe this might be one of the best characters in the game. And I mean, in raw total capability tier wise, really good. I know there's some other characters that, like, you know, probably are straight up better, like maybe the leper, but this character has one of the best heals in the game, and I don't mean what you might think. I'm talking about Exsanguinate. It's an absurd heal. Can heal teammates for an enormous amount, all that. But then the ability to, like, he can, like, the endure ability to be able to steal stress from his teammates, load himself up with stress, right? You're like minus 10 stress from somebody else, plus 10 stress to himself. You're like, okay, that's just an equal trade. Yes, but no. This character benefits from having stress, because when he hits 100 stress, he becomes rapturous, and he also has crazy camping skills. He doesn't have the normal 7 everybody else has. He only has 4. And he has Lash's Solus, which removes 50 stress. This is one of the best stress removal abilities in the game. He can essentially become a stress battery. I actually think this character is crazy, and I think Dismas's head is just insane on him. Extra stress does not matter on a character who does not care. He's like, stress me out, dude. I'm all here for it. I think he's crazy. I mean, he is crazy. Literally, that's his whole thing. He's a fanatic, you know, but... this is the Beast location. We don't have a Beast Slayer's ring, which is what we were talking about earlier here. I guess we'll just throw the Sun Ring on him, on her. We do have 2 of those now because we just picked up an extra. We don't really need that. I think I'm just going to keep running the same items I had on him last time. Did I even take his items off? Oh, I did. I never returned people's items. Unequipped all trinkets. It should be at the bottom though, luckily. Yeah, okay. So we'll go ahead and put these on him. Luckily they all take themselves off and put themselves where they're supposed to go. And then put these on this guy this time. And then we will have her use the healing items. Pretty straightforward. And we will just jump right back in, get into a mission here. I think all these other folks here, level 0, level 0, level 0, so they're not going to have any extra buffs or anything like that, but they have some raw, very powerful starting items. Let's get in there. We'll be on the lookout for extra, what was over here? Yeah. The reason I was checking was to see what the rewards were, not the item, but the crests. I'm really hurting for deeds, and I'd like to get 7 more deeds so we can increase the size of the roster one more time, because I'm tired of, like, seeing a character. I'm like, I'd take that character, we just don't have the spots for him. Alright, this is a long mission. Oh, that's why it's a rare item that you'd find here. Alright, so on long missions I usually take twice the amount of food, twice the amount of, like, torches. When I say twice the amount of food, base is 8, so you take 2 stacks of 8. I do the same thing with torches. Instead of 8, I take twice as many, I take 12. Alright, that's bad math. I was a math teacher, by the way. That's pretty bad. Oh, what's the Rapturous effect? So Rapturous. So in the game, Josh, I'm guessing that's your real name here. So normally when your character hits 100 stress, the way it works is they enter into like 50. Not 50. It's like 80% of the time they become afflicted, and it's one of many different bad things that can happen. They become abusive, they become paranoid, they become fearful, and those all have what they call act out effects, where like every few rounds something bad will happen. They might attack their own teammate, or they might just say something mean to their team and like abuse them and increase their stress levels, right? Affliction is something that happens when you hit 100 stress. But then there's also the rare situation where like 20% or maybe even less of the time you can hit something called virtuous, which is when they kind of have a lock-in moment where under massive amounts of stress, they lock in, they become clutch, and they just start like doing great things for your team. They can become focused, which is like the opposite of like might not be the opposite of fearful, but focus will like increase your teammates like damage or percentage like accuracy and all these other things, and like they'll kind of like give speeches and be like, we can do this, guys, whatever. So there's a great side, right? Rapturous uniquely is an affliction that can only happen to the flagellant. When the flagellant hits 100 stress, the flagellant will always become rapturous. Will never ever roll any other stressful event. And that matters because it makes it so that it's a known quantity. And rapturous has a bunch of downsides, but one core upside. Rapturous makes him more likely to take stress, more likely to get bled, more likely to get blighted, more likely to take damage, more likely to all these bad things. But it gives him 25% damage increase across the board for the whole rest of the mission. And that is absurd. Absurd. Because he can become rapturous and just start waylaying people and just start, and like when he has abilities that can heal off of it, it's enormous. An enormous amount of damage can be dealt. He can just solo an entire boss by himself out of nowhere off of that. Rapturous is disgusting. That's what I was talking about when I said the character's a lot better than people realize. This character hits 100 stress, you're locked in for one wild ride. And that's one of the reasons the character's cool too, because you can literally build around that. Like Lash's Kiss is a camping skill here that says Lash's Kiss, self only. Wrong one here. Lash's Anger, I mean. Lash's Anger, time cost 1, whatever. It costs almost nothing to do Lash's Anger, right? You can oftentimes use the Lash's Solace to remove 50 stress, but if you're, like, I've used this character before, to use Lash's Solace, slaps his own back with his flail, or not flail, but, I mean, the Lash. Remove 50 stress. I'm on a long mission. I use that, remove some stress. I've been sucking the stress off of everybody else with Endure. He takes everybody's stress, all their sins onto him. At the end of the mission, right before the boss, he's like, all right, I'm ready to like take the punishment. And he lashes himself. Instead of removing it, he takes the anger from the lash, adds 40 stress to himself intentionally. Pushes himself into like stressed out afflicted mode and becomes a crazy rapturous like super religious fanatic that wants to hurt himself to hurt others. This character can sometimes just solo a boss by himself, and you think you're like, but he has some of the lower, he doesn't do a lot of damage. You're right, but this dude bleeds people like nobody in the game. And this guy will like, he'll hit an enemy, hit him for 4, and you're like, your Crusader's hitting for 6 or 7. And you've got this leper over here hitting for 12, and you're like, why would I ever run this character? He hits, doesn't look like that much damage. Hits again, doesn't look that much damage. They tick and take some bleed. He hits, doesn't look like that much damage. They tick and take twice as much bleed. He hits, and they're like, whoa, and all of a sudden their health is just melting. And their health is and he's not even hitting them anymore. Now he's switched over, now he's healing his teammates. He's been getting hit and taking all this damage. He's down on death's door, and he's like, I'm gonna heal myself. And they're like, okay, that's annoying, I'll hit you again, but my health's going down. And it's like all of his damage is delayed. It's like he's slapping you with all this bleed damage, and then suddenly he switches into, like, if you time it right, he switches into a healer when he's very close to dying. And he's like, oh, nope, just joking, I'm on death's door, but I'm not. And then they're bleeding out the whole time. And then he's playing this mini game where, again, the crazy thing about this character is all the other characters in the game have 67% death's door resistance. So 2 out of every 3 hits against them will not kill them. Not him. He has 73%. His whole thing is, get me close to death and I will take you to whatever, to the promised land. He's a pretty interesting class. Very weird. But I think is a criminally underrated character because the UI doesn't explain a lot of that stuff. I figured that out in part due to like certain in-game limits. Like there's actually, I think, a soft and a hard limit to how much death resist you can have. Death's door resistance. Like you can't get to 100% death's door resistance. You can't do it. Like you can try, but there's like a diminishing return. I think there's a hard cutoff where items will not add anymore once you get to a certain point. That way you don't just like completely invalidate a part of the game. But anyway, getting back to the game, because I'm getting so distracted because I'm excited talking about the mechanics. All right, we'll go ahead and take some other random stuff. This is a long mission, so we should really... Wait, is this the Warrens? Yeah. I'll bring 2 holy water because there's altars. Anti-venom is fine. We really don't care so much about that because we're going to be healing up so much. Sure, I'll take 3. I'll take 3 keys because this is a long mission. Maybe 4, honestly. I'll take medicinal herbs. It's really hard to never bring medicinal herbs. They're just always good. Is there anything else I need? Shovels, right? I usually bring 3 or 4 shovels. On a long mission, I try to bring like 4, maybe 5, because they only stack in stacks of 4. But if you begin the mission and immediately use one, then you've just got a full stack, and it doesn't feel so bad. You don't want to take like 6, because then you're sitting on an extra 2, and that just feels weird whenever you don't have space. I think 4 is probably fine. I mean, there are situations where you'll need 5, but it's not that important. Most of the time you'll be okay. I think that's good enough, and we can just go on in there like this. We've got enough healers, enough healing. Everybody's... she's even got her own self-heal and self-blight resistant. Yeah, we're good. We don't have Iron Swan, so we're probably going to have to rely on the Flagellant to reach the back line. So the Flagellant's core focus this whole fight, this whole match, will just be hit the back 2, hit the back 2, hit the back 2, and we'll let the Hellion hit the front 2. And then we'll let the Man-at-Arms clean up what's left. What is this again? Buff target, +5 dodge, -10% stress. This is a weird ability. Feels like it synergizes extremely well with like an Antiquarian and maybe a Jester, if the Jester was doing the slide to the front, make everybody attack me, mark myself, increase my dodge by 25, then you slap this on top, and then everybody's attacking the guy that's up front the roses are being thrown in front of. He's on stage. What a funny class. Alright, I think we're good. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, like, if you give the Flagellant a try, I think you'll be surprised at how powerful the abilities are. At first, I wasn't too sure, but then I realized, like, there's not a character in the game that can bleed like he can. He's crazy.
To prosecute our war against the swine, we must first scout their squalid homes.
Yeah, this is a long mission. Good lord. I'm gonna go left first. Yuck. That's a disgusting way to start this mission. That is disgusting. Start the mission off by taking 80,000 strength. This is why I like the Flagellant. The Flagellant can rush to the front line immediately. Now she sucks because she can. She's going to take a while to get there. And here I'll just stress out. Or I'll just... Oh, I missed with this. Man.
The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
That's so funny. He just gave the quote that he gives whenever you light a torch, because she used the torch. It didn't even work, but he still said it. Alright, we'll go ahead and use the bellow, because this removes dodge from targets. These guys all have like 50 or 10 base dodge. Get rid of that crap. We can just hit them when we attack them. Man, we start the fight and immediately get 3 dudes throwing stress at us. That's obnoxious. This is cheese at the start of the mission to run into these guys immediately and have them switch you around and give them multiple opportunities to give you... That's just cheese. What a cheesy early fight. This is just bad luck. Alright, throw out Rain of Sorrows here. This is what I'm talking about. Bleed them out. Hit them. They're going to be bleeding for a lot. Alright, get out of here. Cheese. Alright, just kill this guy. Stun him, I guess. Whatever, that's the same thing. Alright. Oh, 3 of them resisted it. Ultra super strong because it buffs the entire team, and yeah, scouting is a godsend in maps like this, so you can hop around every little battle. But yeah, like, scouting is great, but at the same time, like, I mean, I think scouting is incredible. I value it more than I did even before this episode, because... Are you guys done? Is this a boss mission? First fight? What are we doing right now? Scouting is great, but I didn't really value it as much because I didn't realize that it correlated with finding traps. I thought traps were something that you could find and like dodge occasionally on accident. I didn't realize you only ever see a trap if you see it on the map or from a scout. I thought you would just occasionally find a trap and not step on it. I didn't realize that it was literally because you scouted that you found them. I knew that sometimes you find them from scouting, but I thought that sometimes you just found them on accident anyway, and I didn't realize that's how that worked. Yeah, this mission added a bunch of random stress just to add stress. Get out of my face with that.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Immediately switch all of our spots. Just trolled us as soon as the fight started. That was cheese. That was real cheese. Alright, he's dead.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
Yeah, that was nuts to start the mission off by immediately getting a surprise that also resulted in everybody switching spots. Jeez. Alright, let's get in there. Sure. Surprise is nice. Kind of need one of those after that last one. And this is where I talk about how this is very powerful. We have a few choices here. I can either immediately punish this guy and start stacking blood on him, and that does a lot against this guy, or I can just start throwing bleed stacks in these backliners, because these two backliners are like, they're going to be a problem, and nobody can hit him besides this guy. But this guy can hit them both and bleed them both for 3 points per round for 3 rounds and stack bleeds. Look at how much damage this is going to deal. 3 to him. And he's going to take 3 on his own turn. He's going to take 6, and he's going to take 4. And then the next round, take 3 again. And then the next round, take 3 from just this guy hitting them one time. That's a crazy amount of damage. Alright, and I'll have you try to finish him off. Yeah, just end him real quick. He's dead. This guy's not dead, but I can probably stun him. I don't want to see him... Oh, actually, I still have healers. What am I talking about? I have healers. Earlier I was irritated because, like, man, we took so much damage really early. It doesn't even matter. She can stun him, maybe. I think I might just heal. Healing for 7 is wild. And that's that item, though. And see, you look at that, and you're like, man, 3 to everybody? That's a lot. It's like, yeah, it's a lot. But, like, my healer now has, you know, the ability to heal everybody by like, 3 every round guaranteed.
Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
Alright, let's just bleed this guy out here. Hit him hard. Boom. So 4 damage. Stack bleed. 6 bleed per round for 3 rounds. That's crazy. It doesn't really matter who you hit with this. I'm not trying to... I don't have anybody that's like really bad on stress right now. You're like, oh, but what about this guy? Well, he has Lash's Kiss. I can remove it later. I'm not even worried about it. Might just try to stun this guy. Or I guess I could heal everybody. That's probably fine, too. Well, he healed for 1? Oh, right, because he's level 0. Makes sense. I'll take it. Everybody dodges, nice. Not this time, though. Does that really stress people? Yeah. Oh, my God. Stress everybody. Get this guy out of here. Nice damage. Man, he's just dead. That's good. I guess I can... transfer bleed from somebody else, 1 per round, 1 for 3 rounds. It doesn't really matter. Let's just Rain of Sorrows this guy.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Yep. Doesn't matter. Oh, I probably should have brought more food because this guy has that Ancestor's item that makes him eat more. Here's what I was more expecting. 3 on each person. But see this thing in the background here? Oh, he just dropped food too. Okay, it doesn't even matter.
Nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
So this, generally speaking, whenever I look at a curio, my first thought is, what does it look like is going on here? Well, that looks like food. Well, it looks like it's probably bad food. The best thing to do is probably to remove venom, which I don't know why it would have venom. It's not like a spider bit the food. But medicinal herbs, medicine, to remove, or to cleanse an item, cleanse it. It's probably this. Right?
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
It's an absurd amount of food. I'll take it all. And then now we can use food as if it's like free. Our only concern for the rest of the mission, it looks like now, is probably, look at that scouting chance. Oh my God. That was crazy. Are any of these people trap percentage chance to disarm higher than that? She's at 60%. It's better than nothing. And oh yeah, he has zero ability to do it because, oh dude, I forgot he has the Crimson Curse. Oh no, he just got it. It's funny because my Flagellant at home, I have 2 Flagellants. They both have the Crimson Curse and nobody else on my team has it. He just got it. So I was like, oh, I forgot I brought the guy with that. I didn't. He just got it this round. That sucks. But the funny part is, you know, I'm gonna need to find some blood because he's gonna get hungry at some point. We need to find some blood. That's so annoying. But what I was trying to say about this guy, though, is he doesn't actually... The trap He has a 40% chance to disarm. He has less than most characters do because the flagellant wants to be punished, so he like willingly gets hit by traps. It's kind of funny. All right, so I could fight these guys and intentionally try to get blood out of them if I wanted to. But I'm not going to do that right now because we're not desperate for blood right now.
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
That's nice. We're fighting every single torch in the game right now. We don't really need those. We got 2 stacks of 8. We're gonna need them later, but just not right now. I don't know if I want to go in here. There's a room battle. It's 90% of rooms. This forces me to use a shovel early that I don't have to use if I don't want to. Is it even worth doing this?
Such blockages are unsurprising.
I don't know.
These tunnels predate even the earliest settlers.
Okay. All of our guys are interacting with curios before I want them to. God, stop finding food. Good grief. I'll have to eat. Well, I guess that's good because this guy will eat more whenever we do eat, but still, I got enough food for days. I mean, I got food out the years. Got more food than I don't even know what to do with. Okay. No stress. Sorry. He's gonna become rapturous. You're gonna get to see what rapturous does for the rest of the mission. My God.
Madness. Sublimity of the intelligence. Or so it has been said.
This whole mission, the whole story of this mission is I got attacked in the first fight, got flipped around by a bunch of mosquitoes. They hit us for, I think, 70 total stress across 3 people. Just ridiculous. We'll stun the guys who add diseases and other crap. And Mr. Rapturous is just going to start spamming. So I'm going to have to spend a lot of my effort trying to remove people's stresses here for the rest of the mission. It's so annoying. Yeah, we're really actually in danger in this mission now because of the early. Cool. I'm gonna sound negative, but those early mosquitoes really dampen my mood. The early cheese we had to deal with. All right, I want to heal, but I probably should. I need some light.
In Radiance, may we find victory.
I'll heal her. That's not even that much health. Oh yeah, all of my guys are level 0. Of course this is going to be a tough one regardless because they're all low level. I did choose all level 0s. I picked this mission because I wanted to... We're probably not going to... I honestly am looking at this team and what's going on. I don't even know if we're going to be able to do this. Yeah, look at all the extra stress. This is way too much stress for this early. Okay. Alright, so this guy's not going to die, right? Okay, I can kill him though if I hit him with Dazzling Light. So he's just going to die when he gets his turn. And then you can heal if you wanted to. I guess I could do that. I might just kill one of the frontliners. He's going to bleed out.
Destroyed.
Oh, yeah! I forgot to mention this. Hey, Josh.
Death by inches.
Another thing to note. Not only does he have extra damage, right? He does extra damage whenever he becomes like stressed out to level 1, or when he reaches 100 stress, he becomes rapturous. But he also has another hidden ability. All of these flagellants have the ability that once they go below, I think it's 40% health, they just get a flat buff. Look at this. Where's it at? Is that this one? Plus 7% crit if your HP is below 40%. Plus 20% damage if health is below 40%. He just, when he goes low, he locks in. That's his whole, like, he wants to be...
Obliterated.
Where's this been? Why are we doing this now? Yell at that one guy, you do it.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
Okay, I think I'm camping. This is insane. Just stop.
Circle in the dark. The battle may yet be won.
I have 8 million gazillion food. We're just gonna use 9 of it because he uses each one more. I'm using 9 food right now just to get some stress off of people's back. Let's Lashes Kiss. Get rid of 50 stress. Get it off me. You see how powerful that was? Remove all that stress. Self only, minus 30. If not religious, if religious. Okay, he's religious, so he's going to take extra stress from this, but she can also remove stress from people if they're religious. Yeah, I can remove a bunch of stress, actually. So, remove 30 stress from herself, add 15 to her, and add 15. I'm not doing that. I can have her do this, though. If religious... Yeah, so if religious, minus 15 stress. So I get 15. So I can do that. Oh, actually, she doesn't hit herself, though, with it. All companions, not all people. Self-only protected. Okay, one companion gains extra accuracy and speed. Yeah, I'm going to give that to him because he's dealing an enormous amount of damage for the rest of the mission because of Rapturous. And I'm also going to pray because having him be stronger is just good in general the entire rest of the mission. One companion, extra accuracy and extra dodge. Just make him accurate so he never misses, right? My friend, the light shines upon you. How dare you try to silence my choir of wounds? What is that? Oh, he didn't like it? What the heck? Bless. Extra accuracy and extra dodge. He didn't like it. He didn't want the buff. That's interesting. I don't think I've seen that in a while. What is that? Why are you all getting stressed? From what?
And now, the darkness.
Make sure you put her in the far back. You love doing that. Oh, you put her up front.
Black as death.
This is fine. This is best case scenario. Put him at the very front, and it doesn't even matter. Yep. This is the crit. The chance of critting when its pitch is black is like 7 gazillion. It's like a guaranteed crit. All right. Hopefully she becomes virtuous. We'll get lucky. Nope. Paranoid. That's what I was talking about. The stress is just absurd. She was just at like 40 stress, but she's at 100% stress instantly. What? 2 crits. What am I supposed to do? There's no way we're beating this mission. No way. My guys were just at half. They had no stress at all, and they're both instantly stressed. This is just cheese. What? They're just. Am I crazy? What? It's one thing to be stressed. And now you're hitting for 4s? Why is your attack damage so low? Your damage isn't decreasing tonight, is it? Oh yeah, you all have 8 gazillion stress. This is ridiculous. Absurd. What in the hell, man? Yeah, there's no way we're gonna beat this mission. I'm in the third room, and our guys are almost dead. That mosquito. Oh yeah, he said. Oh yeah, he's grouchy, facing away from the group like that. Yeah, he doesn't want anybody to keep him as part of the party. He kind of does everything the opposite of what you'd think. But I was very surprised because the buff I gave him was like extra accuracy. It wasn't like I healed him or anything like that. So I was very surprised that he said no. That was strange. Just get this guy out of here. Just kill him. All right, Eldritch Push. Sure. That's nice I didn't hit, because, yep. I know a liar when I see one. They missed on purpose. My God, dude. And you can see what I was talking about. Like, we just slept, and somehow we are all on 100 stress again. Like, you see what just happened? So he went to death's door. He got critted on and healed everybody in the team because of it. Did you see that? They crit him, and then he immediately healed everybody on the team because of it.
Executed with impunity.
He wants to be on death's door. He likes it. It's a very weird character. But then you play this mini game where it's like, okay, so now I'm gonna heal him. Keep him off death's door. Let him hit, and then you deny it.
Now.
It's kind of interesting. What a weird mission this become. We barely did anything.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Sure, dude. I want you to go back Like if you're watching this right now,
Remind yourself
go
that
back to the beginning of
overconfidence is
this
a
fight
slow
before this
and
just happened.
insidious killer.
Go back and look how much stress we didn't have and how much stress we now have. Ridiculous. Actually ridiculous. Like absolutely indefensibly stupid. And 100% of what just happened is because of the very first fight in a long mission. We got attacked by mosquitoes that surprised us, flipped us, got to go 6 times in a row. Because they went first, and they've got the fastest speed in the game. Well, you know, early game mobs. So they maddening whined 3 times, and then immediately got to go again and maddening whined 3 times. And I was still trying to get my guys to the front. It was, the whole mission just got completely shit rolled because of that. That's crazy. Yeah, ambushes are tough, but like the nighttime ambush, yeah, that's tough. But like I'm not even really. The nighttime ambush did suck, but all of what has happened is the result of those early. I'm already gonna.
Close in tenuous firelight and uneasy companionship.
Why are you? What are you taking stress damage from? Like from nothing. And now he's not taking any of it. Yeah, we're out of here. I'm done. I'm just gonna remove as much stress as I can. And we're gonna chalk this up to a bad set of rolls on this mission. Yeah, I don't care. We are out of here. I'm not doing this mission. All right, rest. They're taking more stress from it than they just healed from nothing. What in the world? He just took 30, 30, and 30. I'm out of here. We're not doing this. See ya. Nope. I'm good.
We fall so that we may learn to pick ourselves up once
No,
again.
that wasn't a I fell and I learned to pick myself up. That was just you cheesed me hard on that one. Okay, I guess we're gonna give them all the worst abilities too. This was the most AIDS fight, the most awful mission I think I've ever seen. I mean, out of every mission I've ever done. I had no chance. We just got absolutely obliterated. I didn't do anything wrong. Those are just bad rolls.
I remember days when the sun shone and laughter could be heard from the tavern.
A level 6? What in the world? Legend Antiquarian. Yeah, that's a little outside of our reach right now. What in the good lord? Yeah, no, we're gonna have to mentally reset after that one. Ha! The bull's eye bandana. That was from our last. That was the mission we were looking at before we thought about doing. We thought about picking this item up earlier from a mission to actually. Okay, solar crown. Less stress if the torch is above a certain amount. Extra stun skill chance. Extra blight skill chance. Yeah, this is pretty solid. Hey, this. Whoa, that's the padlock. Okay, that would be an incredible combination. Look at this. We bought this item earlier. We bought the broken key plus 35% stun skill chance on the abomination. You pair that with this item, the padlock of transference. That's an extra plus 4. That's a plus 55% base. That makes it so that this guy is 100% gonna hit if he tries to stun. It's already 100% base. He's gonna have 155 or something % chance to stun every time if he uses this. That's a good item. Actually, this is a solid defensible item too. Extra damage if in position 1. I would literally do a mission for all 4 of these items. I would go out of my way to do a mission to acquire all 4 of these. It puts us in a pickle though, because I don't really have a lot of items to like sell to buy them up. But I am certainly going to buy at least 2 of them. Let's get rid of this blight item or this bleed item. We've already got that. What other items do I have extras of? I have an extra ring, but I don't know if I want to get rid of the other sun ring. Is it worth it? Dazzling charm. Having 2 of those, is that really necessary? Probably not. I bought a second one because I was thinking about that, but it might really be worth it to sell it. This extra sun ring, I'd like to keep it just because having an extra one is not a bad thing. I mean, it's a solid item. Extra accuracy if the torch is above a certain amount, extra damage. This is just a defensively good item on like 2 characters all the time. You can have this on 2 characters and not feel bad about it. But in terms of just raw power, obviously something like this is better, the focus ring, but I don't know. Focus ring is just a better item, right? Extra accuracy, extra damage, higher crit. This has a higher damage output. I think raw damage is weaker than crit percentage, which is wild. But like if I had the choice between plus 5% crit and plus 5 extra damage, or plus 5% extra damage, I would take the extra crit every single time because the damage, it like, let's say my character does 20 damage in a hit, it's going to increase it by 1. Plus 5% of 20 is 1. So 10% extra damage on top of it. If you do 20 damage, you deal 22. But a crit, it might increase the chance you crit. If you normally crit for, you know, if you hit normally for like 10, and then you crit, it might go to like 25 or something like that. And 1 in 20 is going to hit one of those. I think crit is a much stronger stat roll, like percentage for percentage, than damage. I don't think 10% damage is even close to the same power of plus 5% crit. You have to look at the numbers on that. I'm not going to metagame that, but that's just my guess. Well, whatever I buy is whatever I buy, but I'm going to certainly have to put some people in some stress relief, because we just got absolutely obliterated. Am I going to put Guideville in here and then have a guy with... I might have to just get rid of this guy. He just got Guilty Conscience, which I don't like, and he's also got... Clutch Hitter's why I picked him up, because Clutch Hitter makes him deal extra damage when he's below 50%, which is incredible on this class. But I don't think I'm going to spend multiple rounds blocking use of the Abbey, because he's the only guy that has... Well, actually, I've got two. Again, I've got two, and both of them, my only two people that are Flagellants, are both the same only two people that have the Crimson Curse, which is obnoxious. And I just locked it. Yeah, we'll just get rid of him. He's only level 0 anyway. It feels bad, but we'll dismiss him. I don't have to spend more time with...
The task ahead is terrible, and weakness cannot be tolerated.
Extra use of blood is not preferable. What I got here? Luckily, I got more people to pick from. Not a fan. Robust and firm. Less healing received isn't that great. Weak grip is okay, considering that most of his abilities are not melee except this one. Gifted is eh. Light sensitive is bad. Not a big fan of any of those. I honestly don't like any of these. I mean, to the degree that I don't even know if I'll pick one of them up. Gilpin's okay. Unholy Hater's not terrible, especially on a character who, like, has Blight skills, because Unholy is, you know, they're weak against Blight, so that's kind of cute. I'll put her on the team. I don't know if I like her.
To those with a keen eye, gold gleams like a dagger's point.
Do I increase the size of the Stagecoach network? I might do that, just because I want to see more people.
More arrive, foolishly seeking fortune and glory in this domain of the damned.
In this domain of the damned. Over enunciates the words. It does sound more epic, I'll be honest. Alright, so she got hit with the runs. Yeah, we're getting rid of that right now. Oh man, I might have just gotten rid of her. How much did I spend to do that? It was like 500. I might just throw her away. Look at her. Balance is bad. Warren's Adventures, you know, bad. Manslayer's okay. Slow Draw's trash. It's actually not horrible on a healer, because healers, you're okay with them going last. So this isn't the worst thing to roll on her, but you still don't like the lowered speed. Even though it's only the first round, so it's not that bad. Actually, this isn't that bad. Slow draw on most classes is just terrible, but on the healer, it's probably fine. So maybe it's not as bad as what I thought. Still, I probably should have put her in here and got rid of her stress, but that's okay. Could she go in here too? Yeah, we'll just de-stress them both. Man, that was a brutal mission. We just got absolutely serviced. Just sat down and fed a pain burger. That was bad. Anything in here, though? I would like to pick at least one of these darn things up, man. And I think, realistically, in terms of just total power and raw power, as weird as it is, extra accuracy is great. But we don't even have an Arbalist. Minus stress is great in general. And I have nothing negative to say about this item. It's just good. But I think the Padlock of Transference is just disgusting, long term, on this class. How much gold do you have in the cam? Yeah. Right now I have 12,000. Yeah, the unfortunate thing is if I move my cam, like I put it up, it's just in an awkward spot. I guess I could always move it up. I've just been putting it there for a little while. I could probably put the camera in the middle left. I've been thinking about that a bit, but it's just weird because in every game, you know, you got to kind of change that a little bit. I haven't talked to anybody about that much, but maybe it would be better on the left side middle. I think the padlock of transference is worth spending money on, and it also doesn't just completely bankrupt me like buying these other two things do. I do want this solar crown though, and I already do have two serviceably powerful items for the leper. His accuracy I'm more concerned about. He already does an enormous amount of damage. Let's just buy that one, and then we'll go do a mission. Claw our way back in. See what we get this time. What is this item? Moon ring. Extra damage if the torch is below 25. Okay. It's like the opposite of the sun ring. Alright, I haven't seen that item before. Rat carcass. Immune to death by Crimson Curse. That's awful. A rare item that makes it so your character literally, you just give it to them and then they just don't die from not having any... I guess it could be useful in a situation where you catch yourself off guard. You're like, oh crap, I don't have any blood in my stores and I've got a guy that's craving. If I go do this mission, he's just gonna die. I guess there's that one scenario where it might be okay, but that just feels like bad planning. Bloody Herb. Plus accuracy to melee skills. Plus 30% bleed skill chance. Okay, so this is if you're going to be... This is a weird... This item is used in the one specific case where you want to use Incision, which I think is the Plague Doctor's like one... Oh, we had to get rid of our Plague Doctor. She got absolutely obliterated. Dark Tamborine's a good item. Death Blow resist. Less stress when the torch is low. Hold on, actually. Is it good? Death Blow resist. 25%. Actually, I don't like that item at all. Hell's Hairpin, though. Talk about a real item. Extra crit when the torch is low. Extra accuracy when the torch is low. It like completely offsets what normally happens when you get to low torch, because your accuracy goes down. This is a solid item. 10 crit is a lot, guys. That is a lot. As an item, if an item just had plus 10% crit, and it was a rare item, it'd be one of the best rare items. It's just a good item. I don't like Dark Tamarine. I don't like any of these items, really, if I'm being honest with you. Musketeer's hat. We do have a Musketeer. But I don't have the people to go do this mission, right? I don't think. Sort by class. What does he have again? The Red Plague. 75% bleed resist. Minus 75% bleed resist. My god, he just gets bled by a light breeze. Less max HP, less crit. That's a terrible disease. Get rid of that. Oh, no, I already have a person. Can I unlock that next one? Well, medical ward slots. Yeah, we have so many crests. We don't have a lot of busts, but that's okay.
Curious methodologies and apparatus can calm even the most tormented soul.
All right. This week we're probably just going to have to just pick a random mission and just go do it and not really worry about what we get. I'm certainly not doing that. I've already got a recovery charm. I think the Bloody Herb's terrible. I think the Rat Carcass is terrible. I think the Moon Ring is very unique and cool, but like not useful for what we're doing. The only item in this entire list that I even like is Hell's Hairpin. I think this is a great item, but it's also super weird because it's good for a unique way of playing the game that we're not doing. Like, this is for like, it's like you were going to constantly keep the torch low. And you built an entire comp around things like that and like the moon ring and stuff. It's a weird, cool idea, but we're not built for that. I'd like to get, the bullseye hat is solid. It's a solid item because we do have a musketeer and like, she does, she does have like at least one item that's like extra damage when you're in slot 4. It's not her item, but it's an item she can use. I think there's a few between that and the steady bracer, because what we've been using is extra accuracy. But in terms of like the arm pads that we just had a second ago we were just looking at, I was running with this item, extra 10 accuracy to range skills. This is just a better version of that. Plus 8 accuracy and then plus 5% crit. Like this would be a great item to have for the musketeer, because we could stack that item, plus we could put the focus ring on her. Plus 8 accuracy, plus 5% crit, plus 10 accuracy, plus 5% crit. The two items together just make that character, especially when she's rolling with rabies, she's been hitting real hard and not missing. The only problem is I don't think we can do this because the Miller... Yeah, we don't have the guys to do that right now. I think we're just going to have to go take it on the chin and just go do a crappy mission we don't really care to do. What is Lost and Found? I don't know what Lost and Found is, that event. I don't really like any of these, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I might just go do this one, though. It's another long mission, but, you know, I do need to level my guys up, so. Is this a long mission as well? Look, long. Oh yeah, what am I talking about? If you look at the like the points around the circle, it tells you how long the mission is. This is a 5-point circle, so it's a long mission. This is a 3-point one, so it's a short one, or a medium one. I meant to say. If it has no points on it, then it's a regular long length mission. Like this is a short one. We didn't roll any short missions. They're all medium length or long. I might just go do this. I mean, I don't really want to go do a winemaker's reserves mission in general because the people who I have on my team are not really like all poisoned or all, you know, that just seems inefficient. The only item I can even remotely see any use out of right now, I mean, I think the Book of Rage is actually pretty solid. This item's pretty strong on the flagellant. Plus 20% damage if HP is below 33%, plus 8% crit if HP is below 33%. It's a pretty powerful effect on that guy. We could go there. Heck, I even have that item, I think, right now in my... Let's just go there. Let's go to the wheel. Let's go get another one of these items. I don't think it's terrible. Gotta have a pair on you to run a zero torch element. Yeah. I assume you're talking about the Hell's hairpin. Maybe you were talking about the moon ring, but... Not super excited about any of these items, to be honest. So I'm really... Maybe I should just look and see if... Oh, yeah, this one has deeds. Oh, no, this is the boss, though. Portraits? We got 8 million portraits. Really want deeds. Nothing has deeds, though. None of them have deeds except for this boss. I don't know if I can do this boss, though. I guess I could, but I'd have to bring a healer. Because if I remember right, I think the Wizened Hag, I think her whole thing is I grab one of your people and stick it in the pot, and then they just drain health over time, and then you've got to essentially always assume that you've only had like 2 people with you. Or not 2, not 3. You don't have a full squad. It's kind of like the Siren, slightly different though. But I'd like to get everybody to level 2 before I did that. So we're going to do that. Like I said, I have a mission in sight. My goal is to get my guys to level 2. That way when we go fight bosses, we're ready to do it. And I think I'm going to stick to that for now. Let's get some lower level guys in there. Levels 2, level 1. Let's bring a level 0, somebody low that I can actually bring and level them up. Maybe she can hit from slot 3, right? With, if it bleeds. I could just give her if it bleeds and just have her spam it the whole mission. If it bleeds is a lot better than people give it credit for, too, because it lets you hit in slot 3, which is really good, because if this character gets stolen and returned to you or gets moved from some kind of an ambush, she only has to move 1 slot to be able to attack. So maybe this is who I bring. Although if I level up the Flagellant, though, if I bring Sinless, he's gonna get thirsty, and he's going to actually over-level and then not be ready to go and fight the Swine Prince. I don't want that. I want to bring him for the Swine Prince. So it's probably Brond. Or another level 1 character. Murdoch can be fine. That's fine. Murdoch can also switch spots with her and let her stay in the front slot then. Or not the front, but now she's in the front. Now she can actually use Iron Swan. Yeah, this is fine. She's got all the level 2 abilities. We got a level 1 here. Actually, we got 2 additional level 1s here. They can level their skills up. I don't know. I'm not sure if I can get away with that right now. We've been spamming a lot of our money to do that. I need to not be greedy, though, because anytime you don't level your character's abilities up, that like cascades over the course of the entire mission. I'll level up flashing daggers here, because this, you know, decreases bleed resist, and multiple people in the squad. I think I have multiple bleeders on our team. Bleeder. Well, I don't know if I actually unlocked if it bleeds. Well, I need to unlock that first to even use it, but he bleeds, she bleeds. He does with caltrops, but it's not really a bleed. Actually, hold on. This ability only works. No, it doesn't work in slot 4. We're okay. Alright, we'll level that up and we'll just have her use that 1,000 times in the fight. I don't want to put too many points into things right now and put myself in a position where we're almost out of money. I guess I'll level this up and then level up Battle Ballad. Maybe also level up Inspiring Tune. And then it's level 0 on that character. Any other level 1s? Well, I think we had one more. She's level 1, but she already had all her stuff leveled up besides bleed out. Oh, but I was going to unlock... Yeah. We get ambushed. It's going to suck. If it bleeds, it's so expensive to buy. My God. All right. Please don't make that a useless purchase there. All right, that'll do. And from there, did we switch over the Jester's ability to the right one? Yeah, we did. Switch her, we did. Okay, we can go in. So much thinking going on, oh God. We'll go get this Book of Rage that I'm not excited about, but it's at least serviceable as an item. I'm going to go do 12 food. We don't have a healer on this squad, and for that reason I'm going to take more than the normal 12 food. I'll take an extra few, but the one thing is this location actually has quite a bit of food. It's not as crazy as the Warrens. You just bring in medicinal herbs and you won't need food ever again. We just saw that in our last mission. I didn't expect it to be that crazy, but it was true. Try to bring 12 torches, generally speaking, here. This location needs more shovels than any location in the game, so I usually try to over prep on shovels. I think 4 is still probably okay though, because it's a medium mission, not a long one. But this mission is like you always need like an extra 0.5 shovels compared to the other missions. There's just too many things that you can get there that require a shovel. Bandages, I guess. Medicinal herbs. Oh, I've got way too many of those. Let's say bandages, an anti-venom, maybe a holy water. Oh, treasure, skeleton keys. Then pick some items here. Hopefully make up for that last mission and kind of get us back in the game, my God. I think I have some dice for you. You have a +1 speed, +4 dodge. I don't really want that. I want you to deal damage. You need to be hitting people. Give her some accuracy. She hits hard. Both of these characters have no ability to move, which is awful. Oh. Do I have him set up for stunning? Oh, he does have a stun. Knockback, uppercut. Maybe I give him a stun focus this time. Just have him keep stunning people instead of dealing damage. I could do that. Give him the little dazzling charm. Oh wait, I also have a stun charm. Extra stun heal chance, yeah. And then we'll have you. Just give you the stun ring. It's not bad. And then she's in slot 4, so she should take the sniper's ring. I would take Absinthe, but she's not going to be blighting anybody this time. Extra accuracy is probably fine. It's not exciting by any stretch, but it'll still do the job. Alright, what do we want to give her? Anything that she could use up front. I guess I could give her another stun ring. I don't think it's incredible, but it's pretty okay. Actually, no, Berserk Charm. She's got the accuracy item that increases her accuracy, but now she's got the Berserk Charm that kind of decreases her accuracy, but the two together give her extra crit, extra damage. She'll just hit really hard. Although if I was going to make that argument, I might actually want to put like Dismas's head on her. But no reason to add extra stress right now when we don't need to. We're not in a boss fight or anything like that. Alright. Overall, is there anything I want to do here? No, I think we're good. We just go in. It's funny, we've actually been acquiring blood, despite the fact that we've had people get in a Crimson Curse and let them go. I've been irritated by the fact that we had to deal with blood things. We've actually come home with... We had 3 last time we checked, now we have 6. I don't even remember where I got them all. Alright, let's get on in there. Alright. Oh... I just realized in the YouTube chat we had... That's Steven. Hey, dude, I don't know if you're still here in chat. I super apologize if I didn't see you talking earlier. My bad. So no, they still get their second turn. Once had the occultist crit heal someone for 50. Yeah, it's higher levels for sure. 12 food and you stole the silverware. Yeah. No, the stress snowball is obnoxious. Yeah, no, okay, you were there for that. He didn't want to dodge. Love of face tanking. I think it gives you back the lost items. Oh, you're talking about lost and found. Yeah, I see where these conversations and where your responses come from. Yeah, I don't know what lost and found does. I really don't. It might return like one item or something, maybe. I don't know.
Now they are as twisted as my own ambitions.
If you say anything now, I'll know you're talking. I'm sorry, I didn't see you'd spoken in the chat there on YouTube. Most of the chat that's been going on has been happening on Twitch. I feel bad. I don't have a preference. That's where people were today. All right. Want to keep her up front because she has Iron Swan. I want to remember that. You got to keep that in my mind. I should have brought an extra torch, or an extra 4 torches or something probably. This medium mission. It's not really about the fact that it's a medium mission. It's about the fact that I think, not confirmed, but I think this place feels like the torch runs out faster here. And there's all these little like mini game things in the game that you got to keep track of, and that's possible because some locations have specific, you know, things about their own location that are unique to them. Oh, we're gonna step on a trap here. The game froze and had somebody talk, so I could tell. All right, sure. Extra torch is nice. That makes me feel a little bit more comfortable using one. Okay, fine. All right, let's get rid of those guys in the back. No stress. No stress. I'm good. Yeah, there's definitely some upsides to Twitch and some upsides to YouTube. The thing about Twitch is, I feel like when I see people on Twitch, I'm more likely, like, okay, so one of the things about YouTube I don't like is whenever I go live on YouTube, YouTube, like, makes the video a video first, and then it waits like 15-20 seconds in delay before it makes it live. And so there's this delay on YouTube that is not present. Like when I'm reading people's chats in Twitch, it's like right now what they said, and what they hear me say is like right now. There's almost no latency lag or like lag between like interaction. So when over in the chat right now somebody says something to me, I can almost respond in real time. With you, you'll say something or you'll comment about something, and I'll be like, what are you talking about? Like, oh, that's something I said a minute and a half or two ago, which is fine, but, you know, you just kind of have to mentally adjust. The upside to YouTube, though, however, is, you know, I can store all my videos long-term there, whereas with Twitch, whatever you record on there is, you know, or I guess not what you record, but whatever you do on Twitch is just, it's one time, it's gone forever. So, and that sucks for its own reason. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, he's got, right, he has 33% protection. I was like, 5 damage is not a lot on a guy that's like, should be hitting for a lot. That makes sense because he has 25% protection. Or 33%, my god, way worse than I thought. See you, nerd.
Disadvantage. Give them no quarter.
It doesn't really matter.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
A holy water? The deeds are nice. Finding a holy water randomly is kind of funny. This thing, if I remember right, there's nothing that interacts with it. You just gotta, luckily, sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. Got lucky that time. Some money, all right. Digging around in a grave, you know, sometimes you never know what you might find. Hey, look, a random secret door on the way back. And a trap that tried to catch us off guard. Look at you. I saw you. You thought you were good. A random secret door at the very start of the mission. I'm gonna go back and do it right away because it's at the start of the mission. I don't want to have to come clear back here eventually. Alright, so we'll do this now. Get rid of this one ancient artifact, or I mean, one treasure key. Hey, the other head! We talked about this, Junia's head! Okay, plus 30% healing skills, plus 20% stress. This is like the healer item. That's incredible for us. That's a great find. Okay, so now, get rid of the journal page for sure. And then from here, we have a few choices. I'm gonna get rid of the bandage. Oh yeah. That was a great find. A great find. That made this whole mission worth it. And it also makes up for our last mission. Not that you were here for the last mission. I don't know if you were, Stephen, but, you know, you're talking here in chat. I was going to say, like, I don't know how long ago you were here for it. Were you here on the last mission I did where it was a long mission and as soon as the mission started, we got attacked by a bunch of mosquitoes and just got absolutely obliterated? It was awful. Mission started, had a surprise. They switched our locations, hit us for like 70 some odd stress with across 3 maddening lines. Oh my god. Do I do this? I think I do this. Finding the Shambler immediately is probably worth doing this. Is this game trying to push me? What is happening? Do I do the Shambler? I think I do, because I can always eat, and then afterwards, I think I do it. I think I'm going to do this. This is wild. Find the Shambler right away is probably good. Let's do it. All right.
Star spawned,
horror.
All right, they switched us our spots, but they didn't switch us in a way that's insane, so that's okay. All right, you... I don't want you to move, so we're just going to decrease your bleed resist. Or not, I guess. What's his bleed resist? If it bleeds. Let's just start bleeding him. I'm just going to try to bleed him out. Man, he stopped 2 of them? Can I stun him? Oh, he has 100% resistance to stun. That's not ever happening. Alright. And then we will just start battling people. Okay. Man, immediately starting off by having to fight against, like, the Shambler's crazy. Clapper Claw's a lot of damage. Sometimes that ability hits for a lot, other times it doesn't hit at all. Oh, I need to switch these places, because she does more damage if she's in slot 4. I don't want to forget about that. Alright, throw your daggers. Just keep throwing daggers. That's all she's probably going to do the whole mission. 3 is not a lot, but it adds up. Alright. Okay, we will... Iron Swan... Oh, she's not in that slot. Man! Okay, let's just try to bleed him. Why is he so resistant to bleed? Has anybody seen this? I've hit him with 3 bleed abilities and he has not got hit by 1. He's avoided 3 bleed abilities. That's crazy, right? And I just had my... Are you kidding? Is anybody else seeing, like, the bad luck here? Like, this is wild to me. Okay, now he finally got bled. After, like, 20 straight abilities in a row of it, he should have been bled multiple times by now. I'm not crazy. Right? Like, finally he gets... I've used 3 abilities on him to decrease his bleed, or to bleed him out, and it has not hit once. Finally he's taking bleed stacks. Crazy. Sure. Okay, a casual 8. A casual 8. Sure. Iron Swan him. Finally. Yep.
Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice.
This guy is literally so ridiculous. Killed him? Nope, death's door. Great. Neither of them died. That's good.
Terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves.
Yep, this sucks. Getting lucky here. Getting real lucky. It's about time I got a little luck, though, because I've been getting trolled really hard by, like, a lot of just bad luck here. Get out of here.
A hand's
Sure.
breadth from becoming unwound.
Alright, this thing is just gonna die, right? He's gonna bleed out. I'm gonna take a second here to, well, I'll remove this, and then I'll probably just kill one of these guys. How much is he gonna take? He's gonna take 4. He's just gonna die. Can I kill this front guy? Okay. No,
ground
1 health.
quakes.
Come on. He's got 1 health, man. He's gonna get to attack before me too.
It could be dismissed as a fever dream, if not
Let me
for
attack.
corpses.
Oh, I got lucky again. Oh my god. Sure.
Reeling, gasping, taken over the edge into madness.
Okay, let's remove some stress from people, I guess. Whatever, dude.
A time to perform beyond one's limits.
He died to blight. He died
Their
to blight.
formation is broken.
After all of that. Give up the ancestral candle! Okay. Made it worth it. I'm okay. Okay. That changed my mood quite a bit. We might even just leave. Guys, I'm like, that's wild, but like I just beat a boss and got a treasure room. Lost a guy, but I got like an ancestral item and I got a treasure room. Like it's already worth the trip. Not exactly how you draw it up, but this might be what I do. I mean, we literally walked out with a Junia's head, an ancestral's candle, and 2 trapezohedrons. I always say this word wrong. That's actually insane. Do I just leave? I think I do. Which feels weird to say that, but... You should leave, especially since you grabbed a bunch of gold. You won't be... Use torches so you don't have to drop them. Yeah.
The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
What a weird... I haven't even got an extra emerald. This might actually just be a leave moment. Although, if I do, is the next room a fight? Huh. I might. Is she full? Okay, is he full? Okay, and then I will throw this item in there as well. I might go one more room and then use my firewood to get rid of some stress. I guess it's really marginal here. Whatever. Let's just get out of here. Let's just leave. The shovels are worth what? They're worth like 25? Yeah, so this is still worth more than that. Well, actually, this is worth more than that, though. These are worth 15. These are worth 20. These are worth more. These are worth 5 each. That's worth more than this, I think. This is so weird. This is the wildest. Just leave here. Let's go home. That feels real weird. Defeated?
Setback,
Was it?
but not the end of things.
I didn't know if that was a defeat. I mean, walking out with an ancestral like item while also getting like 2 trapezohedrons. Look, that's worth as much as a mission. I don't even know if I feel bad about that. That was just Ashen's one of the worst quirks in the game. Like, god awful. Yuck. What a weird one that was.
There is a great horror beneath the manor. A crawling chaos that must be destroyed.
Why is she still in here? Huh? I've never seen a person stay in there for more than a week. I didn't even know you could do that. What do we got here? Oh, nice. We're getting... Oh, I actually increased the recruits amount last time, didn't I? Thick-blooded is good. Blight resistance is good. We talked about... This is the one I was talking about earlier. It's kind of strange. There's like Clodder, which is like plus 15% bleed resist, and then there's thick-blooded, which is like plus 10% blight resist. It's like very strange to me that... I don't know. That this is the less common effect in the game, blight, but then the resistance quirk that you can get is weaker for the blight one, despite blight being less common in the game. The bleed one gives you resistance of 15%, so it's like strictly better. So kind of a weird thing. Oh, okay. You say a week didn't go by. You didn't play through enough of that mission to pass the week. I don't know how that works, but okay. Oh, we probably need to take him since we just had a guy die. Okay, look, it was not allowed to visit the brothel, and in town will only drink. Probably a good guy to take with us, because he replaces our other guy, and also has 2 good bad quirks to lock.
The thrill of the hunt. The promise of payment.
I don't really care about the rest of these guys. I do think Thick-Blooded is great on a frontliner like him, and is worth taking if our current Abomination isn't good, but I don't remember what his abilities were. Beast Hater's really good. God-Fearing is fine. Nervous is bad. Nocturnal's not good, but it's not terrible. Alright, we can probably just leave what we have there. That's fun. That's wild. Oh, Martyr Seal is just an item I can buy here. Guys, this item is really good. I mean, that's all of our money. We'd have to go do a mission without any provisions, which I've done before. It's not that big of a deal. We just go do a low-level mission. Do we have any missions right now that are level 1? Not a long mission, like a regular mission, like this one. Yeah, we could go do a low-tier mission, and just accept the fact that this week we're basically just going to be out there trying to finish a mission. Oh, there's a Martyr Seal right there too. Totally off topic, but do you mind if I ask what about your experience as a teacher? It's possible a career path for me here, and I've been thinking about it a little bit more lately. Yeah, you can ask me whatever you want. I was a high school math teacher. I coached like basketball and theater and a few other random things, mostly like thespian stuff and all that other. I like to be a teacher, but I also taught in a small town. I would say that in the current era that we live in, being a teacher is a little dangerous because costs. Like, being a teacher is not a very lucrative career. And if that is a thing that you feel like would be a pain point for you, I must warn you that, making money as a teacher is a little less common without having a second side gig. I know a lot of folks, I have a few good friends of mine who were teachers alongside me that used to work over the summer, and they would do stuff like, little odd jobs like house repairs, and they might run a second job. If you're okay with that, it's becoming more common, like as they talk about the gig economy. I know a lot of people that actually have 2 jobs regardless. If you're okay with that, then I can definitely tell you being a teacher is one of the most rewarding experiences I've ever had. I personally had a few bad experiences that are my own to bear, my own bad experiences that have changed my mind about teaching in some ways, but it has not negatively impacted me to the degree that I would not recommend it to a person who finds it in their heart that they want to be in the classroom. If you like the feeling of making a person understand something, which is one of the reasons I like streaming, because since I'm no longer teaching, this is a way for me to kind of show people how to do things. I don't know why. There's just a part of me that I can't help myself but explain things to people. It's just who I am. I like to talk. And I enjoy that aha moment where somebody understand something because I'm the one who explained it to them. A little bit of a dopamine hit for me. But I would definitely say that if you want to be a teacher because you like teaching, you like the idea of explaining something to someone, it's a rewarding career. We're in a very strange time for being a teacher, though, due to a few major things. I would say one of the other major things that you got to really watch out for is the disruption of AI. I really don't know what education as a career is going to look like in 10 years. I would just say if you're interested in being a teacher, don't be afraid of bringing technology to the classroom, because that's one of the big things that teachers face today. I know a lot of older teachers that fought the current and were always like, oh, we don't need to educate, technology is a distraction. And a lot of teachers fail to realize today that the teacher is the distraction, not the device. So if you want to be a teacher, understand that technology is not your enemy. Learn how to use it in the classroom in a way that the students actually respond to. It doesn't matter if that class is math or science or reading or art. Figure out a way of making technology part of it. I'm kind of just throwing out things here. I don't know exactly. No, to your point, do you have any specific questions you want to ask me? I mean, I'll answer whatever you want to ask. All right, so looking at this, though, I'm seeing Martyr Seal as a literal item I could get if I went and fought against the Siren. I don't know if that's what I want to do, because, well, again, I've been sitting here talking about how I want to build up my team so that I have a crew of guys that are level 2 before we go fight a boss. Dude, I can't even get through a level 0 mission right now. I'm getting absolutely served here. I am just getting obliterated. I've done 3 missions tonight. 1 went well, and the next 2 I just got absolutely stomped. It's just been a bad go of it. I do want to get the Martyr Seal, though. And this item, I think this item is secretly one of the best items in the game. A 60% flat buff is good. Like, just to all damage. And plus 14% crit is insane, too. Plus 12% death blow resist, insane. Plus 15% max health, insane. You'd be like, yeah, but you don't even get the first 3 unless you're on death's door. If you're playing a flagellant, this essentially makes your guy's death's blow resist 87% chance to survive. Do you realize how insane that is? Every character in the game, this is the 3rd time on this stream that I said it for this particular stream and video. Every character in the game has a base death blow resist of 67%, if memory serves. Except the Flagellant, who has a 73%. You add on top of that this Martyr Seal of an extra 12% death blow, you're dealing with an 80... I guess my math was a little off there. That's an 85% chance to not die on hit. 3 in 17, or 3 out of every one. I did the odds, not the probability. 3 to 17 would be the odds. 3 out of 20 is how many times he will die if he gets hit when he's on death's door. And you're like, well, that's still a lot, though. You fail to realize, like, if you can give the guy some kind of a heal over time, which I think he can. I have to know this. I've said this 3 times now in the video. Can a Flagellant reclaim himself? I'm gonna make sure. None of these. Google is so bad at answering questions. So bad nowadays. I'm looking online because I want to know. Okay, reading this article. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I was pretty sure that's how it worked. So the way that this character, I'm kind of answering multiple questions here to anybody that's watching, but also to a few people in the stream that have asked me now about the Flagellant, because I was talking about how I think it's one of the best classes in the game. The Flagellant is unique in the sense that he gets a unique attack steroid for 3 rounds after his health dips below 40% health. He just gets a flat attack steroid. When he goes to 0 health, he heals his teammates. When he hits 100% stress, or 100 stress out of, technically, there's no percentage, but when he hits 100 total cumulative stress, he becomes rapturous, which increases his flat percentage damage. You add on top of that this Martyr Seal, which decreases his death's door damage, and then you add, whatever it was, like Seal of Eternity, or whatever that item was that he can wear alongside of it, and you can reach like the maximum amount of like death's door resist. We're talking like 1 in 20 hits will kill him. And then you add to all of this, he can also target himself with Reclaim. Reclaim is a heal over time, guys. It's not a one-time heal. That means, and this is a very important thing to understand about how Reclaim works, abilities in this game are read top-down. If you look at Send List, look at the ability Reclaim here. It's not unlocked right now, but it has heal 2 points per round for 2 rounds, then bleed. That's how heals and bleeds work in this game, right? Now, obviously, this is who he's targeting, but what I'm saying is, if he's got a bleed on himself, and he's also got a heal on himself, he's going to heal first, then bleed. That means if he's at 0 health, he's not going to die from the blood stack. He's going to go up to 2 health, and then immediately bleed down to 0, -1, but you can't go negative in this game. He's going to, and it's not going to kill him. So being on 0, he can literally stop himself from dying to his own bleed. And if you have the ability, if he doesn't bleed himself, because another thing that's cool about the Flagellant has the highest base bleed resist in the game. So you can literally use this on himself, not bleed by chance, because he often doesn't. And then even if his opponent punches him and knocks him down to 0, he just starts his turn off by healing back up to 2. Right? And it's very powerful. Now, if he does bleed himself, there's an upside to that too, because he'll heal and then bleed himself right back down to 0, and then be on death's door so that the Martyr Seal can... Dude, it's powerful. It's very strong. I really think people underestimate the power of like the Flagellant being on death's door. He is one of the highest DPS characters in the game when he's on death's door. It's insane. And you're like, well, yeah, I mean, but that's really dangerous. But it's not nearly as much as you think. It's an absurd amount of damage he can deal when he's at that point. He's basically like 2.5 characters at that stage in the game. 14% crit across a 160% base damage with this item, on top of the abilities he normally has that already crit for an absurd amount. Right? Crit modification plus 6%. Then there are certain quirks you can get that give plus 5% crit when you're below 50% health, plus 10 dodge when below 10. Guys, don't sleep on the Flagellant. Like, he can do some absurd things, like YouTube highlight shit. Like, sorry, but he's crazy. Yeah, you're saying here he has a self-heal, but it also applies a bleed dot. Yeah, maybe he can resist it. It doesn't always happen. And it's actually, even if he does apply it to himself, it's way better than you think, because he bleeds himself, but he heals and then bleeds and goes to 0, so then he can actually afterwards still be on death's door. He won't die to his own bleed. He won't die ever to his own bleed. If somebody else applies a bleed to him, he still can't die to him as long as the Reclaim is on him. And so he can literally just keep using Reclaim on himself. And even if people are punching him, doesn't matter. He can just keep reclaiming himself. Now, obviously, if he gets hit for 2 subsequent hits in a row before he gets a chance to have that tick, of course that's bad. But what I'm saying is, like, he is not as exposed to death on death's door as people think. High risk, high reward. He's a pretty good guy. But yeah, I was gonna say my thinking was I'd really like to buy this Martyr Seal. I could just go pick it up by going and doing this mission by beating the Siren. I should have enough people now that are level 2. I could go do the Siren. Just go get it. The upside of this is I wouldn't have to spend any money on it. Get these guys out of my inventory. I did that again. These guys out of my party. Sort by class. Sort by level. Do I have enough level 2s to go do this? I do. Oh yeah. I'm going to go do this. Okay, so against the Siren, we want to bring People that have abilities that are utility more than people who have ability to deal damage to single targets. I want people that can move themselves. Furnival's okay. The problem with Furnival, we talked about this last time, is while he can move himself forward with Holy Lance, he can't hit the back line. So the Siren is in the back slot, I think. The one upside to this, the Furnival as a character, is if he gets stolen from us, I can set him up to have mostly heal abilities. So that if the Siren takes him, he's more likely to... He's got a 50-50 chance to just heal a teammate or heal himself in stress relief. Right? So if I take him, he might not just kill one of our guys. If I take this guy, he can use heal, he can have a stress relieve, and then he can do Hound's Rush and try to tear people down. Hound's Rush really does hurt. But I can also just get rid of him and pick somebody else. We just don't want to take somebody like the Leper or the Hellion. The Leper and the Hellion are the single worst characters to bring against the Siren in the game. Because the Siren takes your person, puts them in the position to deal a lot of damage to one target, which these guys excel at, and then throws them back on your team in the 4th slot, and neither of these characters have the ability to move forward. Nightmare scenario. Do not do that to yourself. But other than that, is there anybody else I could bring? It'd be really nice to have we don't have the Plague Doctor with us anymore because I got rid of it. The Plague Doctor was rolling with really bad stats. We cannot bring, unfortunately, the Abomination because the Abomination can literally not reach her in her slot because she's in the... I think the Siren... Maybe I'm wrong on this. The Siren might not be in slot. No. I think the Siren is 2 slots. So he could still hit her with Ram. But we don't want to bring the Abomination. The Abomination is another classic example of somebody you feel real bad about bringing against the Siren because if the Siren takes him, transforms him, and then he rakes you, he might just literally wipe one of your teammates. It feels real bad when he does that. And then if you put him on your team, then he gets put into slot 4. He has no mechanism to get up a slot. If he got rolled back into slot 3, it would be such a big deal because he could just use Slam. But if he comes back to your team and he's put in slot 4, you're going to feel real bad. Whereas all these other characters who I'm selecting here, if they get put in slot 4 when taken, they can still use their abilities, right? I've got Furnival who can use the Holy Lance to run forward, and then for the rest of the fight, he's just doing nothing but spamming heals and stress relief on teammates. Now, he'll never get the chance to deal damage to the girl or the Siren, and he'll just be spamming heals, and I can make him focus on that, and I can even itemize for that. I can give him items that help him heal, not deal damage. That way, he's a utility character for the whole fight, and he's just trying to get up front and be a tank in the front line. So I can give him protection things, give him all kinds of resistance. This is not a mission about damage. This is a mission about like survivability. So giving him the ability to deal less damage but also heal more is better. You just don't want to have an unfortunate moment where you give him a character that just kills you. And then and the worst character in the whole mission to bring with you is probably the bounty hunter. So you don't want the Leper, you don't want the bounty hunter, you don't want the Hellion. I mentioned the other two, and the reason why was because if you get the bounty hunter and then he goes in the back slot, then he can't move forward. But it's worse than that. In this mission, you're putting this guy on a team that can have him stolen, and then he has 3 humans to kill. He kills humans. He does 15% extra damage to humans. He will f you up. It is bad. Do not bring him. I do think the Shieldbreaker is a reasonable pick. The nice part about the Shieldbreaker is she can move herself, and she can also deal a bunch of blight damage. This is actually probably the pick. She's level 1. Is everybody else level 2 or what level 1? Level 2s and level 1s? I can do that. We can go beat her and get the Siren. I think we can do this. Oh, God. Go away! This thing from the stars has been in the last 3 missions that we've gone to. Leave. Ugh. There's nothing else I really want, though. What is this? A dog whistle or something like that? Dodgy sheath. Oh. Weird. Hyper-focused dodge of item there. Life crystals, fine, I guess. Some kind of a padlock. Plus 15% production. I just don't like that as much. I really think Martyr Seal is where it's at. We already have all the rest of these items. I'm going for this item. This is where we're going. Alright. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't read what you'd said. You said, yeah, I appreciate it. I did a bit of teaching in university, and I appreciated the process of helping students understand and got good feedback, and it definitely felt more rewarding than doing my homework and such, yeah. But a concern I have is the babysitting aspect of the job, where some of the students don't want to be there, and they take away from the teaching process, but maybe it's not as much like that as I think. Well, the first thing I'll say here is objectively true. The lower the age of the kid, the more it's babysitting, right? If you're teaching a kindergartner, it's going to be very different than you're teaching a 6th grader, or very different than if you're teaching a 12th grader. If you're dealing with a bunch of sophomores, you can even feel the difference between just a few years. Freshmen are vastly different than sophomore. Because the sophomores don't have a confusion about what time to show up into class. They don't get confused about bell systems. They don't end up in the wrong classroom because they've never been in this building before, right? Seniors are like oftentimes or disinterested, and they're oftentimes like, I don't really care. None of this matters anymore. They're already checked out. But they're also like super like somber and oftentimes like very moody because they're kind of depressed that it's all over. And that usually hits the second semester. Juniors are probably the best students to teach because juniors are still locked in and they're focused on things like getting scholarships and all these other things. They aren't the king of the castle yet. They're probably my favorite classes to teach. But I would definitely say that there is an element of babysitting, but it's not as heavy as some people would think. I think it's more important to be in like a lion and out like a lamb, right? The first 3 to 4 weeks of school, you need to be one of the strictest teachers ever and be stricter than every other teacher in the building and be absolutely like ironclad about it, and to a degree that people kind of talk about it. And then you can always relax that over the course of the year and then be like, oh, you were actually just being hardcore at the start, but we respect you now because we know that's within you and it's possible. If you go the other way, you can never get classroom management back if you start off by letting them trample you. Don't start off nice and try to be their friend. That's the biggest piece of advice I can ever give you. Never try to be their friend first. Actually, I would say it like this. I usually tell students when they'd ask, they're like, you're a cool teacher, you know, it's almost like we're friends. I'm like, I'm not your friend. And they're like, what? Well, you say, like, I mean, I like you. I'm like, that's great you like me, but it's not in my contract for you to like me. I'm paid to teach you. And they usually laugh it off, especially if they like you. But you want the respect more than you want them to like you. All right, I think the Eldritch Slayer ring makes the most sense here. Actually, if I had 4 Eldritch Slayer rings, that'd be insane here. Because, yeah, that'd be crazy, right? Because the Eldritch ring would not help her deal damage to our own teammates, but it would help every person on my team deal more damage to her. That's actually a great item for this location. And maybe just a bunch of anti-stress or healing kind of style things. He can heal. Do I want to give him stun instead of... I might actually give him smite, or switch over to a stunning blow and just have him run around stunning things. That might actually be the better choice here. Load him up with stun effects and utility. Give him all the utility effects this time. Give her... I can't risk giving her Dismiss's head. I'd love to have her deal more damage, but she's just going to end up hurting us if I ever do that. Giving her Eldritch Slayer's ring makes sense though. And then after that, what else? I would love to bring Dismiss's head, guys. I'm just not going to do that. I'm inviting a lot of pain. Extra damage if the torch is above a certain amount, +2 speed, extra dodge. This is also an incredible item, but I'm not bringing it because I'm not going to take a chance we die and lose it. The surgical gloves is fine, because she is going to be able to move herself. Although it is a little dangerous because obviously, as we said, having extra crit, extra accuracy is really tough against a boss like this. Because you could just get ripped apart out of nowhere. She could hit you with your own medicine. We don't need extra damage here. We really just need survivability on a lot of these guys. I don't even know if there's a good item for this guy right now. Stun resist doesn't even matter. Extra damage doesn't really matter. I don't really like any of these items on this guy. Extra food consumption, extra 25% max health is kind of goofy. I think extra bleed skill resist would be good. Plus 20% bleed skill resist. This is actually probably the best. Minus 20% bite resist does suck. He's not going to deal nearly as much damage at this location because, you know, Blight is the best thing at this location. The reason I picked him is because I can load him up on abilities that aren't, like, these deal damage to people, but really I can just hound rush down the Siren. At level 1, the first version of the Siren, the first version of most bosses don't really have a lot of, like, resistances. So you don't have to worry about that as much. It's like, oh no, he's not really built for the Cove. It's like, that's true, but it's not as big of a deal as you think on the first boss mission. Another one of those random comments somebody's making in the chat that's from a bot that's trying to get me to buy subs or some other random thing. Get out of here. I'm good. I'd rather not have any subs than buy them. It's like weird. All right. I don't really have any items in here I'm excited about here. I guess I could just go with something simple like the Sun Ring. It's brain dead and a generically useful item. Although extra accuracy. See, I'd love to use like an extra accuracy item. Like, I'd love to come in here with this guy and say, there's an item. Oh wait, did I not remove all the items from our guys in the last mission? I didn't, did I? Unequipped all trinkets. I did not. That's why. Okay, this is the item I was talking about, the sniper's ring. Right, I'd love to use the sniper's ring. But the thing is, I can't do that in this mission because the siren's gonna change the location of person 4 multiple times, and the sniper's ring is essentially going to be a useless item this whole mission. Well, during the boss fight. All right, let's go ahead and give him the items back like I was trying to do a second ago. And then afterwards, we'll give her the extra crit and extra whatever. If she gets taken, it's going to suck, but what can you do? I'll have him... I think actually I had that differently. I think I had it like this before. Does this affect melee? Speed, damage, stress... Accuracy's lowered, but she's already got higher accuracy from that. We'll just do, no, I had this. Extra damage, extra speed, just raw extra damage. Sure. Extra damage to you from that. We'll have you give extra accuracy, I guess. Whatever, semantics. I might actually give him Junia's head. Make his heal stronger. Although that's also dangerous because he's already sitting around on quite a bit of stress, ain't he? I don't want to get destroyed by stress this mission. I just don't. Stress has been our #1 least favorite thing in the world in the last mission. We got absolutely obliterated by the last time. Let's just bring an anti-stress book. Just lock in with what we got here. I think what we got here is fine. I would love, guys, I would love to bring like an Ancestor's, not an Ancestor's bottle, like a Dismiss's head, deal extra percentage damage, or a Ancestor's candle, deal extra damage. But I am not about to invite myself to destroy myself. I'm not going to do that. I will regret the heck out of that. Maybe I switch this for this, though. Because he does have the ability to hit with Sacrificial Stab from slot 3, and he will be dealing damage to the chick, or to the siren. And then we need to go ahead and upgrade our abilities to the best we can, because we're going to do this mission right now. We're going to do another boss. Let's get in there. We know that we're going to switch his ability, though. We're going to switch from this over to the stun. Let's get that locked in now. And we'll probably just spam the anti-stress ability and not use the battle heal, so I'm not even going to worry about that one. And then on her, I want to make sure that I have a blight ability. Probably like the Adder's Kiss, to start spamming this on her. Actually, it doesn't hit her. She's in the back, so I can't really do that. But I can hit her with Captivate. Captivate's awesome. And this doesn't move her, that's fine. But I need an ability that moves her forward. This is only at slot 4, which feels really bad. Does she have an ability to move forward 1 slot from slot 4? Oh, that's not good. Okay. If she gets taken, it's going to be annoying. I have to spend a whole round moving her forward 1. She has no abilities that work in slot 4. That's a serious flaw in our plan, guys. Oh. Whatever. After that, I can always have somebody else move. Oh yeah, nice. Is he level 2? Oh yeah, great. Make the heal a little bit better. I don't really care about the weakening. I'm literally not gonna level Hound's Rush because Hound's Rush is gonna really hurt if he uses it against me later. Whereas these abilities that I leveled up deal more damage to Eldritch, and they scale better against that. I don't know. I also want to save a little bit of money because we were just blowing through money like it ain't nothing. Can I level up some of their items? Oh, that's the wrong location. I'm going to go here. Yep. I'm good. I want to spread the power across all of our guys. I don't want to have him just become our worst nightmare. Okay, this is gonna be a tough one, but we're gonna go for it. Take all the food here. We have no real healer, so I'll take a few extras here. 12 is probably fine. This is a medium mission. Never mind. Take this many. After that, we'll take... I usually take, like, 12. Here. A few keys, usually like 3. A few medicinal herbs, a few bandages, a few keys. Usually 4 shovels. And maybe I'll take a few extra food just because I want to make sure we can win this. Alright. I've now selected the correct stuff to make sure that they can do everything. Oh! I'm glad I looked at this. There we go. Okay. Did I switch these over as well? I did not. I'm switching over for Abyssal Artillery so I can clear the back line here. Man. Alright. Man. I hate going against a boss whenever I'm not really thinking about it. It's just like, oh, I gotta go because there's this cove medium. I'm so paranoid, guys. This is the boss, right? I wanted to make sure we were going against the boss. I had to restack my items now, but I was afraid I was about to start the wrong mission. 14. Let's go with 3 is probably more than enough. Let's go 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 1. Torches. And let's go. Alright. Alright, let's go try to fight a boss here. Let's go try to beat the Siren. Ugh. I gotta remember as soon as we go into the Siren fight to make my guy lunge, so I need to remember to switch his spot so that he gets to go super early. Let's go!
My lofty position wasn't always accompanied by the fear of office. And there was a time when I could walk the streets or raise a glass in the tavern without concern for molestation. Faithful as the tide, one precocious village waif made it her hobby to shadow my every errand. It was charming then, troublesome later.
Man, the auditorial, like his ability to communicate a feeling and a sense of like dread and a sense of atmosphere in his voice. Like he just implied obviously that she was like some creepy thing that like anything I say is going to undo the level of like, you know, sophisticated like, you know, world building he just made.
I always wondered what became of the unfortunate little waif.
So cool. All right, so she's going to be in this area in the very bottom middle. And I can tell that because, you know, generally the enemy spawns in the furthest area in the map. So we're going to come back through here. I'm going to explore everything here. Yep, that's fine. We are just going to go everywhere here. Okay, this guy's getting picked on.
Ancient traps lie in wait, unsprung and thirsting for blood.
That dude stepped on 2 traps as soon as the mission started. This is what I'm talking about when I say like we've been getting pretty unlucky when it comes to this. This mission has been, or this tonight has been one of the worst stress nights I think I've ever experienced in this game. I don't think anything's ever going to top that experience I had against the those maddening wines though that one time. Okay, so this is actually really good because this location has this little whatever anti-venom. Anti-venom is usually pretty bad in this mission, but this one thing is good for it, right? Healed him up a little bit, whatever. Okay. Ha! All right, this is actually not bad for us. I'll show you what I mean. So here, first things first is I'm going to go ahead and use a dog treat. And then we're just going to try to rip him apart real quick. And then she will, I guess, just try to kill this guy.
Press this in.
Wow, he did more damage on his stun than she did with her regular attack. That's wild. Try to take out the back too. Cool. Alright, Eldritch Pool. Cool. This is something we haven't had the opportunity to see yet, but I'm going to show you something funny here in a second. So if you're paying attention now, you'll see Worst stress night by far. Yeah, absolutely has been pretty bad tonight.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
All right, so here we will just go ahead and try to take this guy out.
As the fiend
Now it's for 11.
falls, a faint hope blossoms.
This is what I wanted to show you. That's really fun. So in this game,
These
so
nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
okay, so on this mission, uniquely, or not in this mission, uniquely, if you ever bring the Hound Master with you and you see a clam, you can feed the clam, like you can use a shovel on it like normal, or you can literally just give it a dog treat. The oyster likes it, and look what it did. Plus 50% damage for the next 1 round. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Plus, that would be crazy. That was from the dog treat that I just ate. But it gives this guy 25 dodge until the next camp. I don't know why that makes any sense. You know, obviously it's a little oyster you kind of pat it on its head or whatever, and it, you know, but it literally gave me extra percentage chance to dodge for the rest of the mission. Well, until the next fight or the next time I camp, which is hilarious. Now I would have got more out of it if I had used the shovel on it, but I'm trying to gain information, right? Just trying to track everything, and I know that one from the top of my head. It's kind of hilarious. Also, I only had 3 shovels, I think, didn't I? Yeah, I only brought 3 shovels, so I don't want to take a chance that we don't have enough. As long as I don't step on a bunch of traps, I think we're okay. Should be okay. I think our comp is pretty good against this location and for what we're up against right now. We also haven't run into anything super bad yet. Hunger check, it's fine. I'm gonna start using torches now. It's 3 traps on the same 2 people that are super stressed, which is annoying. All right, give us some extra food. That's nice. We'll take that.
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
Looks like more like we got paid in blood, but that's fine. We're gonna go down if there's anything in that room. There's nothing, so we'll just continue. All right, don't interact. Leave it alone. So this thing, if you use a medicinal herb on it, the eerie coral, you can remove a bad quirk. I know that because I saw it happen last time, and I said I'm going to remember it next time. We want to get rid of diurnal and fear of mankind, so he's probably our target. We want to get rid of divine grace. We're okay with scientific. Necromania we don't like. Deviant taste, we're fine with being locked in. We don't want to have to get unlocked. This is a very easy selection here for the Furnival. So for Furnival, we're okay with diurnal, and for fear of mankind getting erased. We don't care. So we're going to select him, and then we're going to use the medicinal herbs on this eerie coral to remove that quirk, that negative quirk. Fear of mankind is gone. Yep, great. All right, what's his? He can disarm disarm traps with a 70% chance. Okay, good. So I'm gonna say, please don't hit us hard and have it like work out unfortunate for us. Okay, that's fine. We will just pound Harry, I guess.
A decisive pummeling.
Crit's funny. Yep. Stress wave, huh? I'm not so worried about stress right now. It's not that big of a deal. Let's go ahead and take these 2 out if possible. Raw damage is going to come mostly from him right now, because he does extra damage to Eldritch. A nice dodge. Oh yeah, because he has 25 extra dodge until the next fight. Or until the next camp. That's hilarious.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
We'll stun. Who do I want to stun? Actually, maybe not. I can stun, or I can just start removing stress from people. Actually, increase the torch too, which is funny. Because these guys aren't going to hit us for, I mean, I was going to say not a lot. 9's a lot, but still I think it's kind of worth it because being able to remove some of the stress from the 2 targets that are just getting spammed on would be actually, ideal. Let's get rid of him before he uses revenge.
Their formation is broken.
I want to see him blow up here.
Maintain the offensive.
We'll take care of the guy who, actually, maybe we ow. Get rid of some more stress while we can. Oh, that's a nice roll. All right, get rid of this guy. We could just kill him outright. Actually, this guy's just going to die from bleed, isn't he? Oh, no, he's not. He's going to die in 2 rounds from bleed. Sure. And then you can, actually, let's be greedy again. Just start removing stress from people. Just removing stress just to remove stress. We're not in any like true danger right now, although 4 damage is a lot from a snail. Gary killed one of my guys in the previous mission. Got a little irritated with him. All right, I'm gonna heal. Oh my lord. 24 heal. Talk about overdid it. Let's let him bleed out on his own. He's only got 1 health left. And let's take another turn off to remove stress where possible. Yep. Be a little greedy here with our... I mean, still better than nothing, sure. Just remove stress, remove stress, remove stress. We're doing a lot of work right now so that later on in the fight...
is the weapon that cuts on its own.
We won't have to deal with that. Okay, here we just use our shovel because we've already used our dog treats. Sure.
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
It's an interesting question. I think it's probably the holy water. Well, I guess we'll just use it. All right, next mission or next area. Sure. What loot we get?
Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies.
Sure. I guess I'll get rid of the bandages. Okay, we ran into this one last time, remember? You do not ever use the shovel on it. It will put you into stress orbit. So we will throw everything else at it, see if it interacts with anything else. Medicinal herbs? No. I don't think the blood interacts with anything at any of the normal locations in the game. This is not a key thing, right? It's not. Alright, I'm just going to interact with it normally. Oh, okay. Became a night owl. +2 speed if the torch is below 26. Okay. Surprise is nice. Alright, I'm just gonna kill this guy. I could remove stress here, but I didn't bleed him. That sucks. Nice! Just stun this guy. I mean, he's gonna die next round anyway, but... Man, he does a lot more damage than I remember. I feel like I used to think he dealt, like, very little damage, but he does a lot. So do I. I meant, like, off of his raw attacks.
Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
I guess I'll use the food. I feel like in my memory, like he did not deal that much damage in general until the not the gargling grab, but like the revenge ability. All right, take care of this stress guy real quick. He's the only real threat that I don't like dealing with. If I can, I'm gonna take care of him fast. Sure. Bleed him if I can. Oh yeah, hit 3 of them. Stun. It doesn't really matter. Just stun somebody here, I guess. And then if you can, what does he got bleed-wise? 1? This isn't going to kill anybody if I do that ability. But I'd rather just hit somebody, like...
The ground quakes.
Things always look good in retrospect whenever you crit. But I was trying to figure out if I'd rather deal a little bit of AoE to everybody, and then kind of stack that with the dogs, like, charge, and just kind of just deal a bunch. But hitting for 16 made it look like okay, did anybody just see that? I have 2 guys that have more than 50% stress. 2 guys that have 0. That guy just shouted at everybody, doomsayed, and it only hit the 2 guys with stress. Okay. Alright, throw out the dog here. No more stress. Get out of my ear. Stop. I'll just hit them all. They should just die from poison, hopefully, yeah.
A slow death.
You gonna give me a chance to go before you? Awesome. Let's remove some stress. Remove some stress here. Oh, how is he still alive? He's such a tank. Okay, well, 4 damage is whatever. Alright, you get to go first? How? It's a nice little extra round of removing stress and stuff we can do. We'll take it. Attack the body, because maybe we get a chance to stress relief on him and then he'll bleed out. Oh, that whole round was undeserved. We got a whole extra round of stress relief and all kinds of other things.
Gently. This is how a life is taken.
What do you do here? Do I camp just to get the extra item? Is it even worth it? I don't even know if it is. We are so full on items. I want to take these journal pages, this extra food. We can't really do anything with it. That's so funny. I guess I could use an extra torch. We're gonna have more than enough torch.
The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
I'd like to take these journal entries when I can, because I mean, once you get them, then they're gone forever. You never have to collect them ever again. I don't really need blood. The food is an interesting thing, but I've already got 12. Eat the food. Yeah, but the problem is I've only got... Well, I guess... I didn't realize how low a few of these guys were. I'll just leave the blood. I don't care that much about it right now. Use a skeleton key here.
A fortune. Waiting to be spent.
Sure, that's fine. Left a few blood behind, but that's not that big a deal. Run through here real quick. No.
Another mariner. Another misfortune.
All right. Where are we sitting at here? We got a fight here. Ooh. I think this statue gives a buff. So I think we want to camp and then immediately go fight it afterwards. Although the downside is we're going to lose this 25 dodge, which is not trivial, because you can actually dodge the siren song. Just straight up ignore her like little game. Oh, it sucks that we're not in the first slot, because I might have been able to just kill these guys one per round, one per. That sucks. That's okay. Okay. Stun him, I guess. Nice. In a pretty good spot here. I feel pretty good. Sure. I need to dodge it too. Look at this.
Death by inches.
Feeling pretty good right now. We're at a pretty good spot. And then he used a guard thing on a guy that's just going to bleed out. Pretty good here. Stunned. Looking pretty healthy here. Things are going pretty well in this mission. Alright. End him. He's just going to bleed out, right? On his own. He's got 4. Oh, look at that. He's not gonna bleed out. That's crazy. I think I'm just gonna howl at the moon here a little bit. Good. Do you get to attack before he revenges? No, he's gonna use the revenge and make me look bad, isn't he? Oh no, we got lucky. He didn't use the revenge. Look at me getting lucky. All right. So I guess we'll sleep.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
We have to pull food, so I'm gonna go ahead and be greedy, and I'm gonna do this for the stress relief. My guys are full health. You might think, oh my god, but what if you get hurt right before the fight and all that? What if, you know? I mean, I'm just doing this because my thinking is I'd like to get rid of as much stress as possible. Remove 25 stress from team. Oh yeah, this is probably the right one to go with. Self only, blight skill chance, self only. Prevents nighttime ambush. I'm sold. Minus 25% stress, or minus 25 stress, give possible 5 to everybody. Let's do this. Cool. And then that gives us an easy target. Remove stress. And, wow, I should have done this backwards. I should have given pep talk to her first. Well, I would have never known she was going to get hit by that. It's a chance thing. Alright, I feel pretty good about this right now. And then maybe she can de-stress somebody if there's anybody that has enough. Yeah, 15 right here. Sure. This was more of like this wasn't like I'm buffing myself to fight the boss. I'm more like just trying to stress manage right now because this is going to be a clean, simple sleep, right? Everybody's topped off. Everybody's zero stress. Everybody's going to be in a good spot. We can't have a chance of a nighttime ambush. Just a clean start. So when we go fight the boss, we're ready to go. Boring, but I feel really good about it.
The light, the promise of safety.
See, that's interesting.
Memory.
So
Back into the spotlight by a tortured mind.
I did not realize that her visions, her nighttime visions, were not blocked by nighttime ambush blocking. So this is a nightmare she just had, right? So generally speaking, when you go to sleep, there's a chance that this character will trigger a stressful past. Like she has a series of visions. But I was trying to block that by using it prevent nighttime ambush, but apparently it overrode it. That's interesting. But it wasn't a normal ambush, though. The shield breaker is scarred from past trauma. She must navigate the series of 7 flashbacks while camping, 1 per camp. Once all of them are beat, then she never has to do it again. Sure. All right. And that gives him a repost, I think. Yep. All right, so we use Hound's Harry here. think here? The guy, okay, if we attack this guy, then he's gonna repost. If we attack this guy, he's gonna repost anyway. Yeah, I mean, you can't do anything about it. Infuse, this is the one I think gives you poison. Yep. Yep. That's a lot. Okay, so from here... I'm just gonna try to kill the guy who has repost. That was an incredible hit. 16 was insane. What? Alright, here... I might just take a second to heal him. Because I don't want to get reposted on. Extra bleeds. Cheese. Come on, man. Give me a break. Alright, that's fine. And then here, this guy's still got stealth for another round, so I'll just heal and remove some stress. Cool. And now I can attack this guy without penalty, which is what I was looking for. No stupid, like, you know, repost blocks and all that crap. He's just gonna die. Warning rattle? That's fine. I'm not gonna attack. I can't attack that guy anyway. He's invisible. Whatever. It's fine with me. Yep, infuse.
Mortality clarified in a single strike.
This is ridiculous. Just kill this guy. Alright. Heal himself. He needs it. I can't heal him because if he gets bled again, it's going to be a nightmare. I'll go for it. I'll go for it anyway. Ah. Bleed resist. We got lucky there. Great, 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 great. Awesome. This guy's just gonna die anyways. Okay. Okay. Stop infusing.
Grievous
Okay.
injury.
Has he crit 3 times this round? I think he has. Come on. Wasn't this character like full health like 2 seconds ago? What's happened here?
Powerful blow.
All right. Yep. An absurd amount of poison and an absurd amount of like bleed just to do it, I guess. Maybe if I'm lucky, I can keep her off death's door. If I'm lucky. Alright, maybe I'll keep her off. Oh my god, we got really lucky there. Get out of here! Never didn't have it. Got lucky. Oh my god, that was luck. Man. So close to getting through this mission without something like that happening.
And fury. More destructive than 100 cannons.
Make sure you crit on the way out, right? Game is cheese. Alright. Get out of my face, please. I'm gonna heal him because he has poison, not bleed. That way the bleed's not terrible. Still not great. Alright.
The blood quickens.
I have a beautiful thing, they say. Flawless as the sea of dunes, graceful as the desert wind, captivating as the shimmering mirage. They stare, they linger, they watch me without blinking. Alright. So we got a new story here, another journal page. This is obnoxious. Look at all these random items. Come on. I don't have space for almost any of this. This is just brutal. And where's my poison resistance, or my ability? Look at all the random blood and stuff. And I got rid of my stuff that would have helped me with that because I didn't expect that to happen. Unfortunate. I'm going to take these 2 Aegis scales because they're insane. They are dropped by snakes who come from the Shieldbreakers' homelands. These scales can be consumed by heroes, and it provides a single damage block of protection. The next attack that hits a hero will deal 0 damage, which is crazy. By the way, incredible, by the way, if we would have had this to fight against the Prophet that was dropping the ceiling tiles on us, would have been incredible, because it would have blocked the entirety of that enormous amount of damage it deals. So I'll go ahead and use the Holy Water, I guess. It doesn't really matter. This is a unique item. Shieldbreaker only. Uniquely, any of the unique items that come from the Shieldbreaker's memories like this, from dreams, they can't be sold. They're protected. Like, you literally, if you hold down shift and try to sell your items, these are grayed out in your inventory when you try to sell them. It won't let you do it. So I'm just going to switch one for one with this random item. We've got enough journal pages. Oh my god. I'm not going to take that one this time. Or am I? I guess I don't really care about the onyx. These are only, this is only worth 1500. Oh wait, this is only what? This is 1250 gold. I'm just going to switch for this one random item. I'll sell this for 1100 gold. It's basically the same thing, isn't it? I guess if that's the argument, then why would you take it over the other? Because one's literally 1250, the other one is 1100 when you sell it. Yeah, technically it's better. It's just mediocre. I've got so many I've got journal entries for days. They're coming out of my ears. All right. I want to eat this food right now, but I just want to get stat checked here. All right, so I kind of forgot which of these does this. We're gonna put this on him, or I guess her. I don't know. Minus 12 dodge until you camp. Okay.
Wealth beyond measure. Awarded to the brave and the foolhardy.
This is good. This is good. This gives us an opportunity to heal. These enemies do almost no damage. They're all status dorks. Well, that's annoying, but they just do status things. So we can play with these guys a little bit and gain some health back. I'm gonna kill
Another one falls.
at least one of them though to make it so we don't take as much. All right, let's just go ahead and remove some stress from some people. Nice. Annoying. I need him to heal, so that's annoying if he gets... Alright, sure. God, he can bleed, man. Get off of me. Alright, we will heal. I'm just gonna have him heal for a bit. This item that he has right now is making the heal look really bad, though, because he has an anti-heal thing on him. Alright, you're gonna heal her. We needed that bad. I mean, bad. We needed that. Thank you, Occultist, for locking in and being clutch. You have like 40 negative abilities. Get out of here. Alright, just kill one of them. I don't care who. Sure. And didn't get the bleed. So many bleeds to stop it. Stun him out. It's fine. How do you like that? My turn, huh?
Another abomination cleansed from our lands.
All right, what did that give him? He got something. He's gonna take as long as it can so before I get the chance to actually stop bleeding our dudes. I mean, just stop. I mean, man. What did you get? Minus 25% virtue chance. Oh, okay. Well, whatever. Not even gonna be a factor this match. All right, we're just gonna remove stress, I think, from people here. As weird as it is. I want as much help as I can get. That was really nice. And then you are going to just heal people. I need this bad.
Back to the pit.
I really wish she wasn't bleeding. But we'll heal. Live's not good, but it's... At least she didn't bleed, that's okay. Dude, you gotta stop bleeding every...
Confusion, nerves, and panic.
Ah!
Seize this momentum.
Where were you 20 minutes ago?
Push on to the task.
Look at this.
And
Not one guy in our team. Only one guy. He's bleeding. Of course, the anti-venom's here now. Anyway. Alright, let's get through this. We're about done. Yep. I fought through so much blood in this game. My god. So much bleeding in this. But we're okay. Right now. Alright, this is the last area. Get through this and we're done. It has been a rough one. It has been a rough one. Do I chance this? Look at the location. We've got 2 tiles left to walk. If we don't get hit by a food thing, it'll be good that we use the... I'm gonna do it. Nice dodge. No hunger check? Oh yeah, we did it. Okay. I was worried about getting a hunger check like literally the moment before. Now we said we want to switch this guy here because as soon as the fight starts, I'm going to have him use his Holy Lance to try to get a cheeky huge damage on her as soon as the mission starts.
The aquatic devils have remade the poor girl in their image.
What's she have?
She is their queen.
She does have dodge.
And their slave.
It's kind of annoying. Jeez.
Well struck.
Good. Song of Desire, of course she took her. Of course she took her. Alright. Just hit the bit. Just hit her. Hit her. No bleed! Dang it! Alright. Oh, I can stun her. Oh, dude, she can be stunned. Oh, that changes things quite a bit. That's big. Alright. She doesn't have any protection. She deals very little damage. I'm just going to keep hitting her. If I can hit her, I missed my first attack. I mean, she's already at half health, guys. I mean, I'm about to get punished by our own shield breaker, but... I like how I didn't get the chance to use the thing I was talking about. Sure. You should return to the team now. Oh, that's really nice for us. I said earlier, if she gets taken, it's going to suck because she can't do anything back there. And as soon as she's immediately the first person that gets taken, I was like, yep, that doesn't surprise me. All right. I don't really care about him so much. Although... he can give her, like, Sea Breeze or some kind of nonsense. Oh, that's fine. That's actually great, because now she can actually... Did he dodge it? So she can't do anything. Awesome. That's hilarious. He dodged it, which actually worked out, ironically, for them. Cool. Okay, we're doing okay. We're okay, we're okay. Can somebody write down, like, what are the odds that they take those characters? Oh, like, this is great for us. The Holy Lance. That's what I brought Holy Lance for, was because if he got put in the back, he could actually reach her. We're in a pretty good spot here, I think. Actually, this mission has gone pretty well for us. I mean, obviously, this guy is going to be annoying here because he's a tank, but I don't really care that much. I'll just use Hound's Harry and get past him. Or I'll dodge. Or they'll dodge, sure. Alright, we'll go ahead and remove your stress, or your armor, and just try to take this guy out super quick. Gonna take somebody? Song of Desire? Okay. Dude, that's 3 dodges in a row on that. That's been super fortunate for us. Wow.
Precision and power.
We've gotten a little bit lucky with our the Songs of Desire here. Yep. Okay. Devour? Oh, okay. Oh, it's a bleed ability. I was like, that didn't almost nothing. Well, it's gonna... If I use this ability on her, he's gonna take it, so that's fine. Go with a 1. Okay. Just kill him. He's gone. Maybe that'll force her to spend an entire turn trying to summon again, which would be good for us. Okay, we're in a really good spot here. She's gonna take somebody, that's okay, I don't really care who she takes. Sure. Okay. So we're pretty much guaranteed to win this. Which is really good for us. Sure, she's gonna die from ticking anyways. Devour's annoying, but it doesn't put anybody on death's door. We might actually lose our occultist. Battle heal.
Compassion is
This is why I said you give him abilities that are more utility focused like that, because then a guy that might normally present as a real threat is suddenly like, oh, I'll just heal my own, or I'll just heal instead. Yeah, just kill him.
Hideous matriarch, vile queen of the aquatic depths. She has no place in the sane world.
This is kind of a weird situation. I already have some of these items. I guess I'll just take them anyway and just leave. I mean, I could be greedy, and I could be if I wanted to, and try to push this last room here and go fight some random other people, because I'm not really in a super threat to die. but there's no real need to do that. We're already sitting pretty on most of our items. We've received quite a few decent items here. Got the flagellant item, I already had that. Got the venomous. I mean, honestly, like, I think this is a pretty solid overall mission. So funny that we have so many torches left over. It's a quick mission. We got like 8,000 journal pages. That's okay. I'll just take the journal pages and call it. I don't feel that bad about it. These aren't worth that much anyway. Let's just go home. Yep, let's return to the Hamlet. Amulet? Let's return to the Hamlet. Alright, there's the Martyr Seal. I'm really excited about that. I love this item. Alright, I just kind of skipped that screen unintentionally, but that's okay. Hard Noggin. Yep, that's a good item. Or that's a good item. That's a good quirk. Hard Noggin is best on characters who are reposters, right? Anybody who has the ability to deflect and deal damage right back, that's always what you want. So your mileage may vary, but I think this is the best. I think this is best in slot on Man-at-Arms. Although Man-at-Arms has a lot of other things he'd be good with. Like, I think Thick-Blooded is pretty good on him, and Clotter as well. But I think Hard Noggin's really good on the Highwayman too. But you're playing a different version of the Highwayman if you're using Hard Noggin. If you have Hard Noggin on the Highwayman, you want to use the riposte abilities and all of his melee-based things. You know, you don't want Hard Noggin on him if you have him as like a ranged grape shot sniper guy. Paranormania. We don't want that. That's bad. Whale Adventures, whatever. It's an early game thing. It's all right. Hard Skin's okay. Yeah, extra protection for a tank. I mean, sure. I don't think it's insane, but it's fine.
Can you feel it? The walls between the sane world and that unplumbed dimension of delirium are tenuously thin here.
All right, we will unequip all of these trinkets real quick and see what we've got now, because we've been getting some items, guys. I mean, we've been hoarding some stuff here, and we silently acquired this Ancestor's Candle because we fought against the second Shambler, and I kind of just passively was like, all right, well, let's go back home. We got this, and we'll talk about it later. But this is quite a day, like in terms of, like, you know, missions. While it did feel like brutal because we lost, you know, I don't know if we lost anybody, but like we lost 2 missions. Like, one of them was just a flat out loss, right? We went into that one mission. It was a long one. I was trying to get the Holy Tome that helps you heal. We had 4 level 0s. Mission starts. We get hit by the mosquitoes. You can tell this traumatized me quite a bit. We get flipped around. That all happened. That sucked. But then the mission after that, we went to the Weald, and then we were searching for some, I know it was just a regular mission, but we were trying to get, I actually can't remember what item we were going for in that mission, but I do know, though, we very quickly found that secret treasure room and then found a Shambler, which ended up getting us this, you know, Junia's head as well as the Ancestor's Candle. I mean, just off of the back of the Junia's head and the Ancestor's Candle, that mission made the entire night worthwhile. You add to that the fact that we just got a Martyr Seal, which in my estimation, is probably one of the best items in the game. Like one of the best in the game. I honestly think that. I haven't seen everything, but in every item in the game, of course. But I think this rivals Ancestor items very easily. Now, you might, again, people make arguments, like I've heard people argue about the Sacred Scroll and say this item isn't good. You know, it increases your healing, but like it lowers all the battle stats that you want. It's like, well, yeah, but again, if you're running this item, the argument that my guy's a stunner and he deals less damage because or he has less stunning capabilities, or he does less damage. Why are you making that an argument when the character that you're playing, when you're using this item, is a healer, right? And you'll be like, well, yeah, but she only has 2 healing abilities. You're essentially nuking the other 2 abilities. Well, we're talking about like in a super niche scenarios. When would you use the Sacred Scroll over Junia's head, right? This gives 33% healing. This gives 30% healing. They're the same item in that line. 3% is nothing. Minus 10% stress, this gives plus 20% stress. Does that matter? Yeah, that's a 30% differential. I think it matters. I mean, it's not insane, especially the late game. I'd still rather have Junia's head late game than the Sacred Scroll if there were other good abilities on top of that, because minus 10% stress is okay, plus 20% stress is noticeable, but it's not that big of a margin that if it had some other big ability, I would be like, yeah, this is still better. But this thing gets minus 10% stun. Oh, this one doesn't have that. That's a big difference. Minus 33% damage. Oh, that's even worse. That's a big difference. Yeah, but the Vessel's not a damage dealer. When I have a Vessel on my team, I mean, every round she's just like, heal the team, heal a person, heal the team. Occasionally stun that guy. But There's also a version of her that you could run that's just healer. And like if you take her to the Endless Harvest as an example, have her do nothing but healing, and then have her be your de-stealther. And that doesn't make this... It's great. You could have Sacred Scroll and have her be on de-stealth duty with that ability, whatever that other ability is. I still have her, right? Did I throw her away? We got so many bad Vestals, I honestly don't know. She's got this ability right here, Hand of Light. No, that's not it. Illumination. Illumination bypasses stealth, decreases the dodge of the enemy, de-stealths him, increases the size of the efficacy or potency of your torch. None of that is blocked by Sacred Scroll. I think Sacred Scroll is a good item, and I think the argument that Junia's head is just a strictly better item is nonsense. This is a more generically good item on the Vestal in totality, but I think if you're dedicating her to being only a healer and not leaning on her as a secondary stunner, I think this is a better item. I do think this is a better item in general, though. That's an arguable, not an arguable thing. I'm not trying to make that claim. But I got off on a tangent there, because what I was trying to say is that there are some items that are like higher tier and lower tier that aren't the same tier despite the fact that they are, and some items that are lower tier that are probably better than like high tier items. Like in my personal opinion, I think, like, for example, the Slayer's Rings, these items, they're some of the best items you can get in the rare class. You'll still be like, well, okay, yeah, they're really good against one specific thing, but like, yeah, but that's the whole point. They're not a generic item you put on every character. They're just really good at the one thing they do. So good that they could take the place of a high-level rare, or I guess a very rare, or a ancestral item in certain cases. I would rather bring an Eldritch Slayer's Ring with me against the Siren just now than if you had given me the option to bring 4 Ancestral's Candles or 4 Slayer's Rings, I would have brought 4 Slayer's Rings. It's just better on that mission. Just like the one very rare item that deals extra damage to Bloodsuckers. It's an item that's great at that one mission. There's nothing wrong with that. Honestly, out of all the items that are sitting here, there's only a few items that are just generically powerful in a way that's kind of almost boring. And that, I think the Focus Ring is one of the most boring items in the game, and it's just insanely good. Accuracy is one of the most important abilities in the game. Crit is insanely powerful. Like 5% crit is like, in my opinion, that's like 20% flat damage extra. Like, I think those are probably equivalent. As I said, rough math. If you do 20 damage, you have an extra 5% damage on top of that. That's 21 damage you do. What is that? It's a joke. I mean, it's the power of an extra 5% damage might actually come from rounding it up. Because if you deal 1 damage and you deal 1.05 damage, I don't know exactly how it works. It might be above a certain threshold, but it might be the rounding that makes it powerful. And then in addition to that, like crit, though, crit can make like a person that hits for 5 hit for 12. And then if you can increase the chance of that actually happening from 1 out of every 20 times to 2 out of every 20 times, that can make a huge difference, especially across 5-6 runs. Focus Ring, the Leper is the best friend. That's what I was saying too. I talked about this before. I think the Leper, honestly, the Leper is a classic example of a character who has a glaring issue that is easily fixable with a patch. Like, he's the character who teaches you about accuracy. All the other characters in the game basically ignore accuracy. They all have almost the same amount of accuracy, 85 to 100. Most of them are 85 to 90, 95, whatever. And in this game, actually, I was reading about this too. I learned this because I was trying to figure out, I had a character who had 100% accuracy. Crit or miss. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. And I looked it up. You can never have 100% hit chance. You can also never go below 0. The band is from 5 to 95. Even if you have an ability, even if somebody has 150 dodge and you have, 5% chance to hit, you will still possibly hit them with 5%. You cannot go below 5% chance to hit. You cannot go above 95% chance to hit. It is the only ability in the game, the only thing in the game that is governed by that weird little band. It's to guarantee that you can't just be completely blocked out of playing the game. Like, you can get to 100% resistance to certain things or whatever, but you can never block a person from dealing damage entirely. Similarly, you can never protect yourself entirely, however you want to say that. But anyway, my point though is that some things have diminishing returns in this game, like lowering the increasing the chance of blight skill chance. Well, I guess that could be better than no item, but like, why would you not just bring a character who is good against that enemy? If my opponent is a bleedable enemy and they have really high blight resist, why would I optimize items for a character to get over that blight resistance when I could just give a character who has bleed abilities higher base damage and then they'll just roll that character over because they basically ignore half their minigame? Looking at the rest of this though, today was, these last 3 weeks of missions and stuff, despite the fact that, in a way, I think we did 4 missions. In a way, even though, like, we had to forfeit 2 of them, excuse me, I'm sorry. Even though we had to forfeit 2 of them, One of them was salty. It sucked. That honestly was one of the worst missions I've ever seen. But the other one right afterwards that we had to leave on, I'm fine with that. Leaving with an ancestral item and then a Junius, that was insane. So let's see if we can get rid of some bad things. I think somebody ended up with, yeah, he ended up with something. And yeah, virtue chance. I don't think it matters that much, but we'll get rid of it. And then the rest of the people need to be de-stressed. I like how he left with 0 stress. Everybody else is literally... That's hilarious. Oh, you suck, dude. Really? Alright, so you'll go in here. And they can both go in there. Let's see if either one of them... Okay, she won't gamble. She can't gamble. So we'll do this pretty easy. How about you? You can gamble. I was reading this online too. I made a comment in a previous video about how I didn't really like the good gambler quirk or something like that. I was like, what the heck does it even do? My guess is when you went and used a character with good gambler, it would probably equate to like better stress relief. No? If you put a person with like skilled gambler, that's the quirk's name, skilled gambler, in the gambling hall, they have a percentage chance to come back that week with money, and an even lower chance, but still a chance to return with an item. I had to Google it because, like, you know, there are a lot of games out there that explain things like this. Diurnal, -2 speed if the torch is below 26. Very straightforward, I get it. But then when I look at something like, give me one so I can get this out of the way really quickly. Necromania, fascinated with corpses. I mean, I guess that one's pretty straightforward because there's corpses in the game. It's pretty obvious what that is. But there are some of them that are not as obvious what it means. Suffers intense need to do specific actions. Like, it's like, what does that mean exactly? I mean, I've learned it basically means interact with every curio in the game. There's a low chance he'll do it. But some of them are not as explained. So it's always good once you find out something on accident to, like, you know, kind of trade that knowledge with people online. Because, I mean, obviously you could probably find it by going to a wiki, but I'm trying not to. Unless it's something, like I said before, like if it's a boss I've gone up against before, I don't feel as bad looking it up. So I should theoretically already have that information and just haven't wrote it down, like a obsessive compulsive person. Alright, I think I'm going to remove these folks from the team and give a real honest like assessment of where we're sitting here. These guys are already... Oh, no, Glanville is stressed out and needs help too. Okay. Restalt is also stressed out, needs some help. Let's just knock these out. It's a lot of money, but let's just knock them out. And then after that, let's see what we got for extra people. We got a Vestal. Perfectionist sucks. She's never going to attack the enemy, so this is actually incredible on her. Right? Perfectionist doesn't matter. This is like a lockable quirk on her. Evasive is hilarious. It's not exciting on on any class anyway, but it's technically a buff. Warden's Tactician is terrible. Not on her, not on everybody, just not on her. It's not what she's here for. She's serviceable. I could see playing her. Ruined Scout, Automa. Yeah, these are bad. Not a big fan of those. The Jester, Eldritch Slayer is always good. Plutomania interacts with money curios, I'm guessing. So he probably opens every chest you see. So it's obnoxious. Eldritch Slayer is really good though. Quick reflexes and light sensitive. It might be worth taking. We gotta figure out who we're gonna drop if we're gonna drop anybody though. Let's look and see what we got. We got some good options for like new recruits. I just don't know if any of them are better than what we have. Let's look at class. Sort by class. We know these two have some good abilities, so we're not really worried about them. If I had extra money, I'd be leveling some of these people up. Curious is terrible. Thin Blooded is bad. Automania is bad. This character's just bad. Probably should just drop her. I'm going to. She's only level 0. She's level 0. But yeah, she has these bad abilities because we took her to a mission and had to leave it. So she's rolling around with Photomania is the only thing good on her, and then she has 3 terrible abilities. I mean, Automania is not good. Extra stress against people. There's people on a lot of missions. Curious, just interacting with all kinds of curios, not good. Blight Resist sucks, especially for a frontliner. This is trash. This is awful. Plus 10% death blow resist. Not terrible on her. Not terrible. I mean, she's probably the second best person to have death blow resist on in the game in my estimation, because you can get her really low and use things like, you know, there are like things like Martyr Seal on her, and then she has this little adrenaline rush thing. So it's like she's really low on health, right? You give her Martyr Seal, she goes down to 0. You hit her with an adrenaline rush, put her back to 2, the opponent ignores her for a round by chance, you know, and then you just hit them for 5 million damage, and she has such high crit, you could just like straight wipe somebody with an Iron Swan. I think she's actually pretty solid in terms of like, you know, the min-maxing of like having a person with low health. So I think Unyielding is actually okay on her. There are certain characters you'd think this would be good on, like you'd be like, oh yeah, Unyielding sounds incredible on like a Flagellant, right? You're like, on the Flagellant, I want to have more death blow resist. Yeah, but there's a diminishing return problem again. I don't know what the maximum is, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't max out at 100%. You're not going to be able to just think about that. Nobody, the designer of the game, I guarantee you, I didn't even have to look this up. I promise you there's no way to get to 100% death blow resist, right? That's probably common sense. Because if they had it that way, then you just literally roll with a team of 4 of these. 4, no, you can't because you can only have 1. But it wouldn't matter, right? It wouldn't even matter if you could only have 1 in your team. You could have nobody in your team but one of them. If he had 100% death blow resist, he could essentially ignore the whole game. Walk through and just beat everybody to death, because nobody could kill him from bleed, nobody could kill him from blight, nobody could just kill him outright. You just can't die. So there's no way to get to 100% death blow resist just based on common sense. But I would say in the Flagellant, it's probably one of the worst persons to get Unyielding on. Despite the fact that it's a great thing on it's a great thing on him in general, because he's already at 73, right? You had an extra 10, then you think of like Eternity's Caller. I remember its name now. Eternity's Caller. You add on Martyr Seal. Suddenly we've got a guy that's already at like 80, 90, whatever. I don't know where it caps out at, and if there's like a soft cap or whatever, like maybe like 93% or 90% or whatever it is. But I'm gonna guess that if you start stacking everything together, the Unyielding might actually do literally nothing on him, because all the other ones are already adding to 100, and anything in excess, not 100, but anything in excess of whatever that hard cap is, probably does nothing on him. I'm curious, actually, what that hard cap is. You know, there's no way to know unless you look it up, but that is something worth knowing. That's one of those min-max things that, I don't know if he's still in the chat. Josh was talking about this. That might be something that might be worth looking up at some point here. What is this? Instructor Master. Oh, I can upgrade my... I want to do this. And I think I talked about this too. I do want to do this before I actually upgrade the bank. I'd much rather have my guy's ability to hit like level 4.
A strict regimen is paramount if one is to master the brutal arithmetic of combat.
It sucks because I do want to buy the bank, but I'd much rather have the city just upgraded. And we've talked about that before, how important it is to upgrade your city, because it's forever. Well, this is nice. We don't want to buy any of these, so that saves us some money this week. We looked at people and we said that there was a few that were reasonable that we could consider. Let's look at the people on this list. I think I said I don't like Adenine. I wanted to get rid of her. Like I said, I like Botomania, but are the people in here, is she oh, no. For some odd reason, I was thinking one of these was a Hellion. I guess I made that up in my head. Yeah, I mean, Photomania is incredible, but I don't want to spend a bunch of money removing all these bad quirks if I can avoid it. She's only level 0. I mean, she just started the game and she's rolling out with 3 bad abilities already. This is obnoxious. Restalt has, you know, Diurnal, which is kind of funny. Ashen's terrible. Resolution is great. I'd love to see Resolution get locked in, but we got to get rid of Ashen. Quick reflexes. I'm waiting for a week where we get free treatment. There's like a free treatment week where you can get everybody like some extra help. Photomania is great. Diurnal's mediocre. Hard Skin is fine. Not exciting, but fine. Backtracker's bad. Night Owl is bad. Well, Night Owl's bad unless you're building your whole team around some weird little off-the-wall, like, I'm going to play at night kind of unique thing, but... Enlightened. Town will only meditate. Not allowed to go to the brothel. Extra stress. Okay, so we need to get rid of compulsive and automatonophobia. I misread that. Okay, yeah, an automaton. I was like, automatonophobia. That's what it is. Okay. I bought Conteville. I picked him up squarely because he has 2 good bad quirks I'd be fine with. Like if Tippler or Deviant Taste, either of them got locked, I'd be happy. If they both got locked, we're great. We got 2 really good bad quirks on him. Early Riser's great. We need to lock one of these before something bad. Actually, he's got 2 good quirks I want to lock before he starts to overwrite these with bad ones. This is a perfect time to take a break and have him lock something here. I don't want to spend this money, but I should probably do this. Oh, I can't. He's already... He's already doing something. Ah. Oh, he's getting traded for his... Yeah, that's right. I do like Eldritch Slayer. I think I already have 2, and I think one of them already has Eldritch Slayer. Actually, these I already have. Wow, I have an embarrassment of riches of good options for... Well, technically, I allowed this Lazy Eye to lock because he has almost all melee skills, so that's fine. I don't like Dactomania. I'm fine with Faithless. I like Eldritch Slayer. The rest of his quirks are bad. Hard Skin is mediocre. The rest of these are bad. Eldritch Slayer is incredible. And then Murdoch, he's got Hot to Trot, which is really good. Torn Rotator, we don't like because he's all melee. Hot to Trot's really good, but to be completely honest, I'd be okay with... May Not Meditate's also good. Gifted's whatever. I don't care about Gifted. I could definitely see, like, switching for Eldritch Manic for money. Okay, here's the thing. Hot to Trot, in my estimation, is just as good as Eldritch Slayer. I don't think either one of them's better. I think they're both fine. Plutomania is not good, but it's not locked. On this guy, he's locked Torn Rotator. We don't want that, because that makes him deal 5% less damage on every ability he has. All of his abilities are melee. I mean, besides... No, besides, he has one range ability. Oh yeah, but this one does 0% damage, right? It has minus 100%. So, literally... He's a melee character. This governs all of his abilities. Gifted does nothing. So he's rolling with a bad quirk and a really good quirk. The bad quirk is locked. We do like Unquiet Mind, admittedly. This guy has Plutomania. We want to get rid of that, but we do want to lock Eldritch Slayer. Cost-wise, we haven't spent any money on Murdoch. The downside to Murdoch leaving, if I were to drop him, is he's already level 1. The upside to getting rid of him is... He has stress that I don't want to have to. I don't have to spend more time and money to kind of like stress people up. So I could definitely see an argument for taking this Jester. You can make that argument, and I would not fault you on that. But I might just do that. I don't know. I really don't like Torn Rotator, and I don't want to spend all that money on that. And we've already got another Jester that's pretty good. Let's just do it. I'm overthinking this.
Another soul battered and broken, cast aside like a spent torch.
We've already got a Vessel, and I'm not really too excited about this new one. I do like quick reflexes, but do we have 2 Highwaymen? I think we are. We certainly had the 1, but I think we lost them both. Didn't we lose both of them because of 2 missions? We might not even have a Highwayman to our team anymore. We literally do not have a Highwayman anymore because Dismas died, I think, against... Because we had two of them die right in a row, which is brutal. So we're gonna get rid of somebody. I'm taking one of these Highwaymen. I want a Highwayman back on my team. Oh, what happened here? Sort by class. Oh, I sorted by level. I see. So we gotta pick somebody to drop. Who is it gonna be? Warrior of the Light. We already locked. Okay, we could get rid of Contiville. I've already got a level 2 bounty hunter, and you know, he's a boss fighter. That's what his whole thing is. The bounty hunter is one of those guys you always want to be sitting at level 2, level 4, level 6, or I guess, you know, whatever. You want him to be ready to fire whenever you're getting ready to go fight a boss. And this one is kind of like, you know, he's a prospect, right? He has 2 bad quirks that we're okay with, and Warden Scrounger does basically nothing. It's okay, but... Oh, that's my Vestal. Yeah, she's terrible. But, oh yeah, she's being treated, though. Once she gets treated, she's gonna have... God, she's awful. I should have got rid of her. Although Faithless is pretty good. Misses the Spot is pretty solid on her because she doesn't need to crit. Slow Draw is also... Ironically, I don't hate Slow Draw. I mentioned this earlier on this character because having your Oh, I don't know what just happened. Alright, so I think really I will probably stop here, like, and pick, I think, one of these guys. I am going to take the Highwayman, but I'm not going to spend much more time here. I'm not going to spend a lot more time trying to figure out who I want to bring with me. I think I'm probably just going to say okay and just go with what I've got here. Take one of these guys, drop somebody, not spend a lot more time thinking about it. I'm not getting rid of Legionnaire. I want this character so we can go up against the Swine Prince. I think, right? No, what I said I wanted to do. I mean, I guess I could drop her, but she's a level 2. I want to get to the Swine Prince with her. Adeni's probably the one I'm going to drop. Yep. Adeni's who's going.
Send this one to journey elsewhere, for we have need of sterner stock.
Okay, and I think I'm probably going to stop here for now. I just had that's funny, the stream drop for a second here. I'm going to take a break, at least for a bit. Maybe come back, maybe take a shower, wait, take a bit of a break. Because earlier I was on here and I was playing for quite a bit, and I was looking up and I was like, oh man, you realize my stream I've been playing live now for almost 5 hours? That's wild. It's so easy to lose track playing this game. I love this game. It is so fun. It's so rewarding, and it just feels like you're all slowly you're clawing progress, just clawing it. And I mean, there's not a lot of games that I can just sit down and just veg out and just play and play and play and play. But I always feel like something unique is happening, something interesting is happening. A lot of choices are being made. It makes me think. I feel excited about the fact that I'm slightly, incrementally making the place slightly better than the last time. Every single time I make a choice. This game really just scratches all the itches for me. I also really just love the art style. But yeah, like I said, I'm going to take a break for a little bit. That's going to be it for me for now. I will likely come back in a bit. If I don't come back, I'm certain I'll probably play tomorrow. But I've already played for 5 hours, so, you know, it's very easy for you to just play nonstop and kind of lose track of time. It's only 7:30 right now, and I have nothing else going on right now, so it is very seriously a possibility that I'll just take a shower, get up, stretch my legs, come back on here in a little bit. So I'll say this really quickly, just make sure I, shamelessly plug everything like I should. I really should do this more often. So if you like this content, head over to the Blue Titan space gaming space VODs. Subscribe to that channel if you want to see an entire video of gameplay. The entire 5 hours of gameplay that I've just now done for this one will be on that channel. If you want shorter content and you want to see me play through and you want to kind of see a shorter version of this and you want to see all the nitty gritty and all the extra details, then head over to the Blue Titan Space Gaming, right? That one has all of the shorter content, highly edited, has shorts, all of that. And oftentimes we'll have like a summary of what happened last week. And if you like the content in general, I mean, just subscribe to both. It'll help me out. It really gives me signals as to what people are really interested in, kind of like what works, what doesn't, all that other stuff. So, but yeah, I had a lot of fun. It was a little rough. I had those mosquitoes. Really, I need to take a break and just think about those mosquitoes. The maddening whine, as it were. That's what really was tearing me up mentally. So it'll give me a chance to mentally reset and kind of come back with fresh legs, fresh mindset about the game. So, but yeah, I'm looking forward to playing again. So don't be surprised if you refresh this in an hour and I'm back on here playing, because I love this game and I'm having a heck of a good time playing. So I love it. So, but anyway, thanks again for your time. Until next time, I'm the Blue Titan, and be really careful. Make sure you store all the right items, and you bring the right stuff, because you don't want to have your entire team wiped like we about did when we were down there in the Warrens or wherever it was a little bit ago. So thanks for your time. Appreciate it. And I'll see you next time.